Douluo, the celestial pillar that shoots at the sun. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101: The Eve of Departure. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Podi slowly woke up. At this time, Yang Podi was still in the spring water of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, but now he felt very peaceful, not as strong as when he first entered. At this time, the red-hot spring no longer had the blazing heat of the past, but was like a hot spring. The blue hot spring was no longer as cold as before, but just like ordinary ice water. Seeing this, Yang Podi was excited. The ice and fire body refining that he had been thinking about was finally completed. Then, Yang Podi was in his mind. In his mind, there was still a giant holding a soul-breaking gun, but at this time, the giant had undergone earth-shaking changes. The whole giant turned silver-white, looking strong and powerful, and even ferocious. Finally, it was achieved. The second silver-level awakening of the entire body martial soul, from now on, will no longer be afraid of anyone. Whether it is ice immunity, fire immunity or poison immunity, this will make his body martial soul stronger, and through ice and fire body refining, his body foundation will be extremely solid, and the future development prospects will be greater. Second grandfather Yang Wudi was very nervous. After Yang Podi swallowed the two immortal herbs, he seemed to have become abnormal. The two soul bones were revealed without any signs, and then he jumped directly into the spring of yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. You should know that the spring of yin-yang eyes of ice and fire contains powerful fire and ice energy. Even if you are a quasi-titled Douluo, you dare not get too close. If you rashly enter the spring, you may be in danger. Fortunately, you can always feel the breath of life and soul power fluctuations in the spring, otherwise it will be really troublesome. This time Yang Podi stayed in the spring for 3 days. When you wake up, both your physical strength and soul power seem to have reached the extreme. No wonder Tang Sen in the original work has to practice ice and fire. Sure enough, after practicing ice and fire, the body will become stronger and can also create the foundation for becoming a god. When Yang Podi walked out of the two eyes of ice and fire, his clothes had long been turned into ashes, and the tail, soul bone and tiger eagle wings of the golden crocodile king were revealed. But both seemed to have become stronger. After this ice and fire body refining, the length of the golden crocodile king's tail soul bone has been greatly increased. Since it was about 2 meters, it has now increased to 3 meters. More importantly, both the hardness and sharpness have been improved a lot, and it should have officially entered the level of 10,000 year soul bones. The tiger eagle's wings have also changed a lot. Originally, each wing was about 2 meters long, and now the length is estimated to be 3 meters. It seems that the age of the soul bone should have exceeded 20,000 years. More importantly, after this ice and fire body refining, the tiger eagle's wings have been completely integrated with the body and are more flexible to use. Moreover, the tiger eagle's wings have changed from the original silver gray to silver white after the ice and fire body refining, and even have a slight connection with his own martial soul. Yang Wudi was relieved to see Yang Podi walk out of the spring safely. But looking closely at his grandson, both the height and the muscles on his body are very good. Especially the two external soul bones, which are even more eye-catching. After Yang Podi came out, he carefully observed the changes in his body, and it seemed that all his goals had been successfully achieved. But he always felt that something was wrong, especially after seeing his second grandfather Yang Wudi. He remembered that he had not put on any clothes yet. He was so old, but he was still naked in front of his second grandfather. Then, Yang Podi quickly came to his soul guide and took out a new set of clothes to change into. After Yang Podi changed his clothes, his second grandfather Yang Wudi spoke. "Podi, how do you feel now? Is there anything wrong with your body?" "Second grandfather, I feel that I am in very good health now, and I am stronger than ever before. Even my strength and body recovery ability are much stronger." "Yes, fortunately you are fine. The power of the spring water of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is really scary. I dare not get close to you if you have any problems." Yang Wudi seemed to be still worried, and pulled Yang Podi to check his body carefully. He was really relieved after confirming that there was no problem at all. "Second grandpa, how long did it take me to take the magic grass?" Yang Wudi still seemed a little scared. You stayed in the spring of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire for 3 days this time. If I hadn't felt the fluctuation of your soul power, I would have asked your dad to come and collect your body. Second grandpa, it's not that dangerous. I'm fine, right? There's no need to worry, you kid, don't do such dangerous things in the future. Even if you want to become stronger, the family still has other ways. There's no need to risk your life. Podi, you are already level 50 now, and after taking the magic grass to refine your body this time, your physical fitness has become even stronger. Do you want to find a soul ring in the sunset forest? Yang Wudi thought for a while before speaking. Second grandpa, aren't you going to the starred-out Great Forest soon? I want to go and take a look with you. Yang Wudi was puzzled. We are going to the core area of the zinged-out Great Forest, where there are only 50,000 to 80,000-year-old soul beasts, but it is too dangerous. It will be very dangerous for you, a quasi-soul king, to go there. That world is not accessible to soul masters of your level, but I want to find some strong and rare soul beasts, preferably dragon-attributed soul beasts. There will be many more soul beasts in the zinged-out Great Forest, and there will be more things to choose from, you little bastard. Where in the world can there be so many dragon-attributed soul beasts? In the end, the two of them communicated and decided not to hunt soul rings first, but to return to the Po Yi clan directly, and talk about other things later. After returning home, Yang Wudi planned to relax for a few days. After all, going to the core area of the zinged-out Great Forest still requires some preparations. Whether it is inviting people or other things, it will take some time. In the past few days, Yang Wudi also trained his little sister Yang Xianyu at home. It must be said that the talent of his sister Yang Xianyu is really good, and she is worthy of being born with full soul power. Yang Xianyu is 6 years younger than me, and now she is only 9 years old, but her soul power is increasing very fast. According to this soul power improvement speed, I am afraid that when she is 12 years old, she can reach level 30 or above, which should be not much different from my soul power improvement speed. You have to know that she has not absorbed the fairy grass, nor has she absorbed the soul rings of higher levels. The soul power of the innate full soul power is indeed increasing fast. According to the speed of Yang Xianyu's soul power improvement, she may be able to participate in the next Soul Master competition. By then, I estimate that she can reach the realm of high-level Soul Master. As for the fairy grass, Yang Wudi and his father have already communicated that he will not take it until at least the end of the next Soul Master competition. As for the external soul bone of the Earth Demon Bear, he will absorb it when it reaches the Soul Master. Especially recently when I was at home, Yang Xianyu always dragged me to compete, and asked me to suppress my soul power to compete with her in spearmanship. However, this little girl's soul-breaking spearmanship is really good. Although she has been defeated repeatedly, her spearmanship is a bit decent. Moreover, her style of behavior is not like that of a girl at all, but more like that of a little warrior. Yang Wudi couldn't help but wonder, are all the disciples of the Po clan battle maniacs? Even his own sister started to be so violent at such a young age. It was Yang Xianyu who was particularly unconvinced every time he lost. Brother, can you not use such a heavy gun? I can't fight you with such a heavy gun. Yang Wudi couldn't help but smile. Xianyu, won't your enemies fight you according to your needs? I use heavy guns because I am used to it and think it will be more powerful. Do you expect a power-type soul master to reduce his strength to fight you when fighting you? I don't care. You are my brother. You have to do as I say and use a lighter gun to fight me. Looking at his spoiled sister, Yang Wudi's face was full of joy, without any dislike or disgust. After all, this is his family. Then, Yang Wudi took a lighter gun that Yang Xianyu had personally chosen and continued to compete with her in gun skills. The result was still less than half an incense stick of time, and Yang Xianyu was defeated in seconds. The little girl was speechless for a while. Brother, you are cheating. Your gun skills are much faster than before. Yang Wudi couldn't help but touch Yang Xianyu's little head. Of course it will be faster to use a light soul-breaking gun. Even if I use a heavy gun, I can use it faster. The weight of the gun is not just a personal choice. Xianyu, if you really want to practice better gun skills, I suggest you practice with a heavy gun, so that when you switch back to a light soul-breaking gun, it will be more flexible to use. After some education, the little girl didn't know whether she understood or not. Anyway, the training seemed to become more diligent, and she would practice with a heavy gun from time to time. Yang Wudi watched his sister grow up day by day, and felt pretty good. After about 5 days this time, the two grandfathers were almost ready, and the personnel were all present. Everyone was ready to go to the core area of the Xingdao Great Forest together. The people going to the Xingdao Great Forest this time include his two grandfathers, Poison Douluo Dugubo and his grandfather Niagao, plus Yang Podi himself, a total of 5 people, and his father is in the family to prevent any accidents. As for Titan of the Power Clan and Baihe of the Agility Clan, both of them are still Soul Douluo now. Even if they go to the core area of the Xingdao Great Forest, they can't help too much, so they simply didn't invite them. Especially since the two of them seem to still have some ties with the Haotian Sect, I'm afraid it's not so easy to give up. It's better not to tell them for the time being that there are 2 titled Daluos in the Podi clan at the same time. However, when Dugubo and grandfather Niagao heard that Yang Podi was also going to the core area of the Xingdao Great Forest, they were both amused. Especially Grandpa Niagao said, "Podi, you want to go to the Xingdao Great Forest at such a young age? Do you want me to carry you?" "Don't worry, I can guarantee your safety," and Poison Douluo Dugubo had a gloomy expression. "Yang Podi, I heard that you are the captain of my granddaughter's team, and all the training is planned by you. My granddaughter hasn't even been home much recently, and every time she goes home, she complains bitterly. It's all your fault." Yang Podi was shocked when he heard this. "Grandpa Dugu, you can't blame me for this. After my training, Sister Yan's strength has obviously improved a lot. Now she is already a high-level soul master." Dugubo also nodded. "Your training has improved a lot, but as a grandfather, I can't bear to see my granddaughter suffer like this. Tell me, how should we compensate my Yanzi?" "Grandpa Dugu, you should have seen Sister Yan's improvement. Isn't this compensation? Boy, your little tricks can fool others but not me. What good medicinal bathing plan can those useless people in Shyandao Royal Academy have? I'm afraid you added some ingredients. Aren't these good for Sister Yan? According to my estimation, Sister Yan can reach the realm of high-level Soul Sect in the next Soul Master competition, and may even impact the Soul King realm." Yang Podi's words were not false at all. A year ago, Dugu Yan was already level 36, Yang Pingan was already level 35, and even Yi Lingling was level 33. It can be said that both Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling's improvement speed is much faster than that of the original book. According to the current development situation, when the next Soul Master competition begins, Dugu Yan and Yang Pingan will at least be high-level Soul Sects, and there is hope for breaking through to Soul King. Of course, with their talents, they may encounter a certain bottleneck period before breaking through to Soul King, and even before breaking through to Soul Sect, but even if the two practice slowly, they should have no problem reaching the high-level Soul Sect. Chapter 102, The Core Area of the Star Forest. In fact, whether it was his grandfather Niagao or Poison Douluo Dugubo, both of them were familiar with Yang Podi, and they got along well. Facing the teasing of the two, Yang Podi was speechless. They were all his elders, so he couldn't argue with them. Just before the few people were about to set off, Grandpa Yang Wudi suddenly asked, "Podi, this time you want to go to the core area of the Star Dao Great Forest to obtain the 5th soul ring. Do you have any plans? Or do you have any goals?" Yang Podi thought carefully for a moment before speaking. "Power-type soul beasts, rare soul beasts, the higher the quality of the soul beasts, the better, preferably dragon attributes." Dugubo couldn't help but smile when he heard this. "You kid is quite ambitious, but there is no need to go to the core area of the Star Dao Great Forest to hunt. It is very dangerous there, even I dare not go too deep." But his father understood Yang Podi's thoughts a little. "Podi, what age do you want your 5th soul ring to be?" "About 40,000 years, at most 45,000 years." Everyone was a little shocked to hear this. The normal 5th soul ring of a soul master is only 12,000 years. Yang Podi actually wants such a high-age soul ring. Isn't he afraid of exploding? Dad Yang Zhenshin seemed a little worried. A 40,000-year soul ring is already the 7th soul ring of many people, and even the 8th soul ring of many people. "Are you sure your body can bear it, Dad?" "I think my physical condition is very good now, and absorbing a 40,000-year soul ring should not be a problem at all." Everyone at the scene was puzzled, but after the final physical examination, Yang Podi's current physical strength was almost catching up with a high-level Soul Emperor. It seems that absorbing a 40,000-year soul ring is really possible. After some discussion, it was decided to set the age of the soul ring within 40,000 years, and it must not exceed 40,000 years. Yang Podi also thought about it, and finally decided to choose according to this age. The next morning, the 5 people set out from the Poi clan and prepared to go to the Xingdao Great Forest. After 3 days of travel, the group arrived at the outskirts of the Xingdao Great Forest. This time entering the Xingdao Great Forest was a piece of cake. After all, his grandfather had just obtained a soul ring from it some time ago, and the two grandfathers also helped at that time. After entering the Xingdao Great Forest, everyone began to become cautious, especially in the mixed area. The exploration in front was usually carried out by Douluo. After all, he was a titled Douluo and had a stronger perception ability. Grandpa Niagao took Yang Podi to the center of the team, mainly to play a protective role. Yang Podi entered the mixed area again and did see a lot of good soul beasts, some of which were even the best among soul beasts. Unfortunately, they were basically soul beasts within 30,000 years, and Yang Podi really looked down on them. When the 5 people entered the core area of the Xingdao Great Forest, Yang Podi clearly felt the change in the atmosphere. The energy in the air seemed to become more concentrated, and the 5 people were attacked by various soul beasts from time to time. These soul beasts were basically more than 30,000 years old and very powerful. The entire core area is only 200 kilometers in radius, but in just one day, the group encountered 4 soul beasts over 30,000 years old. And even one reached 50,000 years old. Especially the strong soul power fluctuations in the air. If it weren't too dangerous around here, it is estimated that this is a holy place where many soul masters practice, and the speed of soul power improvement should be much stronger than outside. The plan of the group is to help Yang Podi find the 5th soul ring in the outer area of the core area first, and then slowly go deeper to find the 9th soul ring of the other 2. After all, the outer area is relatively safe. At night, everyone gathered together, leaving only one person to keep watch, and the others rested on the spot. However, the one who kept watch was only one of the 2 titled Douluo. I don't know if it's too lucky this time. In the past, it took a lot of time to find soul beasts every time. Last time, it even took more than a month for the iron-feathered tiger eagle. And this time, I encountered a very good soul beast on the 2nd day, a 35,000-year-old diamond mammoth. The diamond mammoth is one of the most defensive soul beasts, and its strength is very good. However, every time Yang Podi thought of Huyan Hun's iron-headed image, he still didn't like it very much, so the group had to look for it again. I don't know if it's too lucky. After leaving the diamond mammoth, they actually encountered a huge 2-headed swift-wind demon wolf. This 2-headed swift-wind demon wolf was more than 20 meters long and looked very strong. According to the estimated age, it should be a 76,000-year-old 2-headed swift-wind demon wolf. The 2-headed swift-wind demon wolf is very strong, with very good speed and strength. It is one of the favorite soul beasts of many strong attacking soul masters, especially since the 2-headed swift-wind demon wolf in front of him is still alone, which makes it easier to deal with. After some communication, the second grandfather Yang Wudi was very satisfied with this 2-headed swift-wind demon wolf and planned to use it as his 9th soul ring. The 2-headed swift-wind demon wolf is extremely fast, especially in the starred out Great Forest, and will be more familiar with the environment of the starred out Great Forest. If you can't get it in one shot, it will be easy for it to run away. The 5 people formulated the tactics of hunting souls, and then decided that Douluo would go to secretly poison it, and then everyone would go forward to besiege it together. As long as the 2-headed swift-wind demon wolf was poisoned, it would be difficult to run away. In the end, the poisoning tactic was very successful. The 2-headed wind demon wolf was poisoned. The silver-gray 2-headed wind demon wolf turned green after being poisoned. After discovering the poisoning, the 2-headed wind demon wolf howled fiercely, as if it felt very angry. It was actually poisoned, and after being poisoned, the whole body was in great pain. There was even a hint of fear in his howl. Yang Wudi, Yang Wudi, Niagao, and Douluo took the opportunity to attack the 2-headed wind demon wolf. 4 of them took one direction each to prevent the 2-headed wind demon wolf from escaping. The one who confronted it head-on was the second grandfather Yang Wudi, and the grandfather Niagao blocked its retreat to prevent it from making a final desperate attack. Yang Wudi and Douluo besieged it from the left and right sides. Even though it was besieged by 4 people, the 2-headed wind demon wolf was not timid at all. Instead, it took the initiative to attack, which shows how strong a 2-headed wind demon wolf itself is. However, the 4 besieged people were also very powerful. Basically, they were 4 titled Douluo-level warriors. Especially the second grandfather Yang Wudi, who directly activated his martial soul body. A huge human figure appeared in the sky, holding a very huge soul-breaking spear in his hand, with soul rings flashing on his body. He raised the soul-breaking spear and stabbed the two-headed wind wolf directly. This attack seemed to be able to pierce through everything, and directly pierced a huge wound on the two-headed wind wolf, and even the whole body was almost pierced. Seeing that the two-headed wind wolf was seriously injured, the others also stepped up their attacks. After being poisoned, the two-headed wind wolf was greatly affected in both speed and strength. Its strength was basically less than half of its usual strength, and it even had to endure pain to fight. The result can be imagined. After a while, the two-headed wind wolf was lying on the ground, dying, but there seemed to be endless unwillingness in its eyes, and at the same time, there was endless pain. I don't know if it was caused by the wound or the poison. The next step is to absorb the soul ring, which is the most important. You can't be disturbed during this period. Second grandfather Yang Wudi used his soul power to drag the dying two-headed swift wind demon wolf. Niagao held Yang Podi's hand, and the five of them quickly left the place. Niagao saw that Yang Podi seemed a little puzzled, so he explained, "Our battle just now is quite intense. I'm afraid that many soul beasts around can hear it. If we absorb the soul ring here, it may attract attacks from other soul beasts, and just now, this two-headed swift wind demon wolf made a continuous howl, which may be calling for its companions, so we'd better stay away from this place." The five people walked quickly to the mixed area of the Xingdao Great Forest until they found a relatively safe place and stopped. Douluo set up poison arrays all around, and the three of them guarded three directions respectively to prevent other soul beasts from attacking. Second grandfather Yang Wudi gave the dying two-headed swift wind wolf the final blow and prepared to absorb the spirit ring. However, this spirit ring is as old as 76,000 years, and it takes a long time to absorb it. He must adjust his body to the best condition. Yang Podi was a little bored, so he went to the center alone to dissect the body of the two-headed swift wind wolf. Under normal circumstances, if it is a team soul hunting, the body needs to be processed by everyone at the end, mainly to prevent the phenomenon of uneven distribution of spoils, especially if the team is asked to hunt souls. The body belongs to the soul hunting team. For example, the spirit hall. The spirit masters of the spirit hall can apply to assist in hunting spirit rings, but they need to make great contributions to the spirit hall, and the bodies and even the spirit bones obtained after hunting spirit rings belong to the spirit hall. Some families have similar plans. The family helps to hunt spirit rings, and except for the spirit rings, everything else belongs to the family, which can also be regarded as increasing the family's heritage. But Yang Podi can't care so much. He is surrounded by people he trusts very much. Even Douluo has a close relationship with him. But this time, his luck was really good. I don't know if this two-headed swift wind demon wolf suffered too much pain after being poisoned, but a left leg bone appeared. The left leg bone of the 76,000-year-old two-headed swift wind demon wolf is the best among soul bones. It is much older than the soul bones awarded in the Soul Master competition, and it can even be said to be not inferior to the inherited soul bones of the Haotian Sect. Yang Podi took advantage of his young age and directly collected this soul bone, causing the three people around him to laugh. But when Grandpa Yang Wudi saw this situation, he was speechless, and looked at Douluo and Niagao very embarrassedly, not knowing how to explain to these two old friends. His grandson is too devilish. Chapter 103 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Second grandfather Yang Wudi took a whole day to absorb this soul ring. After all, it was a soul ring of 76,000 years, and it was considered a top grade one. During this period, several soul beasts came to attack, probably because they smelled the blood of the Gale wolf. However, they were not too old and were not suitable for the soul rings of the two. In the end, they were all scared away by Douluo's poison formation, which was a close call. After second grandfather Yang Wudi absorbed the soul ring, his soul power reached level 91, and a title Douluo officially appeared in the Podi clan. After Yang Wudi absorbed the soul ring, he looked at the body of the Gale wolf, which had turned green. Especially since the body had been dissected, this was too inconsistent with the rules of the Soul Master world, right? Before Yang Wudi could speak, Yang Wudi spoke first. Second brother, let's go first. Now we need to find out if there are any spirit rings suitable for me and Podi. Yang Wudi was a little speechless. Brother, where's the body of the Gale demon wolf? How come it was disposed of so quickly? Niagao on the side said with a smile, you have to ask your good grandson about this. Congratulations, Brother Wudi, for obtaining a 76,000-year-old Gale demon wolf's left leg spirit bone. Yang Wudi understood it a little bit and realized that he was very lucky this time. He actually obtained a piece of the Gale Demon Wolf's left leg spirit bone. Unfortunately, he didn't even see its shadow now, and it was taken away by his grandson. After hearing this, Yang Wudi was speechless for a while. He still knew Yang Podi's character. If any good thing fell into his hands, he would probably not even see its shadow. For example, the last time in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Yang Zhenshin and Yang Podi must have obtained a lot of good things in it, but now the two insisted that they didn't get anything, and they took out some good things from time to stimulate themselves. However, although Yang Wudi was depressed, he still followed everyone to continue looking for soul beasts, which was the top priority now. However, in the next few days, they did not find any powerful soul beasts, nor did they find any suitable soul beasts. When the 5 people were resting in an open space at night, they seemed to hear a huge earth-shaking sound, and the whole earth was shaking. Nia Gao pulled Yang Podi without saying a word and hid in the woods with everyone. As a result, they found that the one walking on the road was actually a huge Titan ape. The Titan ape was tens of meters tall, and its whole body was like dark granite. There were even a few golden lines on its body, especially the exploding muscles, which seemed to be full of infinite power. The 5 people at the scene swallowed their saliva. It was the Titan ape Erming who walked over, and in this Xingdao great forest, for Erming, it was like being at home. As for those high-age soul beasts they saw, as long as they heard the sound of Erming's action, they all ran away. This is the status of the forest overlord. Yang Podi couldn't help but say to his grandfather, "Grandpa, what do you think of this Titan ape? Why don't we let it be your 9th spirit ring?" Yang Wudi was speechless for a while, just rolled his eyes at Yang Podi, and then the few of them quietly left the woods. Yang Podi was also speechless. Why was his grandfather so afraid of this Titan ape? Logically speaking, with 3 tidal Douluo now, plus Douluo's poison, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a mere Titan ape. Moreover, in the original novel, Bidong also used poison to deal with the Titan ape and the Azure Bull Python. Why was his grandfather so timid and didn't dare to fight? You know, 100,000-year spirit beast must produce spirit bones, and 100,000-year spirit bones are priceless. I remember that in the entire Douluo 1, there were only 700,000-year spirit rings before Tang Sen, namely Tang Chen, Jin Dao Liu, Poseidon, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Tang Hao and Bidong, among which Bidong alone had 200,000-year spirit rings. Another day passed, and the 5 people went to a stream to wait, and then saw many soul beasts coming to drink water, and even some were 70,000 to 80,000 years old, but they were still not as good as the 2 people wanted. That afternoon, while the 5 people were searching, they seemed to hear the earth-shaking sound of fighting in the distance, and even a strange roar, and they couldn't tell what kind of soul beast it was. The 5 people looked at each other and immediately walked towards the direction of the battle. When the 5 people came to the place of the battle, they saw that a large forest had been razed to the ground, and 2 huge soul beasts were fighting. One of them was a huge gorilla with a height of more than 30 meters. In particular, this gorilla had golden hair all over its body, which should be the legendary King Kong gorilla. The King Kong gorilla belongs to the soul beast of the gorilla class, but it is much stronger than the ordinary powerful gorilla. According to legend, it is not weaker than the Titan giant ape. And looking at the King Kong gorilla in front of him, it is more than 30 meters tall. According to the age, it should have reached about 80,000 years. The soul beast that fought with the King Kong gorilla was relatively small, more like a reptile soul beast. This soul beast should be 20 meters long, a dragon-type soul beast, but this dragon has a huge horn on its head. This is a one-horned Tyrannosaurus rex, and judging from its age, it should be around 40,000 years old, or even less than 40,000 years old. The 40,000-year-old one-horned Tyrannosaurus rex fought against the 80,000-year-old King Kong gorilla. Unexpectedly, the one-horned Tyrannosaurus rex actually had a slight advantage, while the King Kong gorilla was relatively more injured. The 5 people were also stunned when they saw this scene. They did not expect the fighting power of these 2 soul beasts to be so strong. The entire forest was razed to the ground, and various large pits appeared on the surface, which was obviously the result of the battle between the 2 soul beasts. Yang Podi quickly looked at his grandfather. "Grandpa, what do you think of this King Kong gorilla? Is it suitable for your 9th soul ring?" Grandpa Yang Wudi seemed to understand. "Podi, what do you think of this unicorn Tyrannosaurus? Can it still meet your requirements? The two looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Obviously, they were very satisfied with this soul beast. Then the few people discussed it. In view of the fact that the two soul beasts were very powerful, it would be very difficult to fight them rashly. In the end, it was decided that Douluo would secretly poison them. But this time the poison was not the kind of deadly toxin, but the kind of chronic toxin with paralysis, and this toxin was very hidden and difficult to detect. The toolman Douluo was speechless for a while, and finally had no choice but to secretly go to poison. As the battle between the two soul beasts on the scene became more and more intense, the injuries on their bodies became more and more. Unexpectedly, the two soul beasts became more and more violent, and they seemed to be unable to control themselves and fought unconsciously. This was the poison that Douluo had used. This poison could make the two soul beasts gradually lose consciousness until they were exhausted. After half a day, when the battle between the two soul beasts began to slow down, Niugao arranged Yang Podi in a hidden place. Then the four of them looked at each other and quickly flew towards the two soul beasts, with very clear goals. Douluo and Yang Wudi attacked the huge King Kong gorilla, while Yang Wushuang and Niugao attacked the unicorn Tyrannosaurus. The four of them quickly summoned their martial spirits, especially after Douluo summoned his green phosphorus snake king. The entire battlefield seemed to be covered by a layer of green poison. Niugao relied on his strong defense to deal with the unicorn Tyrannosaurus. The power of this unicorn Tyrannosaurus was extremely exaggerated. Even in terms of strength alone, it was no less than that of a soul beast of the 100,000-year level, but it was facing Niugao, the strongest defense-type titled Douluo, and had no advantage in terms of strength. The two grandfathers simultaneously used their martial souls, transformed into huge phantoms, holding the soul-breaking spears, and stabbed the two soul beasts directly. In the end, the battle was very fast. Since the two soul beasts had already fought a battle before and were a little exhausted, it was very easy for the four to win. At this time on the battlefield, the King Kong gorilla had been stabbed to death by Grandpa Yang Wudi, and the unicorn Tyrannosaurus also seemed to be dying, and it was obvious that it would not live long. Seeing this, Yang Podi also quickly came to the two soul beasts. However, at this time, Grandpa Niugao still spoke again. Podi, you have to think about it. This soul beast is 40,000 years old, and the soul ring energy is probably very strong. Grandpa, don't worry, with my physical strength, it should be no problem to absorb this 40,000-year-old unicorn Tyrannosaurus. Seeing this, Niugao no longer stopped him. This time, the place where the soul ring was absorbed was not moved, mainly because the battle was too intense, and the soul beasts around were scared away. In addition, there was one more titled Douluo than last time, which means that there were 3 titled Douluo guarding the law, so there shouldn't be any major changes. Douluo set up a poison array around him just like last time, and the 3 of them were stationed in 3 different positions. Yang Podi summoned his martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, and stabbed the eyes of the unicorn Tyrannosaurus directly. The unicorn Tyrannosaurus died immediately, and a black soul ring appeared on its body, and this black soul ring looked very deep. Yang Podi and his grandfather Yang Wudi looked at each other, and then they began to absorb their own soul rings. Yang Podi guided the soul ring to his body according to the method of absorbing soul rings. Unexpectedly, although it was also painful to absorb the soul ring this time, the degree of pain was not as much as when he absorbed the iron feather tiger eagle. Even if the soul was shaken, it was much easier to deal with than last time. However, it took Yang Podi 8 hours to absorb this soul ring. After 8 hours, Yang Podi felt comfortable all over, his soul power seemed to have increased a lot, and his physical fitness also improved significantly again. Especially when he looked inward in his mind, the silver-white giant in his mind seemed to be stronger, and the soul-breaking spear was also more powerful. Yang Podi summoned his own martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, which seemed to have become heavier, estimated to be more than 2,000 pounds. According to Yang Podi's own estimation, due to the silver-level second awakening of his main martial soul, both his physical fitness and mental strength were much stronger. Moreover, after absorbing the soul ring this time, his soul power reached level 53, which was considered to be a true intermediate soul master, and he had the power to protect himself when walking outside. It is estimated that now his physical strength and soul strength have reached the soul saint level, especially the whole body martial soul. With a second silver level awakening, his mental strength can also be enhanced simultaneously. No wonder in later generations, the whole body martial soul is the best among the main martial souls. Yang Podi looked at the three people guarding around him, as well as his grandfather who was absorbing the spirit ring. It seemed that his grandfather was in great pain absorbing this spirit ring. Fortunately, he did not force the Titan ape to do so. Yang Podi took out the tools again and began to dissect the two spirit beasts. Of course, this also attracted the attention of the three people around him. However, I don't know if it was because of good luck, but the two spirit beasts actually had two spirit bones. Among them, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had a left arm spirit bone, and the King Kong orangutan had a right arm spirit bone. Seeing this, Yang Podi was speechless. Isn't it said that spirit bones can only appear once in 10,000? How come 3 spirit bones appeared when his group of people hunted 3 spirit beasts? What kind of luck is this? However, it is said that when a spirit beast is extremely tortured, its resentment will reach its extreme, and the probability of producing spirit bones will be much higher. Could it be that Douluo's poison will make the spirit beast extremely painful? Chapter 104. Something happened. Yang Podi collected both soul bones, and was speechless. This time, he hunted 3 soul beasts and obtained a 70,000-year-old left leg soul bone of the Gale Wolf, an 80,000-year-old right arm soul bone of the King Kong orangutan, and a 40,000-year-old left arm soul bone of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Moreover, these 3 soul bones are considered to be top-quality soul bones by the outside world. Their high quality has exceeded many people's imagination. They can be sold for at least tens of millions of gold soul coins at any auction house, or even more. These 3 soul bones are in different parts of the body. According to this pattern, one soul hunt can collect half of its own soul bones. Unfortunately, the age is relatively low. Yang Podi still looks down on it. After all, he has twin martial spirits. Wouldn't it be better to get a full body of 100,000-year soul bones? Yang Podi couldn't help thinking, according to this situation, in the future, he would call Douluo to hunt all soul beasts. All soul beasts were poisoned half to death by Douluo. If he hunted again, would the probability of getting soul bones be much higher? Yang Podi thought carefully for a while, took out the 40,000-year-old unicorn Tyrannosaurus left arm soul bone from the soul guide, and walked over to hand it to Douluo. After all, Douluo had no relationship with him. Although the two families had a good relationship, he still made a lot of efforts in this soul hunting. Although favors can be maintained sometimes, one cannot lack interests for one's allies. After all, interests are the basis for maintaining favors. Douluo was speechless when he received the soul bone. This little pixie who actually had the time to spit out what was in his mouth. Moreover, this soul bone was exploded when Yang Podi absorbed the soul ring, which would be of great use to Yang Podi. Second grandfather Yang Wudi looked at Yang Podi's actions and nodded with a little relief. Grandpa Niagao was a little speechless. It was thanks to him that he had protected his little grandson all the way, but he didn't give him a soul bone. However, thinking that he was promoted to the title Douluo with the treasures given by his little grandson, he felt a little embarrassed. Time seemed to pass very slowly in the Xingdao Great Forest. It took Grandpa Yang Wudi 30 hours to absorb the spirit ring of the King Kong gorilla, which made Yang Podi begin to doubt his life. When Yang Wudi finished absorbing the spirit ring, the 2 corpses in front of him had been dissected. He thought it was his grandson's doing again, and he was speechless. When everyone was about to leave the Xingdao Great Forest, they were stopped by Yang Podi. Grandpas, wait a minute, can we start our plan? Second Grandpa Yang Wudi was speechless. We are still walking in the core area of the Great Forest. There is no need to start so early. Second Grandpa, since we are going to do it, let's be more real. If we meet someone along the way, won't we be exposed? Second Grandpa thought for a while before speaking. Okay, let's start here. Douluo and Grandpa Niagao on the side were confused. They didn't know what Yang Podi meant. Yang Wudi sat on the ground, took out a pill from his body, and swallowed it directly. Then, after the elixir entered his body, Yang Wudi gradually fell to the ground, and even stopped breathing and heartbeat, and his soul power disappeared. Yang Podi took out a knife and cut the clothes on his second grandfather into tatters, as if he had experienced a war. Then, he took a lot of blood from the gorilla and sprinkled it all over Yang Wudi's body, and even messed up his hair. The whole person looked like he had experienced a war and died. Yang Podi seemed to think of something again, walked to his grandfather, and also cut his clothes with a knife, leaving many cuts and smearing a lot of blood. Then he pulled Douluo and Niagao, who were confused next to him, over and treated them. Grandpa Niagao couldn't help but say, "Podi, what on earth are you trying to do, Grandpa?" The Po Yu clan suddenly had two titled Douluo, which is really a bit of a big tree attracting wind. So we decided to have my second grandfather pretend to be attacked and killed by a soul beast, so it won't be so obvious. Niagao couldn't help swallowing, and then said to Yang Wudi, "Old goat, how could you come up with such an idea?" Yang Wudi was also speechless for a while. "Old rhino, this idea was not mine, it was your good grandson who thought of it." Yang Podi felt that it was still not enough, so he said to the others, Grandpa, Senior Dugu, this time we came to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt for soul rings. Originally, a group of people tried their best to kill an 80,000-year-old King Kong gorilla. When my grandfather was absorbing the soul ring, he was attacked crazily by a titan giant ape. In order to protect my grandfather from absorbing the soul ring, my second grandfather fought to the death with a titan giant ape at the risk of his life, and unfortunately died in the battle. It is said that this titan ape and the King Kong gorilla have a very good relationship. Many people saw these two soul beasts playing together. I wonder if they are a family, Titan Ape or Ming? King Kong gorilla? Dugubo and grandfather Niagao were speechless and couldn't help complaining. How can you tell that this Titan Ape and the King Kong gorilla are related? You are too cunning, aren't you? However, neither of them objected. After all, the relationship was there, and basic secrets could still be kept, especially since Dugubo had just received a soul bone. The two had no choice but to let Yang Podi fiddle with their bodies. Originally, the group had basically no effort, and no one was injured. As a result, after Yang Podi dressed them up, they all looked like seriously injured and defeated soldiers. After the scene was handled, Yang Podi still cleaned up the bodies of the two soul beasts separately. Grandpa, let's go back now. Yang Wudi seemed a little surprised. Podi, several of us have been dressed up like this. Do you have to dress up too? Yang Podi looked at the two people around him who were gloating, and couldn't help but roll his eyes at his grandfather. Grandpa, this time we hunted the 80,000-year-old soul beast King Kong orangutan, and fought against the 100,000-year-old soul beast Titan giant ape. Do you think I can participate in this level of battle? If I have wounds on my body, it will arouse other people's suspicion. Yang Wudi choked for a moment, but after thinking about it carefully, what you said made too much sense. Finally, after some communication, Niagao pulled Yang Podi, and Yang Wudi carried Yang Wushuang's bloody body on his back and walked out of the walking forest quickly. When the group arrived at the soul hunting town outside the Xingdao Great Forest, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Dugubo is a guest official of the Xiandao Empire, and many people have seen what he looks like. Judging from the current situation of the 5 people, there should be something wrong with this soul hunting, and as a result, some people died in the battle. Especially the appearance of the 5 people attracted countless people's attention. Yang Wudi didn't pay attention to the expressions of the people around him, and he carried his brother on his back and quickly returned to the Po Yi clan. Then, rumors spread all over the continent, and according to what the on-site personnel saw, they were said in a very orderly manner. As a result, the news finally spread to all major forces and shocked the world. The specific news is as follows: Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Po Yi clan, broke through to the title Douluo, and invited Dugubo, the poison Douluo, and Niagao, the patriarch of the Yui clan, to go to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt soul rings. A group of people tried their best to hunt an 80,000-year-old King Kong gorilla. As a result, when Yang Wudi absorbed the soul ring, King Kong gorilla's friend Titan Giant Ape came. Yang Wushuang fought Titan Giant Ape to protect his brother from absorbing the soul ring, and unfortunately died in the battle. At this time, the Po Yi clan was now covered with white cloth, and it was obvious that they were preparing for a funeral. At the same time, it was rumored that Yang Wudi planned to organize everyone to hunt down the Titan Ape together, intending to avenge his brother. In short, after hearing the news, the major forces had different attitudes. Many of them arranged people to come to mourn, and Yang Pingan and Yang Xianayu cried. However, no matter which force, they dared not underestimate the Po Yi clan anymore. The patriarch of the Po Yi clan, Yang Wudi, was originally famous for his strong attack power. Now he has broken through to the title Douluo, and his strength is probably even more amazing. The Spirit Hall invited Yang Wudi to go to the Douluo Hall to accept the canonization, but Yang Wudi temporarily declined on the pretext that his brother died and he had a problem with his mentality. At the same time, He also said that he would go to the Douluo Hall as soon as possible to accept the canonization. Grandpa Niagao also adopted the same strategy, temporarily declining on the grounds that the family affairs were too busy, and would find time to go later. Wuhan City, Pope Hall. Pope Bibidong sat on the throne, and below him stood the elders of the Spirit Hall. Bibidong asked the people below, "What is the attitude of Niagao and Yang Wudi now? Have they said when they will come to our Spirit Hall to be canonized?" Zhu Daoluo, who was in the lead below, said, "Your Holiness, Niagao and Yang Wudi both said that they were busy with family affairs and could not come to Douluo Hall to be canonized for the time being. However, they also stated that they would come to Douluo Hall as soon as possible after their family affairs were settled. They also stated that they would come to Douluo Hall within 5 years. 5 years? It actually takes 5 years? Are these two people looking down on our Spirit Hall? I didn't expect that their momentary kindness would lead to letting the tiger go back to the mountain." Zhu Daoluo seemed a little hesitant, and finally spoke, "Your Holiness, the deputy patriarch of the Po Yi clan, Yang Wudi, died in battle. The two clans may be affected by this incident. It is said that Yang Wudi plans to organize people to seek revenge on the Titan giant ape." Yang Wudi himself also said that if the Spirit Hall is willing to help him hunt the Titan giant ape, he is willing to come to the Spirit Hall immediately to be canonized. Niagao seems to mean the same thing. Hearing this, everyone at the scene fell silent. If this Titan ape was so easy to hunt, it would not have lived so long. Bibidong on the throne also fell into deep thought. This Titan ape was her own goal. How could she send people to help Yang Wudi to hunt it? Moreover, hunting the Titan ape would consume too much manpower, and it might even expose the strength of the Spirit Hall. It would not be worth the loss. Finally, Bibidong said, 5 years, I hope to see Yang Wudi and Niagao come to the Spirit City within 5 years. The other ones who were most affected were the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect originally had 2 Daulus in one sect, and was considered a hegemon in the Xiandao Empire. In terms of strength, it was already the #1 sect in the world. Now 2 titled Daulus have emerged from the 4 families with the same surname, and the Po Yi clan and the Yu clan are relatives. The advantage is not as obvious as before. Fortunately, these 2 families are very low-key now, as if the outside world does not want to ask about anything. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was even more depressed. Although it was still one of the top 3 clans, it only had one titled Daoluo, Yuanzhen, to support it. The family had spent countless efforts to train another titled Daoluo, but in the end, there was no sign of him. On the contrary, the Po Yi clan and the Yu clan suddenly had 2 titled Daulus. The reputation of the top 3 clans would be greatly affected in the future. Chapter 105, Beginning of Training. After Yang Podi returned to his family, he was thinking about how to develop and train in the future. This time, he went to the starred out Great Forest to hunt soul beasts, and the results were very good. He not only obtained a top-grade soul ring, but also 3 soul bones. One of the 3 soul bones has been given to Douluo, which is considered as a reward for Douluo's hard work and also a hush money. As for the other 2 soul bones, when his grandfather visited, Yang Podi and his grandfathers Yang Wudi, Yang Wudi, Yang Zhenshin and Niagao gathered in the secret room, and the soul bones were directly given to the 2 grandfathers to absorb. After all, the soul ring and soul bone from the same soul beast will have a greater effect. As for his grandfather, he directly asked his father to give him a 10,000-year-old spiritual grass, which was considered as a thank you to his grandfather. However, Yang Podi also repeatedly emphasized that this spiritual grass is best eaten by Niameng's father. As for Niameng, he is still in the learning process and should not be improved too much suddenly. Of course, he also tactfully stated that he would provide Niameng with other things in the future. This time, Yang Podi went to the starred out Great Forest to hunt soul beasts, and he gained a lot. In addition to these 3 soul bones, Yang Podi himself also improved to level 53, and also obtained a good soul skill. The 5th soul skill, Tyrannosaurus Destruction Strike. When the soul skill is used, swing the soul-breaking spear to cause a powerful attack at a distance, just like the collision of the horn of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, causing great damage to the enemy and breaking armor. Long-range attack. Each use consumes 10% of soul power. In addition, the physical strength seems to have become much stronger, and the strength has increased a lot. Even if you use a 2000 Jin soul-breaking spear, you can still do it with ease. In view of the fact that his strength has reached the Soul King realm, Yang Podi does not plan to go to Xiandao Royal Academy to study. In Xiandao Royal Academy, basically nothing can be learned, and simply exercising the body has no effect. However, Xiandao Royal Academy still has some things to explain clearly, and the team that he has carefully cultivated cannot be taken advantage of by others. When Yang Podi returned to Xiandao Royal Academy, he directly found the 3 teaching committee members. 3 members of the education committee. I plan to take a 3-year leave to go out and gain experience. Now in Xiandao Royal Academy, the basic training is no longer useful to me. The 3 members of the education committee are all Soul Douluo level masters, and they naturally understand that staying at home to train blindly will not make you a real master. Moreover, Yang Podi has good strength and background. He's from the Po Hun clan, so they arranged some experience for Yang Podi. In the end, they had to agree to Yang Podi's request for leave. The 3 members of the education committee also stated that Yang Podi would still be in charge of the second team of Xiandao Royal Academy, and others would not interfere, nor should they interfere. After meeting the 3 members of the education committee, Yang Podi organized all his team members to meet. When seeing these teammates who he had been with day and night, Yang Podi still felt a little reluctant, but finally said, "Everyone, I plan to go out for training for a while. I have already asked for leave from the 3 teaching committee members, and this time the leave will be for 3 years. During the time when I'm away, Ping'an and Sister Yan will be in charge of all the affairs of the team. I hope that when I come back, the strength of all of you will have been greatly improved. Before the next Soul Master competition, if anyone has not reached the Soul Master realm, I will definitely give him an indelible lesson." Yang Ping'an seemed to be a little serious and spoke, "Brother, why do you want to go out for training, Ping'an? With my current soul power realm, whether it is in a simulated environment or ordinary weight-bearing training, the improvement on me is very limited. Even a life and death fight in the great soul fighting arena will not give me any pressure. This time I plan to go to the Soul Beast Forest for training, and improve myself through some life and death fights with soul beasts." Yang Podi looked at everyone who seemed a little puzzled, so he had to continue speaking. "For a soul master, what can really improve is the experience between life and death. Your soul power level is still very low now. When all of you are soul masters, I will also take you to the Soul Beast Forest for experience." Yang Podi also explained some of the concerns about the training, including some auxiliary training matters, and also told teacher Li Xiang. After everyone dispersed, Yang Podi, Du Yan and Yang Ping'an gathered together. "Ping'an, Sister Yan, regarding the training, I would like to trouble you two to help me keep an eye on it. If anyone interferes with the training, Sister Yan will handle it. If the other party is particularly difficult, please ask Senior Douluo to come out and help." If Douluo came forward, the people from Xiandao Royal Academy should not dare to touch their team at will. "Ping'an, you will focus on the medicinal bath and the physical condition of everyone. You should focus on the amount of training for everyone." Yang Ping'an also nodded. After all, he is a member of the Po Hun clan and is very familiar with medicinal baths. After Yang Podi arranged everything, he stayed with Yi Lingling. After a while of affection, Yi Lingling seemed a little reluctant. "Podi, can you not go to practice? You are going to be away for such a long time this time. I feel a little scared." "Lingling, you should understand that if I want to become stronger, I can't do without practice. Don't worry, I will be safe this time." "Then Podi, how about I go with you? With me to help you treat, your practice should be much better." "Silly girl, if you go with me, then what kind of practice is it for me? This time I plan to go to the Sunset Forest first. It's too dangerous for you to go with me." Yang Podi looked at Yi Lingling's reluctant expression, and finally gritted his teeth and left. He is just a little soul king now. Only through countless practices and countless fights can he become a real strong man and face the crisis in the future. After Yang Podi said goodbye to everyone, he left Xiandao Royal Academy alone. The first place for this training was the Sunset Forest, mainly to train myself to face danger independently and to train my ability to fight between life and death. The soul-breaking spear is an offensive and killing martial spirit. Only through fighting, endless fighting, can I become stronger. The battlefield is the best mimic environment for the soul-breaking spear martial spirit. The Sunset Forest is a natural battlefield, where there are countless soul beasts to fight with, to exercise my various abilities, and even to exercise my mental strength through long-term mental tension. When Yang Podi came to the soul hunting town, the people around him seemed to have strange eyes. Especially when Yang Podi entered the sunset forest alone, it seemed that many people were thinking about something. Seeing that Yang Podi was less than 20 years old, he dared to enter the sunset forest alone, and Yang Podi didn't carry any baggage on his body, which showed that he had his soul guide on him. I don't know which big family's children dared to enter the sunset forest alone for training. But Yang Podi couldn't take care of so much, and couldn't think so far, just walked into the sunset forest alone. Entering the sunset forest alone is indeed completely different from the past. One needs to observe all the surroundings, whether there are soul beasts around, and whether there is danger. One even needs to consider how to deal with danger, and what emergency measures to take when encountering sneak attacks. In short, a person's experience is completely different from the experience brought by his father. There is no one to back him up here, and no one will protect him. Everything depends on himself. In the soul beast forest, the most dangerous things are often people, and the calculations of various people. When Yang Podi entered the sunset forest for only 3 hours, there seemed to be some noise behind him. Sure enough, 5 people caught up with him in a short while. The leader was a gloomy old man, who looked quite old, and the other 4 were middle-aged men. Judging from their attire, they looked a bit like the group of mercenaries encountered at the entrance of the sunset forest. Yang Podi carefully observed the soul power of the 5 people. The old man in the lead was a soul king, and there was also a soul king and 3 soul lords among the 4 team members. It seemed that their strength was pretty good. The 5 men followed Yang Podi at a high speed, and then surrounded him from 5 directions, apparently intending to rob him. Yang Podi spoke without any emotion. 5 of you, you look like a mercenary group. I don't have anything to hire you for, please leave. The old man in the lead spoke directly. Little friend, don't say that, our mercenary group is still very strong. As long as you pay the price, we can help you hunt the spirit ring you want. I don't know how to calculate the price, just all the money you have on you, little friend. Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. If you want to rob, just come directly, don't find such a high-sounding reason, little friend, we only want money and property now. If we take action, it will not be as simple as just taking money and property. 2 soul kings, 3 soul sects, I want to see what will happen if you take action, little friend. Don't be ungrateful. We are. Before the old man could finish speaking, Yang Podi summoned his own martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, and shot directly at the old man in the lead. The old man didn't seem to expect Yang Podi to take the initiative to attack, and he hastily summoned his martial spirit to resist. The old man's martial spirit is a mantis, especially his hands, which are like sickles. However, when he used his mantis arms to block Yang Podi's shot, the shot actually sent out extremely powerful force, instantly piercing his arm, and the man was stabbed directly. Seeing this, the old man in the lead showed a look of fear on his face. He didn't expect that the young man's strength was so strong that he was stabbed before his spirit ring came out. Especially the shot just now, the power was much stronger than his own. Everyone come together, he is just a young boy. Upon hearing this, the other 4 people immediately summoned their martial spirits and attacked Yang Podi together. Yang Podi glanced at the 4 people. The 5 people in the group were actually beast spirits. Except for the old man in the lead whose martial spirit was a mantis, the martial spirits of the other 4 people were rats, leopards, black bears and mandrake snakes. However, the 5 people's soul rings were relatively poor. None of them had a 10,000-year soul ring, and even 2 of them were white first soul rings. Yang Podi couldn't help but complain in his heart, with such strength, they dared to rob? I'm afraid they are here to deliver food, right? Yang Podi had no mercy on such robbers. He waved the soul-breaking spear, ignoring the 4 people around him, and stabbed the old man in the lead. The old man in the lead used his soul skills to resist, but Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear at this time had reached 2,000 pounds. Even ordinary attacks were stronger than many people's 100-year soul skills. And this shot was a spear technique, directly hitting the dragon. Moreover, Yang Podi used all his strength to directly break through the defense of the old man in the lead, and pierced his entire shoulder. After piercing his shoulder, Yang Podi pulled out the soul-breaking spear with his backhand, and then directly chopped the old man in half. The 4 people around saw this situation and were immediately scared. Their boss, a dignified soul king, couldn't even block a single move. But Yang Podi didn't care about that. He held the spear with both hands and stabbed the person next to him. A spear light shot out from the tip of the soul-breaking spear and pierced his throat directly. Then he attacked the other 3 people. The three wanted to escape, but Yang Podi was too fast. In just a few encounters, he killed the other three. Especially the last person, who escaped dozens of meters. Yang Podi directly took the soul-breaking spear and nailed the fleeing person to the ground like shooting a javelin. Yang Podi looked at the bodies of the 5 people and couldn't help shaking his head. These 5 people are too weak, they don't even have a little pressure. After looting the bodies of the 5 people, he continued to walk deep into the Sunset Forest. Chapter 106, Sunset Forest Training. In the following time, Yang Podi stayed alone in the Sunset Forest. But the thrilling degree in the Sunset Forest far exceeded Yang Podi's imagination. 10-year soul beasts can be seen almost everywhere, and there are also many 100-year soul beasts. Almost every day, several thousand-year soul beasts are encountered, and sometimes a 10,000-year soul beast is encountered every few days. For Yang Podi, who is in the Soul King stage, if he uses all his strength, it should not be difficult to kill a 10,000-year soul beast. But in the Sunset Forest, the most feared thing is to get hurt. Once injured, it will attract all kinds of strange soul beasts. In particular, many soul beasts are very sensitive to the smell of blood. Yang Podi has specially observed that after killing a 1,000-year soul beast, it attracted 400 or 500-year soul beasts in less than 10 minutes. Within an hour, 2,000-year level soul beasts were attracted, and even occasionally a 10,000-year soul beast was attracted. Yang Podi's plan is to fight 2,000-year level soul beasts or 500-year level soul beasts every day. Only through this kind of battle can you make yourself stronger. As for the 10,000-year level soul beasts, only when you feel that you have reached a bottleneck or cannot make progress, will you fight with soul beasts of this level. As for soul beasts above the 30,000-year level, you will hide far away every time you see them. Soul beasts of this level are no longer something a Soul King can deal with alone. Even if you can barely defeat a person, you will be injured. It is even more dangerous at night, especially after nightfall, when people's visibility will be much lower. But for some soul beasts, it is just the opposite. Some bat-like soul beasts basically like to come out at night, and there are also spider-like soul beasts or nether leopard-like soul beasts, who especially like to hunt at night. Especially some snake-type soul beasts, because snake-like soul beasts can hibernate, they are particularly good at hiding. Many of them hide in the bushes or grass, and they will be attacked you if you don't pay attention. In the past few months, Yang Podi has encountered many dangers, the most dangerous of which was being chased by a 50,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. The limbs of this human-faced demon spider are as sharp as spears, and it is extremely fast. It can crawl quickly regardless of any terrain, especially it can spit out silk. Once trapped by spider silk, it is very difficult to escape. Of course, in order to train in the Sunset Forest this time, Yang Podi tried not to use soul skills, so that he could save soul power and exercise his combat skills. What Yang Podi didn't know was that since leaving Shandao Royal Academy, the family has arranged for someone to follow him secretly. This person is the third elder of the family, Yang Wudi, and now his soul power is as high as level 83. His grandfather Yang Wudi had already explained clearly that unless Yang Podi was in danger of his life, he would not help. 3 months passed quickly. During these 3 months, Yang Podi experienced many life and death crises, and most of them were battles with 10,000-year soul beasts, accumulating a lot of combat experience. Especially in terms of gun skills, after countless life and death crises, his gun skills have become more fierce and more decisive. Because he stayed for a full 3 months, the whole look has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The whole body seemed to have become much thinner, probably because he had not rested for 3 consecutive months. After all, he was in the Sunset Forest, and even resting at night was replaced by meditation. However, both strength and speed have been improved a lot. Fighting each other can indeed make people progress faster. In fact, from the face, the originally slightly immature face has disappeared without a trace, but looks much more mature. A head of black hair was scattered on his head, and a bustling beard appeared on his chin. His eyes looked much sharper, like the eyes of a leopard, and seemed to be full of vigilance at any time. When Yang Podi came to the soul hunting town, his whole body seemed to emit a strange smell. After all, it had been 3 months since he had taken a serious bath or tasted the food seriously. In the Sunset Forest, Yang Podi did not dare to make a fire, and he ate some dry food or jerky prepared in advance. When he came to the soul hunting town, Yang Podi didn't care about the price or anything, and directly found a hotel to stay. Then, he happily took a bath, and then tidied his whole body, trimmed his hair, shaved his beard, and looked much younger and more handsome, turning back into a spirited young man. This time, Yang Podi did not go home, but came directly to Xiandao City. First, he went to the Power Clan and asked several elders of the Power Clan to make a lot of things, including several soul-breaking guns, a set of soft armor knee pads, and several swords, and even some other things, including claws, hammers, etc. In general, it looks a bit like a small arsenal, and the materials used to make these are all good metals, which are very valuable. They were bought from auction houses or from metal markets. Then, he bought all kinds of daily necessities, whether it was vegetables, fruits, meat, or food. He prepared a lot, and even prepared a lot of wine, which made the store owner think that Yang Podi was going to flee. In addition, he also bought a lot of clothes, shoes, etc. in Xiandao City. As long as it was daily necessities, he prepared a lot. After all the supplies were prepared, Yang Podi left Xiandao City directly and walked towards the north. This was Yang Podi's real destination for training this time. The previous training in the Sunset Forest was just for early adaptation. Yang Podi had only one destination, which was the Slaughter City. This was also the reason why Yang Podi tried to use soul skills as little as possible in the Sunset Forest, mainly to adapt to the environment in the Slaughter City where soul skills were prohibited in advance. Yang Podi had previously checked a lot of literature and knew the location of the entrance to the Slaughter City. The entrance to the Slaughter City was in a small town to the north of Xiandao City. This town was very hidden and could not be found on the map. Moreover, according to the map, the Slaughter City should have some transactions with the Wuhan Hall, otherwise the people in the Slaughter City could not come out. Who provided the supplies they needed inside? Even the simplest water and food would be consumed by the Slaughter City every day. This time, Yang Podi spent half a month searching and finally came to a very desolate town. There seemed to be no life in this town, and it was filled with dead silence everywhere. All the houses were very dilapidated, and they could even be said to be in ruins. But after entering this town, the atmosphere in the air also changed. Even though the sun was still shining in the sky, one could feel a chill, or a bit like death. After searching in the town, Yang finally found the only tavern in the town. At this time, there were many people sitting in the tavern, and it was estimated that there were about 10 people. However, the condition of these people was not very good, and they did not look like normal people at all. In particular, each of them looked hideous, and everyone seemed to exude a faint smell of blood. Obviously, everyone had a lot of lives, or in other words, everyone at the scene was a desperate criminal. Moreover, everyone at the scene had soul power fluctuations. Obviously, everyone at the scene was a soul master, and the soul power level was not very high. The highest was the appearance of a high-level soul king. When everyone saw Yang Podi enter the tavern, everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect that there would be such a young man running to such a place. Yang Podi ignored the gazes of others and found an empty seat to sit down. A waiter in black clothes came to Yang Podi's table. "Little boy, what do you want to order?" Yang Podi said expressionlessly. "Give me a glass of Bloody Mary." The waiter's face changed slightly. "Are you sure?" But Yang Podi's cold eyes swept over, and the waiter dared not say anything else and turned away. After a while, a glass of turbid liquid was brought up. The liquid was dark red and exuded a strong fishy smell, as pungent as blood. Yang Podi picked up the glass of Bloody Mary in front of him and smelled it carefully. Human blood? It also added Datura flower, poisonous dragon grass, two-life flower, nether leaf, Andrographus paniculata, heartbroken grass, seven-death flower. Not bad. This formula is really good. It has some effect. It is worthy of being called Bloody Mary. The people around were speechless. This seemed to be the first time someone had mentioned the formula of Bloody Mary, and the young man in front seemed to be very proficient in pharmacology. Yang Podi picked up the cup of Bloody Mary in front of him and drank it directly. He immediately felt that there seemed to be a subtle change in his body. The murderous aura on his body seemed to be getting stronger, and even his consciousness was a little lost. Yes, this Bloody Mary is really a good thing, but it's a pity that it is poisonous. For Yang Podi, who had already undergone ice and fire body refining, this little bit of poison was nothing. He drank this cup of Bloody Mary mainly to see how to crack it in the future. The Po Hun clan refines medicine and poisons. Basically, everyone is proficient in pharmacology and toxicology. Although Yang Podi has never refined medicine, He has mastered a lot of knowledge about refining medicine and is very familiar with pharmacology. Yang Podi ignored the strange looks of the people around him, but directly summoned his martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, and stabbed directly at the people nearby, piercing the unprepared people next to him. Then he waved the soul-breaking spear at the people around him. In less than 10 minutes, everyone on the scene, except the waiter, was killed by Yang Podi. After all the people on the scene were killed, the whole tavern was covered with blood, and even some corpse debris, like hell on earth. "Waiter, take me to the killing city." The waiter could never have imagined that Yang Podi, who looked ordinary, was actually a killer who killed everyone around him in an instant. Even the waiter himself felt that if he didn't do what Yang Podi did, he might be killed. Finally, the waiter took Yang Podi to the inside of the tavern and moved the table of the tavern, and a black hole appeared. But before Yang Podi could react, the soul power suddenly flashed in the air, and a figure suddenly appeared. This person was Yang Wudi, the third elder of the Poi clan. "Third elder, why are you here? Have you been following me?" Third elder Yang Wudi ignored Yang Podi's question. "Podi, what do you want to do? Where does this hole lead to?" "The killing city. This is the entrance to the killing city." The third elder's face suddenly changed. "Do you know where the killing city is? It is a hell on earth. It is precisely because it is a hell on earth that it is more suitable for me to practice. Don't worry, third elder, I will be back soon." Before the third elder could react, Yang Podi jumped directly into the black hole in front of him and disappeared in an instant, even completely beyond the perception range of the third elder. Seeing this, the third elder could only sigh and quickly left the tavern. Chapter 107, City of Killing. Yang Podi entered the black hole and entered a strange world. In this world, people's perception became very poor, and the surroundings became extremely dark. Yang Podi carefully felt the surrounding environment. At this time, he seemed to be in a passage. There seemed to be a road in front, but he could not perceive what was at the end of the road. Yang Podi did not care so much, but walked forward along the road directly. Finally, a light appeared in front of him, and then he entered a special world. This world seemed to be different from the previous Douluo Continent. The whole world was dark, and there seemed to be no light. There was a blood-red moon in the sky, and the moon emitted a blood-red light, illuminating the whole world. But because the light intensity of the moon was not strong, the whole world seemed very blurry. In this world, there seemed to be no breath of life in the air. It was full of dead silence everywhere, full of cold and biting breath, like hell. Then, a team of knights appeared in front of Yang Podi. All the personnel added up to a total of 101 people. One of them was dressed completely differently from the others. He should be their captain. The knights were all riding black horses, covered in black armor, even their weapons were black. The leading knight rode his horse and approached quickly, and stopped in front of Yang Podi. "Outsider, welcome to the City of Slaughter. To become a member of the City of Slaughter, you need to pass my test." Yang Podi's face was cold. "What test do you have?" "Defeat me." Before the leading knight could react, a soul-breaking spear appeared in Yang Podi's hand and stabbed directly at the knight in front of him. This stab seemed to have 1,000 pounds of force. The knight hurriedly used his weapon to resist, but the soul-breaking spear in front of him had a huge force, and it instantly attacked his defense. The tip of the spear was already against his neck, and it seemed that it could kill him at any time. "Don't bother me, you are too weak." Yang Podi ignored the knight, but directly past him and walked straight to the castle in the distance. The leading knight seemed to suddenly wake up from the shock and hurriedly caught up with Yang Podi. "Wait a moment, are you still thinking about dying? You misunderstood. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Slaughter City. This is your identity certificate. Someone will come to receive you when you arrive at the city gate." The leading knight still seemed to be terrified, but threw a token to Yang Podi. There was a skull logo on the token, and there was also a number on it. 8868. Yang Podi took the token and walked towards the city gate without looking back. When Yang Podi arrived at the city gate, the entire city gate was black, giving people a very depressing feeling. Above the city gate were 4 blood-red characters, Slaughter City. Yang Podi summoned his martial soul, and all the soul rings seemed to be gray. The power of the soul rings could not be used at all, as if it was sealed by some mysterious power. Before Yang Podi entered the city gate of the Slaughter City, a woman with a black veil on her face had already walked out. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter." The woman's voice was very pleasant. She came to Yang Podi and made a gesture of invitation. Yang Podi followed a woman into the city gate. Walking into the city, Yang Podi saw a blue-purple world. The lights hanging on both sides of the street only released these two kinds of light. The whole world seemed full of gloom, just like the hell described in the novels of the previous life. The black-veiled woman seemed to have a lot of experience in explaining things. I am your guide. You can ask me anything you don't understand. I will answer all your questions within 12 hours. After 12 hours, this is where you will live. You will officially become a member of the Killing City. Take me to the killing grounds of hell. Are you sure? Less than 1 in 10 people can come out alive after entering there. That is also the place where our Killing City is most likely to reduce its population. Everyone is required to enter the killing grounds of hell once a year. As long as you can pass a battle, you can live in the Killing City for another year. Sir, you now have a 12-hour protection period, during which you will not be attacked by anyone. If you go to the killing grounds of hell, the protection period will automatically expire. Yang Podi said expressionlessly. Lead the way. The black-veiled woman seemed to understand Yang Podi's attitude and took Yang Podi directly to the center of the castle. All kinds of people appeared along the way. Some of them were in a frenzy, stopping on the side of the road to look at Yang Podi with a smile, and more people stood alone on the side of the road. However, these people all have one thing in common, that is, they are very thin, even like skeletons. If it weren't for the eyes still moving, Yang Podi would have suspected that they were some dead people. The black-veiled woman seemed to see Yang Podi's doubts. This is just the outer city of the Killing City. Only the inner city is the real Killing City. There are no rules in the inner city. The outer city does not allow random killing. Only those warriors who survive the hell killing field are qualified to live in the inner city. Of course, the enjoyment you can get there is greater than outside, but you will also face the test of death at any time. Everyone who wants to live in the outer city must contribute 2 glasses of Bloody Mary every month. This is also the reason why the people in the outer city are in that state just now. After a while, the two came to the inner city. The inner city and the outer city are indeed completely different worlds. If the outer layer is just gloomy, the inner city is full of killing. You can see people fighting and killing on the roadside at any time. People are even bleeding all over the ground, leaving only their bodies crawling on the ground. Their limbs have been chopped off by others, and even chewed by others. This is a world of cannibalism, real cannibalism, and eating people alive. All kinds of faces can be seen everywhere in the inner city, and everyone looks very similar. Everyone's face seems to be very ferocious, with red eyes, as if they have been stimulated by something, especially the strong smell of killing. Under the guidance of the black veil girl, Yang Podi saw a special building. The building is circular, or more accurately, a non-standard cone, with the largest area at the bottom, and it will narrow as it goes up. When it reaches a height of about 30 meters from the ground, it will maintain the same diameter and extend upward to 50 meters. Looking at the situation in the hell-killing field, it is a bit like the ancient Roman Colosseum. The people participating in the hell-killing competition are fighting like beasts, while the people in the stands are as excited as watching a show. How can I enter the hell-killing field? The black veil girl said. The qualification to enter the hell-killing field is to contribute a glass of Bloody Mary. It can be your own or someone else's. As long as someone signs up for the hell-killing field and gathers 10 people, a game can start. Yang Podi glanced at the bald man next to him, as if he had something in mind. The black veil girl's somewhat anxious voice sounded, MR 8868, if you take the initiative to provoke, the newcomer protection will not work. Yang Podi ignored the black veil girl's voice, and directly took the soul-breaking spear and stabbed the bald man next to him. The bald man next to him seemed to react very quickly, or he had developed a habit. In fact, he took a huge hammer and swung the hammer to meet Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear. Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear and the bald man's hammer collided with each other. Yang Podi himself did not move, and the bald man directly stepped back 3 steps. However, this blow also frightened Yang Podi himself. Looking at the hammer in the hands of the bald man opposite, the weight should be more than 1,000 pounds, but it is still relatively flexible to use, especially the power of the previous blow, which is very good. This is the city of killing, and Yang Podi has no mercy here. Yang Podi held the soul-breaking spear in both hands and stabbed the bald man in front of him again. The bald man gritted his teeth and used the hammer in his hand to smash him. However, this time Yang Podi did not want to fight the bald man on the opposite side head-on, but gently picked up the spear tip and directly picked up the hammer of the bald man. Then he pushed the soul-breaking spear forward, and the soul-breaking spear stabbed directly into the shoulder of the bald man. At this time, the bald man's shoulder was pierced and blood was pouring from his shoulder. But he seemed very fierce. He ignored the wound on his body and picked up the hammer and smashed it directly. Seeing this, Yang Podi pulled hard with both hands and pulled the soul-breaking spear out of the man's shoulder, then quickly chopped at the bald man, not only blocking the vertical attack in his hand, but also directly cutting off one of his arms. At this time, Yang Podi was in a dominant position and stabbed forward again with his soul-breaking spear in both hands, directly piercing the bald man's throat. Then, he took out several glasses of Bloody Mary from the bald man, and then handed one of them to the black veil girl next to him. At this time, the black veil girl couldn't help swallowing her saliva. This seemingly ordinary young man was so powerful that he easily killed the bald man opposite him. You should know that this bald man also won 11 games in the Hell Killing Field, which is a good result. Especially looking at the face shape of this man, it is estimated that he is not even 20 years old. He has such a terrifying fighting ability at such a young age. Miss, please help me sign up. I want to participate in the competition in the Hell Killing Field. At this time, the black veil girl no longer doubted Yang Podi's strength. She took the token and began to arrange the competition for Yang Podi. After waiting for only an hour, Yang Podi signed up for the competition in the Hell Killing Field. When Yang Podi walked onto the Hell Killing Field, 9 players were already standing on the killing field, and judging from the situation, all 9 were full of vigilance, and no one was willing to take the initiative. Yang Podi couldn't help but think of a sentence: "This is a world of killing, there will be no friends, everyone is your enemy." Yang Podi couldn't help but whispered, "Everyone is my enemy, so kill them all." Yang Podi's face was full of determination. He held the soul-breaking spear in both hands and stabbed directly at the person closest to him. Even if this person tried his best to resist, he still couldn't stop the soul-breaking spear in Yang Podi's hand, which weighed 2,000 pounds. This spear was just made by the Kingly clan. Both the material and the forging process were top-notch. Yang Podi's first battle in the Hell Killing Field was very fast. In just 10 minutes, the other 9 people had fallen to the ground in a pool of blood, obviously dead. Among these 9 people, 7 were stabbed to death by Yang Podi, and 2 were killed by others. Especially after Yang Podi killed the first person, the other 8 seemed to want to unite to deal with Yang Podi, but as soon as they united, one of them was killed by a surprise attack by his teammates. There were no friends, only enemies, no cooperation, only killing. Chapter 108: The King of Killing. As Yang Podi's first match in the Hell Killing Field ended, he was attacked by several people as soon as he left the Hell Killing Field. However, Yang Podi was not afraid at all. The previous match did not consume much energy, and he still had enough energy to deal with the rest of the battles. In the next 2 days, Yang Podi killed more than 100 people. Many people thought that Yang Podi was a newcomer and thought he was easier to bully, so they attacked him in various ways. But Yang Podi did not retreat at all, but waved the soul-breaking spear in his hand, stabbing all the people who came to attack him to death, and he was merciless, and even very cruel. In Yang Podi's hand, the soul-breaking spear was like a dragon, harvesting a person's life, either piercing the enemy's body directly, or directly splitting the enemy into several halves. And after a few days of fighting, Yang Podi's clothes seemed to have turned blood red all over his body, which was very strange. The following days were relatively calm. Yang Podi signed up for a match in the Hell Killing Field almost every 3 days, almost without interruption. In just 1 month, he had participated in 9 games, and all 9 games were won. Most of the 9 opponents in each game died at the hands of Yang Podi, and a few were killed by other people's sneak attacks. In this way, Yang Podi's reputation in the Slaughter City seemed to spread. Everyone knew that a very powerful newcomer appeared in the Hell Slaughter. This person was decisive and ruthless. All those who dared to attack him were ruthlessly killed. And Yang Podi also gave himself a nickname. The name is the God of Killing. During this period of time, the third elder of the Po clan, Yang Wudi, returned to the family. When Yang Wudi reported to the clan leader that Yang Podi had entered the Slaughter City, everyone in the family was shocked. Especially the mother Nia Jingfen. She was even a little uneasy. Podi is fine, why did he run to the Slaughter City? Is there any hidden story? But the father Yang Zhenshin understood a little and understood his son's determination to become stronger. Finally, the clan leader Yang Wudi spoke up. My grandson Yang Podi has always been pursuing to become stronger. This time he went to the Slaughter City. I am afraid he also thinks that it can make him stronger. I believe my grandson can come out safely. If he really can't come out, I will go to the slaughter city to poison everyone in the slaughter city, king of slaughter? In the 1 year since entering the slaughter city, Yang Podi has played 74 games in the hell slaughter field, which is already the person with the most wins in the entire slaughter city. Of course, Yang Podi also showed some of his strength, including the spear. For a place where soul skills cannot be used, the spear is like a plug-in. Not only is it hard to defend, but it is also very powerful. As for the two external soul bones on Yang Podi's body, they have never been used. This is Yang Podi's trump card, and it must not be used until the critical moment. The most dangerous time was when Yang Podi came down from the hell slaughter field. There were hundreds of people around him besieging Yang Podi, including many Soul Douluos and Soul Saint level Soul Masters. Soul Saints and Soul Douluo are indeed unable to use soul skills in the slaughter city, but because they have absorbed 7 to 8 soul rings, their physical fitness is very strong. Especially their strength and defense are very terrifying. Under normal circumstances, a Soul Douluo level strongman can easily crush a Soul King even without using soul skills, because the physical fitness and various abilities of Soul Douluo are much stronger than Soul King. But Yang Podi was not afraid, and used all his strength to fight against the Soul Douluo level strongman. In this case, the 9-leaf sword grass he took played a great role. The soul-breaking spear in his hand was like a dragon, and finally emitted a burst of gun intent, and finally broke through the defense of these Soul Douluo strongmen and killed them. In this year, Yang Podi had a deeper understanding of the use of gun skills. The gun skills he had learned originally seemed to be insufficient and did not seem to be suitable for high-level soul masters. Based on his recent combat experience, Yang Podi had a deeper understanding of gun skills and his strength became stronger. He even integrated the killing spirit into his spear skills, creating a more powerful and more suitable spear skill for himself. According to Yang Podi's own plan, he could create 9 spear skills, but now he has only learned the first 2. But with the spear skills he has newly realized in these 2 lives, Yang Podi is already invincible in the hell-killing field, and no one dares to sneak attack Yang Podi. Of course, with Yang Podi's winning streak, he aroused the vigilance of the King of Killing. After all, as the actual manager of the Killing City, he least wants the birth of the God of Killing, which will seriously damage the strength of the Killing City. On this day, when Yang Podi was practicing spear skills, just when he entered the Killing City, the Black Veil Girl who led Yang Podi appeared. The Black Veil Girl saluted him and said, "Lord God of Killing, the great King of Killing invites you to meet him. Lead the way. I also want to meet the King of Killing." In this way, under the guidance of the Black Veil Girl, Yang Podi came to a strange room. The murderous aura in this room is even stronger than that in the killing ground of hell, especially on the throne in the center, where a very tall man sits, seemingly 2 meters tall. The man's face is pale, and his specific age cannot be seen. He seems very old, but his face seems very young, which puts a lot of pressure on Yang Podi, like an insurmountable mountain. Yang Podi thought to himself, is this Tang Chen, the old leader of Haotian Sect? Sure enough, he is very powerful, worthy of being a 99-level title Douluo, known as the invincible strongman on land. Even if he is controlled by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, the power he exudes is still so terrifying. If he is not controlled, how powerful would he be? Before Yang Podi could think about it, the King of Slaughter spoke directly, "God of Slaughter, judging from your weapon, you should be from the Po clan." "Yes, King of Slaughter. I am from the Po clan. You are the first Po clan member to enter the Slaughter City. The power and danger of the Slaughter City are far beyond your imagination. I can give you a chance now. If you swear allegiance to me, I can make you the most powerful person in the Slaughter City." When Yang Podi heard this, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "Who are you, the King of Slaughter? You still want me to serve you, but you are just a puppet of the Shura God, and you don't even have the qualifications to attack the challenger. Lord King of Slaughter, thank you for your kindness. My goal is to pass the 100 trials of the hell-killing field and become a true God of Slaughter. You should understand what I mean. Are you here to obtain the God of Slaughter's domain?" "Yes, I came to the Slaughter City just to obtain the God of Slaughter's domain." The King of Slaughter seemed to be full of disdain. "God of Slaughter, if you want to obtain the God of Slaughter's domain, 100 wins in the hell-killing field are just the most basic. You still have to pass the Hell Road, which is the real difficulty." Yang Podi spoke directly. "I remember that in the past 100 years, there were 2 people who passed the Hell Road. I think I will be the 3rd one. The Hell Road also needs me to open it. Besides, I can give people soul skills. If you don't submit to me, I believe many people will be willing to kill you, especially those who have to participate in the Hell Killing Field competition. In the Slaughter City, if you want to live in the inner city, you must participate in at least one Hell Killing Field competition every year. Recently, Yang Podi has won consecutively, and many people are scared and dare not participate in the competition again, but their time limit is getting closer and closer, and they may have to bite the bullet and go on the field in the end. Yang Podi did not answer the King of Slaughter, but spoke alone. Mandragora flower, poisonous dragon grass, two-life flower, nether leaf, Andrographis paniculata, heartbreak grass, seven-death flower. These poisons work very well together, and can make people gradually lose their minds and gradually become monsters that only know how to kill. It can be said that Bloody Mary will gradually destroy the foundation of a soul master, and even this kind of thing is emitted in the air. If I add these three toxins, heart-eroding grass, bone-dead flower, and heart-eating lotus, to the air, and through these three toxins and the existing toxins, I'm afraid that few people will survive in the entire Slaughter City. The King of Slaughter's face changed instantly. God of Killing, are you trying to threaten me? Anyone who destroys the Slaughter City will die. But Yang Podi still looked very relaxed. Lord King of Slaughter, you are the strongest in the Slaughter City and the ruler of the Slaughter City. Of course I understand what you mean, and I also hope that the Slaughter City will be preserved forever. Let's keep out of each other's way. I'll complete my own trials, and you'll continue to rule the entire Slaughter City. Isn't that great? Yang Podi said, and took out three poisonous grasses from his ring, which were the heart-eroding grass, the bone-dead flower, and the heart-eating lotus. Seeing this, the King of Slaughter's face changed drastically, and his entire face became very gloomy. Yang Podi continued to speak. My Poi clan is good at refining poisons. I have already refined some of them in advance. As long as I can't leave this room safely, I'm afraid the poison will be released at that time, and everyone will be in trouble. The scene fell into silence. Finally, the King of Slaughter gnashed his teeth and said, God of Slaughter, very good, you did very well. I hope you can successfully pass the trial of the Hell Slaughter Field. I'll look forward to you becoming the new God of Slaughter. Thank you, Lord King of Slaughter. After Yang Podi finished speaking, he left the room directly. For a peerless strong man like the King of Slaughter, it is better to be careful and stay away from him. After Yang Podi left, the black veiled girl came to the room of the King of Slaughter. Lord King of Slaughter, have you communicated clearly with the God of Slaughter? Is the God of Slaughter willing to submit to our Slaughter City? The King of Slaughter looked unhappy. You go down first. Don't worry about the God of Slaughter anymore. Let him go to the trial by himself. The black veiled girl seemed a little anxious. Lord King of Slaughter, how can this be done? The birth of a God of Slaughter is a huge loss for our Slaughter City. But as soon as she finished speaking, the King of Slaughter's arm pierced her body directly, and the black veiled girl died instantly. The King of Slaughter looked at the corpse in front of him. I am the ruler of the Slaughter City. Don't try to teach me a lesson. After speaking, the King of Slaughter held a glass of Bloody Mary and swallowed it directly into his stomach, which seemed to be filled with endless sweetness. After Yang Podi left the room of the King of Slaughter, his face was a little black. I remember that in the original novel, both Tang San and Hu Lina had great backgrounds. Behind them were Bibi Dong and Tang Hao. It can even be said that behind them were the Spirit Hall and the Haotian Sect. It was precisely because of such a powerful background that the King of Slaughter did not dare to take action against them. Looking at the situation today, the King of Slaughter seemed to want to deal with me and prevent me from obtaining the God of Slaughter domain. Fortunately, I was prepared. Through the knowledge of alchemy, I basically understood the components of the toxins emitted by Bloody Mary and the air, and used the poison on my hands to reversely threaten the King of Slaughter. I hope the King of Slaughter will not come to trouble me again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Hell Killing Field Victory. Since entering the Slaughter City, Yang Podi has never practiced his soul power through meditation. The main reason is that the Slaughter City is too chaotic, and there is no way to calm down and meditate. No matter when and where, you need to concentrate to prevent various sneak attacks. Now Yang Podi has won 74 games, the most in the entire Slaughter City. There are also many people who try to join Yang Podi, and even many beauties. but they are greeted only by the gun in Yang Podi's hand. In the slaughter city, Yang Podi dare not trust anyone. Instead of letting people get close to him, it is better to kill them first, which will reduce the hidden dangers. In the slaughter city, Yang Podi's whole mind is spent on practicing gun skills, or more importantly, practicing the power of killing. In addition to the overflowing toxins in the air of the slaughter city, there is also a special power, which should be the power of Shura God. In the entire Douluo Continent, there are 4 places where gods are inherited, namely Sea God Island, Angel Temple, Raksha Secret Realm and Slaughter City. In each place where gods are inherited, there are unique characteristics. On Poseidon Island, the power of Poseidon is all-encompassing. It is the most suitable place in the entire Douluo Continent to improve soul power, especially the light of Poseidon. The Slaughter City also has a similar training environment, but the Slaughter City is not suitable for practicing soul power. On the contrary, because the air is filled with a strong killing aura, it is also an excellent place for some attacking and killing martial spirits. After practicing in the Slaughter City for a year, Yang Podi's martial spirit, the soul-breaking spear, has also undergone a slight change. The original body of the soul-breaking spear was dark black, but now it has become a little blood red. The killing aura in the Slaughter City seems to gradually blend into the soul-breaking spear, making the soul-breaking spear itself more fierce, more brutal, and even more bloodthirsty. I remember that the original book once recorded that the martial spirits of soul masters are alive and have souls. At this time, Yang Podi also began to feel the changes in his martial spirit itself, and seemed to want to break through his control. This is also the consequence of Yang Podi's killing in the past year. During this year, Yang Podi couldn't even remember how many people he killed. It is conservatively estimated that it should be more than 2,000 people. After all, he killed more than 100 people in the most days, not to mention the 74 battles in the hell killing field. Every time he killed a person, the murderous aura in his body seemed to be stronger, and the soul-breaking spear also absorbed the trace of killing aura. Through more than a year of hard practice of spearmanship, Yang Podi planned a new set of spearmanship based on his soul ring skills and previous spearmanship practice. This spearmanship does not need to rely on the power of soul rings, but relies on soul power or his own killing power. Yang Podi called it the soul-breaking 9 styles. The first style refers to the second soul skill and is named Instant Body Strike. When using this move, you can teleport to the enemy, use the killing aura, and pierce the opponent's body. The biggest feature is that it allows Yang Podi to master the ability of teleportation, which is a bit similar to Flying Thunder God, which can be said to be hard to defend. The second style refers to the fifth soul skill, named Spear Out Like a Dragon, and also refers to the spearmanship he usually practices. During the process of shooting, all the killing energy is integrated into the soul-breaking spear, and it strikes with all its strength, as if it has the power of a dragon and a tiger. The third move has not been fully practiced yet, but it has been studied almost, and it is expected to be fully practiced soon. It is named 10,000 Blades Return to 1. When facing the enemy, the killing energy is integrated into the spear beam, and countless spear beams are emitted at a time. All the spear beams are concentrated together to form a huge piercing attack. According to Yang Podi's estimation, after the third move is fully mastered, the power will be very great. In fact, as his strength continues to rise, the power and number of spear beams will increase, especially when he reaches the level of Tidal Douluo. This move may not be weaker than others' 9th soul skills. As for the next 6 moves, there is only a prototype for the time being, and it is estimated that it will take practice to create them later. In the following time, Yang Podi continued to participate in the competition in the hell killing field, but the difficulty is much higher than before. Everyone understands Yang Podi's cruelty and toughness. Every time Yang Podi goes on the field, the other 9 people will attack Yang Podi like crazy. In their eyes, this is the only hope of survival. As time went by, another 8 months passed. During these 8 months, Yang Podi completed the next 25 hell killing games. It seemed that each game was getting slower and slower, and each game took longer and longer. Especially when he finished the 99th game, Yang Podi felt that the killing energy in his body seemed to be about to materialize. The entire soul-breaking spear had turned blood red, looking extremely hideous, more like a bloodthirsty monster. And Yang Podi himself seemed to become more terrifying and bloodthirsty, like a monster. Even the air around Yang Podi seemed to have a trace of blood. If other people approached, they would easily fall into madness. At this time, in the room of the King of Killing, In addition to the King of Killing himself, there were some law enforcers. Judging from their appearance, they were very powerful, especially two of them who even reached the level of title Douluo. This is a title Douluo who can release soul skills in the city of killing. One of the law enforcers spoke up, "My great lord King of Slaughter, the god of slaughter has already won 99 games. At his speed, he can achieve his final 100 victories in half a month at the fastest. Do we need to recruit him?" The King of Slaughter didn't seem to pay attention. "Do you think the god of slaughter has the ability to achieve 100 victories? Does he have the ability to break through the hell road and complete the final trial?" The law enforcer hesitated for a while before speaking. "Based on the current record of the god of slaughter and the strength he has demonstrated, achieving 100 victories should not be a problem. With the cruelty, killing, calmness and determination shown by this person, I'm afraid the hell road will not be a problem for him." The King of Slaughter thought for a moment before speaking. "According to the rules of the City of Slaughter, you cannot directly attack contestants with more than 50 wins. Don't bother with the god of slaughter," the law enforcer at the side said quickly. "Lord King of Slaughter, every appearance of the god of slaughter will be accompanied by a crisis for the City of Slaughter. Isn't there such a teaching on the fable wall of our City of Slaughter? The arrival of the god of slaughter, a disaster in hell. The previous few times, every time the god of slaughter appeared, the City of Slaughter suffered heavy damage. If he really comes again this time, I'm afraid," the King of Slaughter said in a deep voice. "Of course I know what you said, but this god of slaughter is completely different from the previous trial takers. This person was born in the Breaking Clan and is proficient in refining poisons. This person has a toxin in his body. If it is detonated, it can bring a catastrophe to our City of Slaughter. The god of slaughter still has one last trial in the killing field of hell. As for his opponent, I hope you will carefully select him and let him experience an unforgettable trial." The law enforcer immediately understood what the King of Slaughter meant. "Lord King of Slaughter, I will definitely let the strongest warrior in the City of Slaughter participate in the 100th trial of the god of slaughter, so that the god of slaughter himself will have nothing to say." When Yang Podi finished the 99th trial, he rested for a full month because at this moment, Yang Podi felt that the murderous aura in his body seemed to burst out at any time. What was even more terrifying was the soul-breaking spear in front of Yang Podi, which was now blood red. Yang Podi himself seemed to have a feeling that if he completed the last trial, the soul-breaking spear might really become a murderous weapon. After all, in the past 2 years, most of the murderous aura in Yang Podi's body had been integrated into the soul-breaking spear of the Wuhan, which was one of the reasons why he could stay calm now. In the end, Yang Podi gritted his teeth, took the blood-red soul-breaking spear in his hand, and stepped into the hell-killing field for the last time. For this 100th trial, the entire killing city seemed to attach great importance to it. The King of Killing came to visit in person, which was rare, and there were even many law enforcers beside him. The entire hell-killing field seemed to be full, and everyone was shouting, "King of Killing, King of Killing." Yang Podi also looked at his 9 opponents. They all seemed to be very powerful and much stronger than his previous opponents. Especially looking at the positions where the 9 people stood, it seemed that they formed a certain formation for joint attack, which was vaguely aimed at him. Yang Podi did not pay much attention to so much, but stood proudly in the hell-killing field, as if ignoring all opponents. With the host's order, the game officially began. The other 9 people seemed to have a tacit understanding, a formation posture, besieging Yang Podi, and judging from their situation, they seemed to have been prepared and cooperated well. Yang Podi sneered, and directly disappeared in the encirclement of the 9 people with a flash of his body. When everyone reacted, Yang Podi was already outside the encirclement. Moreover, the soul-breaking spear in Yang Podi's hand was stained with blood. That strike had already directly pierced a person. The others turned their heads to look over and saw that the man was terrified and had a big hole in his chest. It was obvious that he was directly pierced by the soul-breaking spear. It seemed that he would not survive. The middle-aged man who was the leader of these people spoke loudly, "Everyone, come together. He is only one person, and we still have 8 people. We can definitely beat him." The middle-aged man in the lead raised his weapon and used all his strength to slash at Yang Podi. From his appearance, he was wearing thick armor, and he was obviously very confident in his armor. Yang Podi sneered, and merged the murderous aura in his body into the soul-breaking spear. Then, holding the soul-breaking spear with both hands, he stabbed forward with all his strength. It was the second move of the soul-breaking 9 styles. The spear came out like a dragon. The murderous aura on the soul-breaking spear was like a giant dragon, quickly attacking the middle-aged man in front. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in the lead slashed at the dragon with all his strength. As a result, a huge collision sound appeared in the entire hell-killing field. The middle-aged man in the lead turned directly into a ball of blood mist, and the people around him were even stained with fragments of flesh and blood. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Could they face an opponent of this level? Yang Podi didn't have time to care about what others thought. He waved the soul-breaking spear with both hands and attacked the rest of the people again. The soul-breaking spear seemed like a bloodthirsty beast, ruthlessly harvesting lives. In just a few minutes, all 9 people in the hell-killing field were killed, and all of them were killed in one blow. All the spectators in the entire hell-killing field were boiling, and everyone was shouting and roaring, "Kill God! Kill God!" Everyone seemed to be witnessing the birth of a new killing god. Chapter 110 Road to Hell. At this time, a strange voice came from the sky. "Congratulations, young god of killing." A deep and sharp voice suddenly came from all directions. The murderous aura released from Yang Podi actually flowed back at the moment the voice sounded, and was pressed back into his body, causing Yang Podi's face to turn pale. No, it was under this circumstance that Yang Podi felt that the murderous aura on his body seemed to have completely materialized, and he could even use the murderous aura directly against the enemy. The King of Killing appeared directly in the center of the hell-killing field, like a blood shadow. "King of Killing, King of Killing, King of Killing," the shout spread throughout the entire hell-killing field, but all the spectators had no intention of stopping. The King of Killing's eyes fell on the viewing platform of the hell-killing field. "I am very happy to witness the birth of a strong man in the killing field today. The victory that has not appeared for decades has been demonstrated in this young man. With his powerful strength and terrifying murderous aura, he has become the master of the killing field of hell, young god of killing. Thank you for making me feel the existence of passion again, Beishan. Very good. In order to commend your achievements, I decided to make an exception and grant you the title of God of Killing. From now on, you can enter and exit the Killing City on your own, and be hired as a guest of the Killing City under me." Hearing this, Yang Podi sneered, "Thank you, great King of Killing. Please open the Hell Road for me. I am willing to pass the test of the Hell Road and then get your reward. I hope to rely on my own strength to walk out of here and become a real god of killing." The King of Killing's eyes condensed. "I'm afraid you don't know the horror of the Hell Road. God of Killing, I hope you understand that people only have one life." Yang Podi's face was full of determination. "Thank you, King of Killing, but I hope to rely on my own strength to complete the final challenge." The King of Slaughter looked at Yang Podi, who was determined, and turned around to look at all the audience. Finally, he said, "In that case, I will open the road to hell for you. I hope you won't regret it." A thick red mist suddenly released from the King of Slaughter. Yang Podi carefully felt this breath. It seemed that it was not the breath of killing, but a more evil breath, a coldness that made people's bones stiff. According to the records in the original book, it was probably not the breath of killing, but the field of killing gods, or a higher level of killing field. The evil and cold red ripples slowly spread out, and in almost a few blinks of an eye, it had spread to the whole venue. Yang Podi found that although the red light released from the King of Slaughter brought him a lot of pressure, the red light was not directed at him, but towards the surrounding stands. In just a moment, the red light spread throughout the entire hell-killing field and all the audience. Then, all the audience seemed to start wailing in pain, as if the red light was taking something from them. As the red light intensified, everyone lay on the ground, with waves of sucking power coming from their faces. The entire hell-killing field was like a prehistoric giant beast, opening its huge mouth to devour all the audience. The blood of all the audience at the scene began to flow out, all of which was sucked away by the hell-killing field. The hell-killing field not only absorbed their blood, but also their bone marrow and souls. As time went on, countless screams were heard, but the screams became weaker and weaker, and finally became silent, because all the audience were swallowed by the hell-killing field. As all the audience were swallowed by the hell-killing field, everyone's blood flowed into the hell-killing field, but it did not spread in a straight line. On the ground, grooves appeared at some point, and blood flowed into them. Gradually, it gathered on the ground into a huge blood-red pattern. As the blood increased, Yang Podi discovered that the pattern formed by the blood was actually a bird-like creature. According to Yang Podi's estimation, this pattern should be the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, which is also the real King of Killing. Then, the entire hell-killing field began to collapse, and Yang Podi himself seemed to be in a state of weightlessness, although he was also falling rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Podi regained consciousness, and the whole person seemed to be on an altar. Yang Podi observed carefully, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air in his heart. The situation in front of him was much more sinister than they had imagined. Everything around him was a faint blood red, and outside the circular platform with a diameter of 5 meters under his feet, there was actually a bottomless abyss. In addition, a narrow path with a width of less than half a foot, which could only accommodate the width of 2 feet standing at the same time, led to the unknown darkness, and this was also the only way to the outside world on the platform where they were. According to Yang Podi's guess, this should be the legendary Hell Road. And below the altar was a sea of blood. Obviously, all the blood in the entire killing city was condensed in the sea of blood, which was also the source of the mysterious power shrouding the killing city. Yang Podi felt that he seemed to have a slight desire for the sea of blood, especially his martial soul, the soul-breaking spear. The sea of blood seemed to have an endless temptation for the soul-breaking spear. Yang Podi suppressed his mind and began to walk on the path in front. As he walked further and further forward, the sea of blood seemed to be getting closer and closer to him, and the temperature of the entire Hell Road began to slowly increase. Yang Podi was alone now, but he couldn't care so much, and continued to move forward. No matter what problems were ahead, as long as he moved forward, it was always right. As he walked, countless strange sounds seemed to come from the sky, and the sounds seemed very noisy and dense. As he got closer, the flying creatures could finally be seen clearly. They were blood-red bats, just like the smaller version of the blood-colored pattern left on the ground of the hell-killing field before. Each blood bat was about 1 foot long, but the huge wings spread out more than 1 meter. In fact, there were a lot of these bats, tens of thousands of them, and all the bats formed a red cloud, covering the sky and the earth. When Yang Podi summoned his martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, all the bats seemed to be focused on his soul-breaking spear, and there was even a trace of greed in their eyes. Yang Podi didn't care so much. Facing the bats attacking him, he quickly waved the soul-breaking spear, and his whole body was like a light shield, protecting himself and harvesting the bats flying towards him. But the bats seemed to be endless, and they became more and more ferocious as time went on. Yang Podi looked at the dense group of bats in front of him, gritted his teeth, and waved the soul-breaking spear with both hands. Countless spears appeared on the soul spear. Each spear seemed to attack a bat in front of him rhythmically, and all the spears slowly gathered together, and finally formed a huge spear, which directly pierced a huge hole in the red cloud in the sky. This is the third style of Yang Podi's 9 soul-breaking styles. 10,000 blades returned to 1. After the attack, Yang Podi didn't care about these bats anymore, but walked quickly along the Hell Road. However, something unexpected happened in the sky, and a huge guy appeared right in front of this narrow road. Under the shade of the reddish light around, it released a dark golden light. The guy was about 4 meters long, and his 2 huge claws were clasped on the narrow road. Each claw had a diameter of more than 1 meter, and it was sharp and grabbed into the stone. Amid the screams of a large number of blood bats, a pair of huge wings slowly opened on the dark golden body, and the terrifying wingspan was as wide as 10 meters. The claws suddenly loosened, and under the flapping of the huge wings, its huge body flew up, and it turned out to be an extremely huge bat. The whole body was dark golden, and the most terrifying thing was that it actually had 3 heads. All the blood bats flew through the air quickly and gathered behind the huge dark golden 3-headed bat. Obviously, this was the first big guy on the Hell Road, the dark golden 3-headed bat. And under the leadership of this dark golden 3-headed bat, countless bats seemed to have started to organize the attack again, and they also increased their tacit understanding. In particular, some bats had already begun to attack the Hell Road, obviously trying to stop Yang Podi from moving forward. Yang Podi's figure flashed and he appeared in front of the dark gold 3-headed bat, and he raised his soul-breaking spear and stabbed the dark gold 3-headed bat directly. However, this dark gold 3-headed bat was indeed strong. It was able to swing its claws in time to resist such a sudden and unexpected attack. The claws of the dark gold 3-headed bat collided with Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear. There seemed to be a spark in the collision, but Yang Podi's move seemed to be more unstoppable. Even if it was blocked, it still caused a large wound on the dark gold 3-headed bat. Seeing this, the surrounding bats seemed to rush towards Yang Podi desperately. Yang Podi waved the soul-breaking spear again, and integrated the murderous aura of his whole body into the soul-breaking spear. He held the spear with both hands and stabbed the dark gold three-headed bat. The shadow of a giant dragon seemed to appear on the soul-breaking spear. It was the second move of the 9 soul-breaking moves. The spear came out like a dragon. Even though countless bats took the initiative to face the attack of this gun seemed to contain infinite power, like a giant dragon, and finally the soul-breaking gun directly pierced the body of the dark gold three-headed bat. The dark gold three-headed bat seemed to pay attention to the huge wound on its body, and let out a huge whine. Countless bats seemed to hear some instructions and quickly flew towards the dark gold three-headed bat. The dark gold three-headed bat opened its huge mouth and seemed to start swallowing the small bats around it, and the wounds on its body seemed to be getting smaller. Yang Podi would not wait for the dark gold bat to recover. He launched another instant attack and came in front of the dark gold three-headed bat. This time, he stabbed forward continuously firing gun beams, piercing the head of the seriously injured dark gold three-headed bat. With a continuous attack of the gun beams, the dark gold three-headed bat was pierced in the head and died directly. The other bats were leaderless and flew everywhere. Some continued to attack Yang Podi, and some fled in all directions. Yang Podi killed a few bats that attacked him, and then continued to walk quickly along the road of hell. A few bats were not important. The important thing was to get through the hell road quickly, otherwise who knows what else might happen. And there was a bigger and stronger monster ahead, which would be even more difficult. Chapter 111, Killing God Domain. As Yang Podi continued to move forward, he finally arrived at the most critical place. A huge snake had appeared in front of him. There were 9 bulges on the head and back of the snake. Each bulge was like a bright red mushroom, and it seemed as if blood was flowing inside. The snake's abdomen was particularly huge, bulging on the narrow road, and its length was at least more than 10 meters. This should be the legendary 10-headed fiery sun snake, and it is also the most powerful existence on the road to hell. When Yang Podi was still 20 meters away from the 10-headed fiery sun snake, the giant snake took the lead in launching an attack. A fiery red light suddenly spurted out of its mouth, carrying a strong fishy smell, and quickly spread towards Yang Podi. Seeing this, Yang Podi immediately attacked, flew in front of the giant snake, raised the soul-breaking spear and stabbed the giant snake directly. But unexpectedly, even in the face of such a powerful and fierce attack from Yang Podi, the giant snake actually rubbed its body quickly and flexibly dodged it. Then, a huge snake tail slapped Yang Podi directly. The power of the snake tail was obviously very strong, and there were even bursts of sonic booms in the air. Yang Podi gritted his teeth, held the soul-breaking spear in both hands, and stabbed the snake tail directly. The snake tail of the giant snake collided with Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear, and there was a sound of metal clashing. A small hole appeared in the snake tail of the giant snake, and the giant snake itself seemed to have retreated a lot. Yang Podi himself also stepped back a few steps. The power of this first scorching sun snake was even stronger than expected, and its defense was even more terrifying. According to its strength, it was probably not weaker than a 50,000-year-old soul beast. In particular, the snake's body was covered with scales and was very hard. Ordinary attacks could not cause any damage to it. Yang Podi knew that it was now a dangerous moment, and there were no people around. There seemed to be something flashing behind Yang Podi, and then a pair of wings stretched out from his back. It was Yang Podi's external soul bone, the wings of the tiger eagle. With the flapping of his wings, Yang Podi flew into the sky, and the 10-headed fiery sun snake seemed very angry when it saw Yang Podi's wings, and roared at the sky. A strange scene appeared on the scene. Yang Podi waved the wings of the tiger eagle and flew quickly in the sky, while the 10-headed fiery sun snake curled up its body, as if accumulating strength and preparing to launch a fierce attack at any time. Like an eagle and a snake, they confronted each other. As the two sides attacked each other, Yang Podi gradually left a lot of wounds on the 10-headed fiery sun snake, and Yang Podi himself relied on the fast flight of the tiger eagle wings to almost dodge every attack. The 10-headed fiery sun snake seemed to know that it would fail if it continued to fight like this. It hissed and turned its body up and down quickly. It seemed that it wanted to directly destroy the entire hell road. Yang Podi launched another instant attack and attacked the eyes of the 10-headed fiery sun snake directly. Obviously, the eyes of the 10-headed fiery sun snake were its weak spot, and he had to wave his tail to protect it. Yang Podi also seized the opportunity at this moment and swung the soul-breaking spear continuously. Countless spear rays appeared. It was the third of Yang Podi's soul-breaking 9 styles. 10,000 blades returned to 1. Countless spear rays gathered together to form a huge spear blade, which directly pierced the 10-headed fiery sun snake. The 10-headed fiery sun snake continued to swing its tail to resist, but this move seemed to be much stronger than he imagined. In the end, the entire head and tail of the 10-headed fiery sun snake were pierced by the spear rays and turned into countless fragments. Yang Podi also returned to the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. The most difficult monster on the road to hell was finally killed. Then, from the remaining body of the 10-headed fiery sun snake, a fiery red bead flew out. It was the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. Yang Podi quickly flew over and held the inner elixir in his hand. Even though the inner elixir felt a huge burning sensation, Yang Podi completely ignored the burn and directly put the inner elixir into the soul guide. In the world of Douluo Continent, bead-like treasures appear very rarely, but they are almost all top quality. This inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake is a soul ring of Po Hun Gun in the original book, and it is also the most important soul ring on him, even the only one. Po Hun Gun's martial soul also evolved into a 7-headed fire phoenix because of this inner elixir. This inner elixir allows his fire phoenix martial soul to continue to evolve. When Po Hun Gun breaks through to level 100, his martial soul directly evolves into a 10-headed fire phoenix. It can be seen that the power of this inner elixir is so strong that it can only be said to exceed the limit of the entire Douluo Continent. You must know that there are very few things in the entire Douluo Continent that can make martial souls evolve. Even fairy grass rarely makes martial souls evolve. Yang Podi is also thinking that if the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake is used as the first soul ring of his own martial soul, I wonder if he can make his own martial soul reach the 3rd awakening of the gold level, or even make his own martial soul have an extremely powerful fire attribute. No matter from which aspect, this inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake is priceless and a rare treasure. As Yang Podi collected the inner core of the 10-headed fiery sun snake, the entire hell road seemed to begin to collapse. Seeing this, Yang Podi waved his tiger eagle wings and flew forward quickly. As he flew further and further forward, the blood sea was getting closer and closer to the hell road, and the entire space was getting hotter and hotter, and even his mind began to get a little lost. Yang Podi gritted his teeth, forced himself to hold back his mind, and continued to fly forward quickly. When he was about to fly to the end of the road, Yang Podi stopped and looked at the blood sea below. In the original work, Tang San destroyed the slaughter city with a blood swan kiss, and Yang Podi was also considering whether to destroy the slaughter city at this time. I remember that in the original work, after Tang San returned from the Sea God Island, he was hunted down by the King of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter's body was Tang Chen, and his strength was very strong, even Tang San was inferior to him. If he destroyed the slaughter city now, he would probably be hunted down by the Slaughter King. Moreover, the Slaughter King knew that he was a descendant of the Podi clan. Would he kill the Podi clan directly? The Podi clan could not fight against Tang Chen. Yang Podi thought again and again, and finally sighed. He did not poison the blood sea, but continued to fly to the exit of the hell road. The exit of the hell road was a white light. When Yang Podi entered the white light, there seemed to be a stronger killing aura in the white light, especially after his body entered the white light. His whole body seemed to be in a cold. Then all the coldness seemed to be integrated into Yang Podi's body, and even gradually integrated into his soul, and Yang Podi himself gradually lost consciousness in this coldness. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Podi slowly woke up. At this time, he was no longer in the killing, but in a lush forest. Yang Podi seemed to feel something, and saw that the soul-breaking spear had been summoned at some point, and was also held in his hand alone. At this time, the soul-breaking spear was still blood-red, but a white pattern mark appeared on the spear body of the soul-breaking spear. This pattern mark was a white bat. This mark appeared when the hell road was opened. And this bat was the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. When Yang Podi carefully felt the white pattern mark, a white light appeared on the soul-breaking spear, covering the entire space, and all the creatures around seemed to be trembling. Killing God Domain. This should be the Killing God Domain. Yang Podi clearly felt that with the Killing God Domain he possessed, the soul-breaking spear seemed to have become more powerful, and his soul-breaking 9 styles would be doubled in power when combined with the Killing God Domain. He could even integrate the Killing God Domain into the soul-breaking 9 styles, which would probably be a disaster for his enemies. Yang Podi looked inside his mind and was suddenly shocked. In his mind, there was still a silver giant holding a blood-red soul-breaking spear. But unexpectedly, Not only was there a blood-red 9-headed Bat King's pattern mark on the soul-breaking spear, but there was also a blood-red 9-headed Bat King's pattern mark on the chest of the silver giant. How could this be possible? Yang Podi thought about it and directly summoned his own martial soul. He saw that his whole body turned into silver, whether it was his arms, face, or even flesh and blood, all turned into a piece of silver. Yang Podi could clearly feel that when using the second martial soul, his attack, defense, strength, and speed were greatly improved, and it could even be said to be unprecedentedly powerful. And Yang Podi felt that there was a white bat pattern on his silver skin. When the soul power was injected, the killing god domain also appeared. Yang Podi was secretly wondering, what is going on? In the original work, Tang San only had the clear sky hammer with the killing god domain. How come his two martial souls have the killing god domain at the same time? And it seems that they can be used together? Is there a loophole in the killing god domain? After thinking for a while, I felt that it was really a bit hard to figure it out, so I simply stopped thinking about it and left here directly. Yang Podi found a stream nearby and plunged into it without caring about anything. However, as Yang Podi entered the stream, the water in the stream turned blood red, and some of the original fish in the stream quickly left, as if they were greatly frightened. Yang Podi originally planned to catch a small soul beast to roast and eat, but when he caught a soft-bone rabbit, especially when he saw the blood coming out of the soft-bone rabbit, the whole person seemed to be completely out of control. His eyes turned red, and the killing god domain was activated involuntarily, and the whole world seemed to be full of killing. When Yang Podi regained consciousness, the soft-bone rabbit he had just caught had been torn into pieces. The surroundings were even in a mess, with countless traces of destruction by the soul-breaking gun on the ground, and even the trees were damaged a lot. Yang Podi finally realized that his current state was very bad, and he could not control the murderous aura in his body at all. If this continued, he would probably become a monster that only knew how to kill. I remember that in the original novel, after Tang San first obtained the killing god domain, he seemed to be very easy to get angry, especially when he first entered Yuxun. He almost killed the people who stopped him. In the end, Tang San relied on Tang Yuhua's noble domain to gradually control the murderous aura in his body, and gradually he was able to use the killing god domain perfectly. My current situation is very similar to Tang San, and it can even be said that it is much worse than Tang San's. Tang San has a blue-silver domain in his body, and he can control the killing god domain through the powerful life attributes of the blue-silver domain. At the same time, Tang San also has a 60,000-year-old top-grade head soul bone, which can also help him stabilize his mind. But now I don't have a head soul bone, nor a blue-silver domain that can restrain the killing god domain. Even two martial souls have the killing god domain. The situation is extremely bad. Especially now that I see anyone, I seem to have the urge to kill, and I am very easy to get angry, and my temper becomes extremely irritable. According to the current situation, I am afraid that I dare not even enter the city. I can go back to the Po Yu clan as soon as possible along the mountains and forests. At that time, I will find my grandfather to think of a solution together. As for going to Yuxun, that was impossible. The Po Yu clan had finally cut off its relationship with the Haotian Sect. He didn't want to be contaminated by anyone from the Haotian Sect. He might lose the entire Po Yu clan because of a small favor. Yang Podi seemed to have thought of something and took out a tranquilizing pill from his soul guide. This was one of the pills made by the Po Yu clan. The ingredients of this pill are mainly moonlight, nectar-lucent insects and white lotus. The main effect is to allow soul cultivators to sleep peacefully and eliminate mental obstacles. Yang Podi swallowed the tranquilizing pill directly into his mouth, and his mentality seemed to be much calmer. However, relying on pills is not a long-term solution. Taking too much medicine will have the opposite effect. Once the killing aura breaks out, it may be even more powerful. But now I can't care so much. I will ensure my safety first. I will find a way to control the killing aura when I return to the Po Yu clan. Of course, Yang Podi himself has other preparations. Before coming to the killing city, he had prepared several thousand-year-old concentrating grass and star spirit grass, but this can only be used at a critical moment. Chapter 112 Encounter with Zhu Ziuking. Looking at the mess around him, Yang Podi carefully washed himself in the stream, but no matter how he washed, he seemed unable to wash off the bloody smell on his body. In order not to attract attention, Yang Podi changed into a set of coarse linen clothes that ordinary people wear, and walked eastward according to the map. Moreover, Yang Podi tried to find some remote places and avoid these cities while walking along the way, mainly because he was afraid of disputes with people in the city, and accidentally lost control and killed people. After walking for about 4 days, Yang Podi carefully studied the map. According to the map, it would take about 4 to 5 days to return to Xiandao City. However, looking at the current map, it is estimated that he has already reached the kingdom of Barak. Yang Podi couldn't help but think of the Shrek Academy in the original book. The location of Shrek Academy happened to be in Soto City in the kingdom of Barak. He was just 17 years old now. According to the time, it should be the time for Shrek Academy to start school. In other words, it is probably the time for Tang San and the other 4 of the Shrek 7 Devils to enter school soon. As for the specific time, it is not clear, and it is impossible to confirm whether Tang San and the others have already entered school. That night, Yang Podi rested alone by the stream. Since leaving the slaughter city, Yang Podi especially liked to stay by the stream, mainly because it was convenient for washing and soaking in water, which could effectively wash away some of the bloody smell on his body. At least the smell would not be too exaggerated. As a result, at this moment, a burst of fighting came from the distance, and it was obvious that there were soul masters fighting. And from the looks of them, they seemed to be walking in the direction of Yang Podi. Yang Podi didn't like to pay attention to these fights, but these people were getting closer and closer. Looking carefully, it turned out that there were 5 people in black chasing a girl in black. The girl in black was all black leather and leather pants. Her movements were very agile, and her speed was very fast. Her figure seemed a little familiar. The people chasing her were all in black clothes, and they seemed to be quite powerful. After a closer look, they should be 2 soul masters and 3 soul masters. Yang Podi couldn't help but think in his heart, 5 people chasing a girl in black leather, why does it feel so familiar? After taking a closer look at the girl being hunted, isn't this Zhu Huking, one of the 7 Shrek people in the original novel? The 5 people who were hunting were all men, and it was obvious that Zhu Huking's sister Zhu Huian did not come. Seeing this, Yang Podi was speechless. Do you have to be so fake? The Soul Sect hunted the Great Soul Master and she was able to escape. This level is too low. Yang Podi didn't want to care about these things. Anyway, these were just the family affairs of the Zhu family. As an outsider, no matter how much he intervened, he would be in trouble. So he decisively hid in the woods. But in fact, it was a bit of a pit. In order to avoid being hunted, the black-clothed girl who was being hunted actually hid in the woods. As a result, the 2 people bumped into each other in the woods. Yang Podi was also speechless. He had deliberately avoided it, but he could still meet. The black-clothed girl on the opposite side seemed to be very surprised. She wanted to hide, but there was someone in the woods. However, before the 2 could think about it, the 5 people chasing behind had caught up and surrounded Yang Podi and the black-clothed girl. The black-clad man who was the leader of the 5 people said, "Second miss, please come back with us quickly and don't make things difficult for us." The black-clad girl retorted without hesitation, "I won't go back. If I go back to the Cold Zhu family, I would have been killed by you." The black man who was in the lead seemed to glance at Yang Podi. "Second miss, I didn't expect you to hide in the woods with a man. This is not good for the image of my Zhu family." Yang Podi originally just wanted to be a spectator, but he ended up eating melons on his head. He couldn't help but say, "Everyone, I'm really sorry. I don't know this lady at all. How about I leave here first?" Before Yang Podi was ready to leave, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man in the lead. "Boy, I don't care who you are. You dare to hide in the woods with our second Miss Zhu family, so I can't let you go." Hearing this, Yang Podi was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. What does it mean to hide in the woods? I'm a normal good man. At this time, the black-clothed girl spoke up. "I have nothing to do with this person, you let him go first." The middle-aged man in the lead seemed to be unyielding. "No matter whether you have any relationship or not, this kid is in the grove with you. For the sake of your image as the second lady, you can't let him leave." Hearing this, Yang Podi's face changed slightly. "I have said that I have nothing to do with your second lady. Do you still want to kill me?" The 5 black-clothed men were at the highest level of Soul Sect. They obviously couldn't feel the soul power of Yang Podi. Especially looking at Yang Podi's clothes, he looked like an ordinary person. But he had a lot of murderous aura, and I thought he was an ordinary hunter or butcher. "Boy, you are just an ordinary person. What's the point of killing him?" Yang Podi's face began to darken. "Can you kill ordinary people at will? We are a powerful soul master family of the Xingluo Empire. Killing an ordinary person is like crushing an ant. The four people around him seemed to look at Yang Wudi with a smile, obviously approving of the attitude of the middle-aged man in the lead. Yang Wudi gritted his teeth with all his strength, trying to suppress the murderous aura in his body. This is the Xiandao Empire. How dare you people from the Xingluo Empire be so presumptuous? The Xiandao Empire is just a weak country. Even if I kill you, the Xiandao Empire will not dare to say anything. Hearing this, Yang Wudi's eyes turned red in an instant, and a soul-breaking spear appeared in his hand. He didn't even summon his soul ring and stabbed directly at the middle-aged man in the lead. The middle-aged man in the lead seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect that an ordinary person he met in the mountains and forests would be a soul master, but he didn't care too much. He directly summoned his martial soul to resist, and his martial soul was actually a ghost spirit cat. But the result surprised everyone. Yang Wudi stabbed down with a spear, directly breaking through the defense of the middle-aged man in the lead, and stabbed a big hole in the middle-aged man in the lead. Obviously, he was dead. The other four were shocked and hurriedly summoned their martial souls, as if they wanted to attack Yang Wudi. But Yang Wudi ignored the attacks of the other four people and directly waved a soul-breaking spear to stab the four people. Yang Wudi flashed and appeared in front of another person. This time, he pierced the man's throat with his soul-breaking spear. The remaining three people were frightened and seemed to want to turn around and run away, but Yang Wudi was already murderous at this time. How could he let them run away? In less than a minute, all 5 people who came to besiege were killed, and they were all killed in one blow. 2 of them were pierced through the body, 1 was pierced through the throat, 1 was directly cut off the neck, and another was cut in half. The whole grove was covered with blood. At this time, the girl in black was trembling in place. She seemed to have never seen such a cruel and murderous person. Yang Wudi looked at the girl in black, resisted the murderous intent in his body, took out a tranquilizer from the soul guide and swallowed it, and then jumped into the stream next to him alone. The whole stream was dyed blood red. Under the stimulation of the tranquilizer and the cold water of the stream, Yang Wudi's mind slowly recovered. When Yang Wudi returned to the shore, the black-clothed girl did not leave alone, but was in a daze in the same place. Yang Wudi ignored the black-clothed girl, but changed into clean clothes in the woods and prepared to leave her alone. At this time, the black-clothed girl suddenly said, "Who are you? Do you know who you killed? They are from the Zhou family of the Xingluo Empire. If they know what you did, they will definitely send masters to hunt you down." Yang Wudi snorted coldly. The Zhou family of the Xingluo Empire, the Wuhan Netherworld Spirit Cat, the Zhou family is just a subsidiary of the Dai family of the Xingluo Empire. If they are not afraid of death, send people here. I don't mind killing them all. After saying that, Yang Wudi left the place directly, and the black-clothed girl took a look at the corpses around and followed Yang Wudi's footsteps. After a while, Yang Wudi found a place again and prepared to continue resting. After all, it was late at night and he didn't want to hurry. The black-clothed girl followed behind Yang Wudi, neither getting close nor leaving too far. Yang Wudi's rest was not meditation, nor was it sleeping, and certainly not to comprehend the gunmanship. He was too murderous now, and couldn't concentrate on practicing. He was mainly thinking about how to calm down and control the murderous aura in his body. Although Yang Wudi now has a basic method, he still needs to return to the family to find a quiet place. Yang Wudi was busy with his own things, and the girl in black seemed to be worried, as if she was worried about something. The next morning, Yang Wudi packed up and prepared to leave, and the girl in black not far away fell into deep sleep. Yang Wudi couldn't help but shake his head. This girl has too little social experience. She dares to sleep in such a place. Doesn't she have any sense of danger? Before Yang Wudi could think more, the girl was awakened. At this time, the girl in black was like a deer, and seemed very uneasy. Before Yang Wudi left, the black-clothed girl blocked his way. "Wait, where are you going?" Yang Wudi glanced at the black-clothed girl and uttered 3 words, "Soto City." The black-clothed girl seemed a little surprised. "I want to go to Soto City too. Let's go together. Aren't you afraid of danger for a girl to go out alone? Especially with a dangerous person like me?" The black-clothed girl's face seemed a little gloomy. "I had to run away from home. With your strength, it would be easy to kill me. It would be safer to go to Soto City with you, okay, but you have to be quiet. I don't like noise." "Hello, what's your name?" "My name is Zhu Xiuqing, from the Xingluo Zhou family, Podi clan." Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi left directly after he finished speaking, and Zhu Xiuqing's face seemed to change. "Podi clan, No wonder they dare to kill people from the Zhu family. In recent years, the reputation of the Po Yi clan has been very loud throughout the Douluo Continent. The clan leader of the Po Yi clan, Yang Wudi, has broken through to the title Douluo. His attack power is very strong, and even the title Douluo dare not provoke him easily. Especially Niagao of the Yu Yi clan is also a title Douluo, and the two families are in-laws. The four single attribute families have always been allies, with more than 1,000 soul masters added up. Even the top three sects don't want to provoke them easily now. In the past few years, although the Po Yi clan and the Yu Yi clan have been very low-key, no one dares to underestimate the strength of the two clans. Even the Haotian Sect, headed by the lower four sects, can only take a detour. Especially in the past 10 years, the Po Yi clan has been the largest supplier of medicines in the entire Douluo Continent. It has certain connections with major forces in the world and has accumulated a lot of wealth, which is also considered to be a little famous. Chapter 113 Chapter 113 External Soul Bone 8 Spider Lance. After 2 days of traveling, the two finally arrived at Soto City. Along the way, they barely spoke a word, as if they were just passing by. Unexpectedly, after entering Soto City, the first hotel they saw was the Rose Hotel. Yang Podi was speechless for a moment, as if all time travelers could not avoid this hotel. Yang Podi turned around and prepared to leave, but was stopped by the hotel manager. Dear guest, it is the enrollment period for all the major schools in Soto City recently. All the hotels are probably full. I suggest you stay in our hotel. Yang Podi glanced at the hotel manager. Come and get 2 rooms? The hotel manager glanced at Yang Podi, then at Zhu's Huking not far away, and said with a smile, Dear guest, I'm really sorry, our hotel only has 1 room. Yang Podi ignored the hotel manager's words and took out a large bag of gold soul coins from the soul guide and threw it to the hotel manager. There were hundreds of gold soul coins in it. Give me 2 rooms, and they should be quiet. The hotel manager took the gold soul coins and was overjoyed. Dear guest, don't worry, I will arrange a room for you immediately and ensure quietness. After the hotel manager finished speaking, he took out 2 door keys from somewhere, and Yang Podi took one and walked into the hotel. Zhu's Huking behind him seemed to hesitate for a moment and also picked up another key. Yang Podi came to Soto City mainly to understand the specific time now. If it is still early for Shrek Academy to start school, he will go to Notting City for a walk. If he has missed the time, he will make other plans. As for the several beauties of Shrek, Yang Podi really looks down on them. Many people like Zhu's Huking very much, mainly because Zhu's Huking is very hardworking and basically follows Daimyo. She is a typical good wife and mother. But in fact, Zhu's Huking is the most difficult to pursue among all the girls in Shrek. Zhu's Huking has a strong sense of family and has been bound by the Zhu and Dai families all her life. It can be said that she is more like a traditional woman. Xiao Wu doesn't need to be considered at all. She is just a 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit. If it weren't for Tang San and the powerful forces behind him, she would have become someone else's soul ring long ago. What's more, Xiao Wu is particularly brainless. It seems that she never practices seriously except for playing. As for Ning Rongrong, thinking of the previous operations of this little witch, she suddenly had a headache. After some confirmation, Yang Podi found out that Shrek Academy would start school the day after tomorrow. He had no time to go to Notting City, let alone to look for the Holy Soul Village and the priceless soul bone. Yang Podi thought about it carefully and decided to watch the famous scene of Shrek Academy's opening and then leave. Sure enough, on the second day, something happened at the Rose Hotel. A man with golden hair came to the Rose Hotel with a pair of twins in his arms. At the same time, a young man and woman also came to the Rose Hotel. The two parties clashed over the hotel issue. Yang Podi took a closer look and found that the two parties in conflict were Daimyo, Tang San and Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy. Looking at Daimyo's situation, he was indeed tall and handsome, with a dazzling golden hair, especially his behavior seemed to be full of rebelliousness. As for Tang San, as described in the original book, he was really a bit unremarkable in appearance and looked very ordinary. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, was very good-looking in both figure and appearance, a bit like a beautiful girl, but it was a pity that she was a bit brainless and especially liked to make trouble. Zhu's Huking looked at the situation on the scene, and her face turned pale, especially when she saw Daimyo hugging her left and right. She seemed to be a little disappointed. However, Yang Podi didn't pay attention to Zhu's Huking at the moment. Tomorrow was a big show, And all this was Zhu Zhuking's own choice. The next morning, Yang Podi and Zhu Zhuking came to Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy was built on the outskirts of Soto City. In fact, it was better to say that it was in a village than in Soto City. There were actually rural areas and farmlands around it, which didn't look like a city at all. At this time, there was a long queue outside Shrek Academy, and even Zhu Zhuking went to queue up. Looking at the enrollment situation of Shrek Academy, Yang Podi couldn't help but complain in his heart. With Shrek's ghost conditions, there were still so many people coming to sign up. And looking at his registration requirements, at least you need to reach level 20 soul power, which is the same as the registration requirements of Shyandao Royal Academy. And you have to pass 4 rounds of tests. Students who can pass the 4-person test are basically students with soul power above level 25. Why wouldn't students of this level be the focus of training? The first 3 rounds of entrance exams were quite ordinary, but the 4th round was a bit exaggerated. Just like the original novel, Yang Wudi was going to fight against 4 freshmen from Shrek Academy. In this battle, especially the one-on-one battle between Tang San and Yang Wudi, it looked very exciting. Tang San not only showed his strange and mysterious traces, the mysterious jade hand, and the crane-controlling dragon, but also showed his powerful hidden weapon skills. Especially when using hidden weapon skills, each attack was very strange, and it can be said that it was impossible to defend against it. Even the Soul Saint level Yang Wudi was hit. It was really very powerful. No wonder in the original novel, the skills in Tang San's Zuanshan Baolu were like plugins in Douluo Continent, which also made him invincible in the early stage. After watching this entrance exam in the dark, Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head and left alone. According to the current situation, Tang Hao should stay in Shrek Academy for the next 2 days, and will return to the waterfall in the Holy Soul village of Notting City in 2 days at most. In terms of time, there is no time to do anything. And according to the situation just now, Tang Hao should be observing Tang San's battle in the dark, so he must have also paid attention to himself. It is very unwise to act rashly. Yang Podi is not capable of dealing with a title Douluo now, especially a peak title Douluo. Yang Podi's current destination is to go to the Xingdao Great Forest. Among the many opportunities for Tang San in the original novel, the biggest opportunity is the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, the 8-spider soul bone and the 100,000 years blue-silver emperor soul bone. The fairy grass in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire has been intercepted by himself. And the soul bone of the 100,000 years blue-silver emperor is estimated to have no hope for the time being. The only hope is the 8-spider soul bone. After leaving Soto City, Yang Podi went directly to the nearby Xingdao Great Forest. Xingdao Great Forest borders the Bara Kingdom, which is only about 500 kilometers away from Soto City. Yang Podi spent a day and came to the outskirts of Xingdao Great Forest. After entering the Xingdao Great Forest, Yang Podi began to carefully look for the target soul beast, which is the 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Throughout the original work of the Douluo Continent, there are almost no external soul bones like the 8-spider soul bone. The 8-spider soul bone is like a perverted existence. It has a very strong attack power, and its toxins are very powerful, and it can even absorb vitality. Yang Podi searched for several days in the Xingdao Great Forest. He also found many spider soul beasts and even several human-faced demon spiders, but he just couldn't find the one he wanted, which made him a little irritable. Especially in the Xingdao Great Forest, after fighting with soul beasts many times, especially after seeing a lot of blood, the whole person seemed to be more crazy, and the murderous aura seemed to be more difficult to control. In the end, he couldn't help but use the elixir to stabilize his mind. But sometimes luck seems strange. Yang Podi struggled to find the human-faced demon spider that he couldn't find for many days. Just when Yang Podi was about to give up, he actually encountered this human-faced demon spider. That night, when Yang Podi was resting, the surroundings seemed to fall into silence, and Yang Podi himself felt a little strange. At this moment, a huge spider web pounced on Yang Podi, as if to surround him. Yang Podi teleported away from the attack range of the spider web and found a huge spider on the tree, which seemed to be ready to attack him at any time. What came into view was a strange spider with a main body diameter of more than 1.5 meters and 8 spear-like legs of more than 3 meters. The whole body was black and shiny, and the front end of the long legs was slender. Every step forward pierced the ground silently, showing how sharp it was. There were some white lines on the spider's lower abdomen, which formed a sharp contrast with its black body. These white lines formed a ferocious human face, with a total of 8 small eyes flashing with faint purple light close to its lower abdomen. This was a human-faced demon spider, and judging from its age, it should be a little more than 2,000 years old. It was the human-faced demon spider that Yang Wudi had been thinking about, and it was also Tang San's third spirit ring in the original work. When Yang Wudi saw this human-faced demon spider, he was immediately surprised. It was indeed easy to get it. It was just a 1,000-year soul beast. Yang Wudi summoned his own martial soul, the soul-breaking spear. At the moment when the human-faced demon spider spit out spider silk at him again, he quickly flashed to the human-faced demon spider, holding the spear with both hands, and stabbed it with all his strength. It was the first of Yang Wudi's 9 soul-breaking styles, a flash attack. It must be said that this was also very powerful for the human-faced demon spider. It actually reacted at the first time and used its spider legs to block it. But at this time, Yang Wudi's soul-breaking spear was more than 2,000 pounds. It directly broke the spider legs of the human-faced demon spider like a dead tree and rotten wood, and the offensive was unblocked and stabbed directly into the body of the human-faced demon spider. The human-faced demon spider was stabbed and seemed to be in great pain. It screamed strangely, and the other spider legs also attacked quickly. Obviously, this human-faced demon spider was very fierce. But how could Yang Wudi care about this 1,000-year soul beast? He chopped it directly with both hands holding the spear, and directly split the human-faced demon spider and its spider legs and body into 2 halves. This human-faced demon spider was dead, and a purple soul ring appeared on its body. Yang Wudi didn't care about this soul ring, and directly used the soul-breaking spear to untie the corpse of the human-faced demon spider. Sure enough, a crystal-colored light appeared on the corpse. Yang Wudi resisted the murderous aura on his body and took out this crystal-colored thing. It was a soul bone, like a shrunken human-faced demon bead, with an upright main bone in the middle and 4 small bones on both sides, like spider legs. Yang Wudi put away this external soul bone, swallowed a herb, changed into a set of clean clothes, and prepared to leave the Xingdao Great Forest. Recently, he stayed in the Xingdao Great Forest and fought with soul beasts many times, and killed many soul beasts. The murderous aura on his body seemed to become stronger and more uncontrollable, which also caused the elixir on his body to be consumed very quickly, and he needed to return to the Poi clan as soon as possible. Although he has no grudge against Tang San for the time being, from the perspective of the family, he will have to face Tang San and Tang Hao sooner or later. Taking away this external soul bone can be regarded as reducing future threats in advance. Chapter 114 Encounter with Shrek. After Yang Wudi left the Xingdao Great Forest, he went directly to a nearby restaurant, preparing to rest for a night before going back. But coincidentally, when he entered the restaurant, he actually saw 2 groups of people waiting for dinner. One of them was the 7 people from Shrek Academy, and the other group was wearing white school uniforms, probably students from a certain high-level Soul Master Academy. Yang Wudi ignored the crowd and went directly to a corner and sat down alone. After a while, the waiter brought the menu over. Yang Wudi didn't look at the menu and said to the waiter directly, "Give me a table of vegetarian dishes, as soon as possible." After saying that, he threw a small bag of gold soul coins on the table and ignored it. The waiter took the bag of money, conservatively estimating that there were dozens of gold soul coins in this small bag, and immediately said very enthusiastically, "Hello, guest, we will definitely serve you the dishes as soon as possible. Do you need some soul beast meat?" "Our soul beast meat is very good," Yang Wudi just said coldly. "Vegetarian dishes, as soon as possible." Hearing this, the waiter left quickly. Since coming out of the slaughter city, Yang Wudi seems to be a little bit unable to smell the smell of blood. Every time he encounters the smell of blood, the murderous aura in his body will unconsciously riot. However, when eating vegetables, the whole person will be much calmer, so recently Yang Wudi has been mainly vegetarian. After a while, the waiter quickly served Yang Wudi the dishes. I don't know if it was the effect of the bag of gold soul coins or because vegetarian dishes are easier to make. The person in the white school uniform seemed a little indignant. "Why did he serve the dishes first when we came first?" The waiter hurriedly said. "Hello, customer, the customer next to you requested all vegetarian dishes, which are easier to make. Some vegetarian dishes can be eaten directly after processing. If you want vegetarian dishes, you can also serve them quickly. Vegetarian dishes, are they for human consumption? Serve us quickly." Yang Podi glanced at the group of students in white school uniforms and ignored them, just eating his food with peace of mind. The other two seats seemed to be getting more and more angry, especially the fat man Ma Hongjin from Shrek Academy, who stared at a girl in a white school uniform opposite and seemed to be commenting on her. The people from the opposite academy seemed a little angry and even sent people to negotiate, but the negotiation had no effect. The 6 people from Shrek Academy seemed to be watching seriously, as if they were afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head when he saw this situation. In the original book, Shrek has a school motto: "Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre." At first glance, I thought this sentence was very good and seemed to be full of arrogance. But after thinking about it carefully, I think this sentence is very problematic. As a student, how can there be trouble or not? The only task of a student is to study. Only when you study well can you be better in other aspects and have a better future in the future. But looking at the style of Shrek Academy students, it seems that they are very bullying. Imagine if a student makes trouble at will and really offends someone who shouldn't be offended. He may be taught a lesson at least or be killed directly at the worst. If it weren't for the powerful background of the Shrek 7, they probably wouldn't know how many times they would have died. Whether it was provoking Kanghu College in the soul hunting forest or seriously injuring their opponents in the soul fighting competition, or even using hidden weapons in the competition with the Shyandao Royal College team, it was completely unlike what a student should be like. It was a bit like the assassination and viciousness of Tang San's previous life. In the Tang Sect, the two tables of people at the scene seemed to be getting more and more conflicted, especially when the waiter was serving food to the Shrek College. The waiter was tripped by the students of Kanghu College, and a dish almost fell on Daimyo Bei's head. In this way, the conflict between the two sides became more and more serious, as if they were about to fight at any time. The boys from Kanghu also became talkative, and even wanted to tease the 3 Shrek girls. It seemed that a big fight would break out between the two sides at any time. But Ning Rongrong from Shrek College seemed to be a little isolated. Tang San kept circling around Xiao Wu, while Daimyo Bei was particularly concerned about Zhu's Huking next to him. Ning Rongrong, who is also a girl, seemed to be a little outdone. However, the little witch Ning Rongrong seemed to want to cause trouble, and actually ran to Yang Podi. "Brother Yang, long time no see." Yang Podi looked at Ning Rongrong in front of him with a smile. After not seeing her for 2 years, Ning Rongrong seemed to have grown a lot taller, and Ning Rongrong was at least the first acquaintance he had met in 2 years. "Miss Rongrong, long time no see. Brother Yang, where have you been these past 2 years? Why couldn't I find you when I went to Shyandao Royal Academy? I heard that you went out for training. Sister Lingling missed you so much." When Yang Podi heard Ning Rongrong talking about Yi Lingling, he couldn't help but miss her in his heart. "I went to a special place for training. How has Lingling been these years? Sister Lingling missed you so much, and your teammates missed you too." "I miss them too." "Rongrong, why did you come to Soto City? Shyandao City is really not fun. Sister Lingling and the others are just training every day. I originally wanted to join your team, but your team is full, so I came to Soto City, and now I am a student of Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy is a good school. It's also good for you to study hard here." The people at both tables seemed to have suddenly fallen into calm. No one expected that Ning Rongrong would actually know this weirdo who had just come in. At this time, Yang Podi was wearing black clothes from head to toe, even covering his entire head. He really looked like a weirdo. "Brother Yang, I'm being bullied, are you going to help me out?" Yang Podi looked at Ning Rongrong with a half smile. "Rongrong, is there anyone in this world who can bully you? At worst, just ask your Grandpa Jian to kill him, but my Grandpa Jian is not here. Did you promise my father to take care of me? That was in the Shyandao Royal Academy. Why did you come to Soto City and ask me to take care of you? I don't care. If you don't help me vent my anger, I will go and complain to Sister Lingling, saying that you watched others bully me. Besides, when you were pursuing Sister Lingling, I helped you." Just as the two were talking, the leader of Kanghu Academy came over. "Are you the parent of the student? You should teach students how to respect teachers." Originally, Yang Podi didn't want to get involved in such trivial matters, but the matter actually found him. Yang Podi glanced at the leader of Kanghu. "I don't like others interrupting me. Please leave immediately." Seeing that the leader of Kanghu seemed to want to say something, Yang Podi said directly, "Get lost." The leader of Kanghu seemed to be even angrier. "You are so hot-tempered at such a young age? Then I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." But before he finished speaking, Yang Podi's right hand grabbed over directly. The leader of Kang, who seemed to want to summon his martial spirit, but a strong murderous aura came out of Yang Podi, frightening him so much that he was in a trance. Before he could react, a hand had already grasped his neck. No matter how hard he tried, he seemed unable to break free, and the strength in the hand seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Even breathing became more and more difficult. Then, Yang Podi grabbed the neck of the leader of Kanghu and threw him out of the restaurant. Everyone at the scene was stunned, and the leader of Kanghu looked at Yang Podi in horror, as if he was looking at a monster. Then he took all the students of Kanghu and left the restaurant quickly. Yang Podi ignored the people around him and looked at Ning Rongrong. Ms. Rongrong, are you satisfied now, Brother Yang? Can I join your team? It's up to you, come if you like. Mo Hongjin and Oscar from Shrek seemed to want to say something, but were stopped by Tang San. Fatty, Xiao, don't say anything first. Tang San had the most experience among the 7 Shrek people, especially as a disciple of the Tang Sect, so he naturally knew what murderous aura was. At that moment just now, Tang San seemed to feel endless murderous aura, even stronger than all the masters he had seen in his previous life, and realized that this weirdo in front of him might be very difficult to deal with. In the end, after Yang Podi and Ning Rongrong had some communication, Ning Rongrong returned to the Shrek Academy team, and Yang Podi went to rest directly after eating. When Ning Rongrong returned to the team, Tang San spoke first. Rongrong, who is that weirdo just now? The man just now is called Yang Podi. He was the captain of the second team of Xiandao Royal Academy. He suddenly disappeared 2 years ago. He said he was going out for training. I didn't expect him to be in Soto City. Dai Mubei looked at Zhu Xiuqing, who seemed to be trembling beside him, and couldn't help but said, Xiuqing, do you know the Yang Podi just now? Zhu Xiuqing calmed down for a while before speaking. I was chased by the Zhu family a few days ago. There were 2 soul masters and 3 soul lords who caught up with me. When I met Yang Podi, the 5 people wanted to kill Yang Podi to silence him, but they were all killed by Yang Podi. The whole process only took 1 minute. Tang San seemed a little surprised. Kill 5 people in 1 minute, including 2 soul masters. He is so strong. At this time, Zhao Wuji also came to the hotel. Zhao Wuji accompanied them all the way to protect the students. Naturally, he paid attention to everything that happened in the hotel. Teacher Zhao, how strong is Yang Podi just now? Zhao Wuji shook his head. In such a short time just now. I only saw him attack once. I don't know his specific strength. I can't even feel his specific soul power level. He must have some hidden soul power treasure on him. The leader of Kanghu Academy is also a soul king, but this person can defeat a soul king with 1 move. His strength is very strong. And I feel that he is very strong. I am afraid he is not much worse than me. Dai Mubei seemed very surprised. Teacher Zhao, how is this possible? You are a soul saint, especially in terms of strength. I am afraid that there are few soul saints who can compare with you. Zhao Wuji was also confused. In the end, everyone looked at Ning Rongrong, as if full of questions. Ning Rongrong looked at the expressions of the crowd and then spoke. The man just now is called Yang Podi, a descendant of the Poi clan. He is 5 years older than me and should be 17 this year. When he was 12 years old, he joined the Xiandao Royal Academy. His soul power level at that time was 35. I remember my father and Grandpa Jian said that this person is gifted, and every soul ring he absorbs is a power soul ring, and every soul ring is absorbed beyond the level, and every soul ring is selected from a top-grade soul beast. When he was still a soul master, he could surpass the soul master in the fighting soul field. After hearing this, everyone at Shrek was stunned. They didn't expect that the weirdo they just met was so powerful. Everyone at the scene was considered a genius, but the fastest Tang San was only 12 years old and 29th level. This person was actually 12 years old and already 35th level. What kind of training speed is this? Yang Podi didn't care about the thoughts of the Shrek people. He just wanted to have a good rest and go home as soon as possible. Although the harvest in the Xingdao Great Forest was good, it was still very tiring. Chapter 115 Controlling the Killing Aura. Yang Podi ignored the people of Shrek Academy and wanted to go home as soon as possible. Now the murderous aura in his body is getting more and more out of control, especially after killing some soul beasts in the starred out Great Forest. People seem to become more easily lost and more out of control. After 4 or 5 days of traveling, Yang Podi finally returned to the Poi clan's residence, and he was relieved. When Yang Podi knocked on the door of the Poi clan's residence, The guards seemed to find it strange that someone came to visit so late. However, when the gatekeepers saw Yang Podi's face, they were shocked. "Podi, why did you come back suddenly? Why did you become like this?" Yang Podi suppressed his excitement and said, "I'm fine, go and inform my parents and grandfather, and tell them that I'm back." When the guards heard this, they hurriedly opened the door and let Yang Podi return to the family. After Yang Podi returned to the clan, he did not rush back to his own home, but went to his grandfather's pharmacy. After a while, his grandfather Yang Wudi, his father and his mother all came to the pharmacy. Yang Wudi carefully examined Yang Podi's body. His face was very solemn. His parents stood beside him worriedly, especially his mother Nia Jinfeng, who seemed to be about to cry when she saw Yang Podi's current state. At this time, Yang Podi was wearing black clothes and a black hat, and he seemed to be a little afraid to see people. Moreover, Yang Podi seemed to exude a strong bloody smell, and it was a bit creepy to get close to him, as if he was a beast that only knew how to kill. After Yang Wudi checked his grandson's body, his face was very solemn. "Podi, you must have got this murderous aura in the city of slaughter. It seems that you should have obtained the domain of the god of killing, but you did not return to our family immediately. Recently, I am afraid you have been using drugs to suppress the murderous aura in your body, which has made the murderous aura more and more difficult to control. I have also seen Tang Hao's domain of the god of killing, and even seen what he looked like when he obtained the domain of the god of killing. To control the murderous aura in the body, it takes at least a year, and at most 3 to 5 years, and it is best not to kill anyone during this period, let alone have the thought of killing." Mom Niu Jinfeng seemed worried. "Dad, what is Podi's current situation? Is there any way we can help him? I am a little scared seeing him like this." Yang Wudi's face was very solemn. Back then, Tang Hao controlled the domain of the god of killing and the murderous aura with the help of his sister Tang Yuho's noble domain. "I am afraid we can only use this method to help Podi." But before Yang Wudi could continue, he was interrupted by Yang Podi. "Grandpa, don't do that. We, the Poi clan, have finally gotten rid of the Haotian Sect. We must not have anything to do with the Haotian Sect anymore." Before Yang Wudi could speak, his mother Nia Jinfeng spoke directly. "Podi, these are adults' matters, don't think so much. At worst, I will ask Tang Yuho to heal you." Yang Podi suppressed the murderous aura in his body and said, "Mom, I really have my own way. I don't need Tang Yuho from the Haotian Sect to help at all." Grandpa Yang Wudi seemed to be determined. "King, what can you do?" Tang Hao was in his 30s before he obtained the killing god domain, and it took countless time to completely control it. You are only a 17-year-old child now. We old guys will help you resist anything. "Grandpa, I really have a way." "Then what do you think? What do you want to do?" "I remember there is still a large open space on the back mountain. Please arrange for someone to clean it up as soon as possible. A separate small house will do. Remember to keep the surroundings absolutely quiet. Then help me prepare a lot of paper, pens and books." Mother Nia Jinfeng was puzzled. "Podi, is this okay for you? Can it effectively help you control the murderous aura in your body?" "Mom, don't worry, it will definitely work if you follow my method." Mother Nia Jinfeng wiped the tears from her face, and finally agreed with Yang Podi. "Podi, I will go to the back mountain to help you build a small house. You just bear with it for a while, it should be fine soon." And Father Yang Zhenshin looked at Yang Podi quietly. "Podi, is there anything else you need me to help you with?" Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. "Dad, please notify my Shyandao Royal Academy team members and tell them that I am back safely. Tell them not to worry, I will return to Shyandao Royal Academy as soon as possible." "Okay, I will arrange someone to go to Shyandao Royal Academy tomorrow. You can rest assured about other things." The next morning, my mother Nia Jinfeng had built a small house in the back mountain overnight. This house looked very small and stood alone in the mountains. When Yang Podi came to this small house, he suddenly felt that this small house was a bit unusual. The whole house was not built with stones, but with ordinary trees. However, the things in the house were relatively complete. There was a large desk and writing table, a kitchen and bathroom, and even a large bathtub. All the water was mountain spring water. There was even a small well behind the house for daily use. Yang Podi came to this small house alone and began his life of controlling the killing aura. The killing aura was actually too much for killing. This new aura was integrated into his blood and bone marrow. In addition, the whole killing was shrouded in the special power of Shura God, and these Shura powers were also integrated into his blood and bone marrow. I remember that in the original work, whether it was Tang San or Tang Hao, Both of them used Tang Yuho's noble ring to control the killing aura. This method is indeed good, but it actually relies on external forces. Through Yuxun's etiquette learning and Tang Yuho's innate domain, the mentality can be peaceful. But Yang Podi's idea is completely different. In terms of mentality cultivation, how can Douluo Continent compare with the 5,000-year heritage of Blue Star? Although it is unknown how many years Douluo Continent has developed, and various cultivation methods and even major cultivation families have been formed, Douluo Continent is more like a primitive society. Everyone pursues power, and almost no one considers things like spiritual realm. Blue Star is just the opposite. Although it has only a short 5,000-year culture, it is far superior to Douluo Continent in terms of personnel literacy and state of mind cultivation. The most famous of them are Buddhism and Taoism. There are two most famous points in Buddhism. One is the Bodhisattva written by the Tang Dynasty monk, the sixth patriarch of Zen Buddhism, Master Hunan, which is intended to explain that all laws are like dreams and bubbles, and teach people not to be delusional and obsessed, so that they can see their true nature and prove Bodhi. There is no Bodhi tree, nor is there mirror stand. There is nothing at all, so where can dust gather? Although it is only 20 simple words, it is a rare and wise saying in Buddhism. There is also a higher status in Buddhism, the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita. When Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva practiced deep Prajnaparamita, he saw that the five aggregates were empty and overcame all suffering. Shariputra, color is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from color is emptiness, emptiness is color, and so are feelings, thoughts, actions, and consciousness. The Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita is also called the Heart Sutra. The full text is only 260 words. It expounds the concepts of the five aggregates, 3 categories, 4 truths, and 12 causes and conditions to explain the Buddhist doctrine that self-nature is empty. It believes that prajna can overcome all suffering, obtain ultimate nirvana, and attain the fruit of Bodhi. This idea is considered to be the core of all prajna doctrines, so it is called the Heart Sutra. As for Taoism, the main content is the Tao Te Ching. The text of the Tao Te Ching takes the philosophical meaning of morality as its main theme, and discusses the ways of self-cultivation, governing the country, using troops, and keeping in good health. It is mostly based on politics. It is the so-called inner sage and outer king learning. The text is profound and broad, and is known as the king of all scriptures. This is the highest classic of Taoism and the highest realm of human thought cultivation on Blue Star. The theme of Buddhism is that emptiness is color, and the theme of Taoism is Tao follows nature. No matter which kind of thought, as long as a certain realm is reached, the killing spirit in the body can be completely controlled. In the following time, Yang Podi completely transformed into an ordinary person and never thought about anything to practice. Every day during the day, he planted flowers and grass in the mountains and forests. Sometimes he even looked at a tree or a small grass in a daze for a long time, and didn't care about the fighting outside. The rest of the time he rode and read in the house. What he read was not a book about cultivation, but some simple humanities and fun things, as if everything had nothing to do with cultivation. Every day, Yang Podi writes a lot of words, and the contents are very simple, including Bodhisattva, Heart Sutra and Tao Te Ching. When he is thirsty, he drinks some mountain spring water, and when he is hungry, he takes some grown vegetables and cooks them directly. The whole life is very simple and monotonous, and the whole person seems to be just like an ordinary farmer. Time flies, and soon it has been almost a year. In this year, Yang Podi has changed a lot. The original killing aura on his body has disappeared without a trace, and replaced by a gentleness. No matter from which aspect, Yang Podi looks like an ordinary person. There is no fluctuation of soul power on his body, everything is like the color is empty in Buddhism, and the Taoism follows nature. Especially when staying in the mountains and forests, the whole person seems to be integrated with the whole mountain and forest, without any sense of disobedience. In this year, Yang Podi has been riding countless times, and the whole person seems to be integrated into the realm of Tao Te Ching, naturally. Especially from the state of mind, it is almost completely perfect, without hatred, no killing intention, and no ambition. Then there is the problem of soul power. During the 2 years in the slaughter city, even if Yang Podi did not practice at all, the slaughter city was like a huge simulated environment, especially the hell slaughter field, which was more like a natural battlefield prepared for the soul-breaking spear. After 2 years of killing in the slaughter city, Yang Podi's soul power reached level 58, but at that time, Yang Podi's soul power was very violent and seemed to be out of control at any time. During this year of living alone, Yang Podi did not practice at all, mainly comprehending nature and comprehending scriptures. But it was during the process of comprehending nature that his soul power increased by 2 levels. Everything seemed to be natural, as if it was a matter of course, and his soul power was extremely strong. On this day, Yang Podi looked at the valley where he had lived for a year, the lush trees around him, and the hut where he had lived for a year, and seemed a little reluctant. But in the end, Yang Podi gritted his teeth and left this quiet environment. A quiet life is certainly desirable, but a quiet life often requires one's own strength to maintain. If there is no strength, it is just cattle and sheep that can be slaughtered at will. Yang Podi didn't want to be a cattle or sheep to be slaughtered at will, but wanted to be the master of nature, so he left the valley where he had lived for a year without hesitation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Shrek Academy and the Changes of the Po Yi Clan. A year ago, after Yang Podi took the soul bone of the human-faced demon spider, the Shrek 7 Devils seemed to have undergone subtle changes. When the Shrek 7 Devils entered the soul-hunting forest to hunt for soul rings, although they also encountered the Titan Giant Ape, and even the Titan Giant Ape also captured Xiao Wu, Tang Sam still tried his best to pursue Xiao Wu. But this time he was not so lucky, and did not encounter the injured human-faced demon spider. In the end, Tang San chose an ordinary spider soul beast, but his soul skill was still spider web binding, and his soul power was also increased to level 31, which seemed to have no change. The only difference was that Tang San lacked the priceless 8 spider soul bone. Then Yu Xiaogang arrived at Shrek Academy, and everyone in Shrek Academy began devil training. Everyone seemed to be complaining, but the effect was not bad, and everyone had a certain improvement. Then came the more pitfall plot. Everyone in Shrek Academy won many battles in the Soto City Great Soul Fighting Arena and won the Silver Soul Fighting Medal of the Great Soul Fighting Arena. As expected, they met Qin Ming and Xiandao Royal Academy who came to participate in the team fighting spirit. The result of the fighting spirit was the same as the original. After Xiao Wu was injured, Tang San used his skills. Countless hidden weapons flew to the opponent's players, and these hidden weapons were glowing with blue light, which were obviously poisonous. The result was that Shrek Academy won with difficulty, but the Xiandao Royal Academy team suffered heavy losses. Many people were injured by hidden weapons, and even many people were poisoned. This result is more troublesome. Xiandao Royal Academy did not have Du Yan, let alone Yi Lingling. No one treated the players of both sides in the first time. As a result, many people from Shrek Academy were seriously injured because of the fighting spirit, and many people from Xiandao Royal Academy were poisoned by Tang San's hidden weapons. The scene of both sides was miserable, especially a few people, who were almost dying. Fortunately, the big fighting spirit field itself has a high-level healing soul master, otherwise, most of the two sides in this fighting spirit will be killed or injured. But Qin Ming himself seemed unaffected. He still invited everyone from Shrek Academy to exchange and study at Xiandao Royal Academy, as in the original novel. In fact, this makes sense. With the strength of everyone from Shrek Academy, they probably don't have much time and opportunity to participate in this Soul Master competition. After all, the 7 Shrek students are still relatively young and can participate in the next Soul Master competition. That can also be regarded as attracting talents for Xiandao Royal Academy in advance. Yu Xiaogang and others didn't think so. They knew that Xiandao Royal Academy had 2 places for the competition, but they didn't know that the place for the second team had been taken by Yang Podi. Due to this information gap, the two sides reached an agreement that the students of Shrek Academy would study at Xiandao Royal Academy. But now Qin Ming is just a team leader, and Yu Xiaogang is far away from Xiandao City and doesn't know the specific situation of Xiandao Royal Academy. The two sides accidentally formed a tacit understanding. Since there is no Du Yan in the Xiandao Royal Academy team, there is naturally no Du Gubo standing up for Du Yan. But the little witch Ning Rongrong at the scene had a strange look on her face. She often went to Xiandao Royal Academy to play, so she naturally knew the situation of Xiandao Royal Academy, and was more familiar with the affairs of Xiandao Royal Academy Team too. Not to mention Qin Ming, even the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect might not be able to ask for the quota of Xiandao Royal Academy Team 2. After all, the royal family did not want to offend the Po Yi clan and Yu Yi clan, who also had 2 titled Douluo. At this time, Ning Rongrong's relationship with the other 6 people of Shrek was still somewhat different from that in the original work, and they did not have such a tacit understanding as in the original work. At least before Tang San shared and sold the hidden weapons, the relationship between the 2 sides was not so good. In this way, after the communication between the 2 sides, both sides got a relatively satisfactory result. Qin Ming was repaying his alma mater by introducing all the students of Shrek to Xiandao Royal Academy. It was not only a way to repay his gratitude, but also to seek a good future for all the younger students, and also to recruit talents for Xiandao Royal Academy, which was a win-win situation. Yu Zhigang and his group were thinking of using the excellent conditions of Xiandao Royal Academy to lay eggs, including various advanced mimicry environments of Xiandao Royal Academy, various financial support from Xiandao Royal Academy to the team, and even various information from Xiandao Royal Academy. In short, in the eyes of Yu Zhigang and others, it seems to be 100 benefits without any harm. If Yang Podi knew Yu Zhigang's thoughts, he would spit Yu Zhigang. Xiandao Royal Academy does have various resources, whether it is free food or advanced mimicry environment, or even a simple playground and lake. It has invested a lot of money, which is very suitable for students to practice. But these free conditions are actually clearly marked with prices. Here, you will face all kinds of solicitation, all kinds of beauties, food, wealth, status solicitation and temptation. If you are not mentally firm, you will only be lured away by the nobles. Especially the Shrek people, they don't look like people with firm minds, that is, Po Hun Gun and Oscar. The 2 have never seen any flowery world, and have never faced any temptation. I just don't know if they will still be students of Shrek Academy at that time. Of course, a lot of things happened to the Po Yi clan during these 3 years, but they were basically good things. First of all, his father Yang Zhenshin finally broke through to the title Douluo, and it has been more than 2 years. In other words, when Yang Podi was practicing in the Slaughter City, his father broke through to the title Douluo. Moreover, under the leadership of his 2 grandfathers, he hunted a good spirit ring from the Xingdao Great Forest. The age of the spirit ring is estimated to be about 86,000 years. The spirit beast is a ghost tiger, which increases the attack power of his father a lot. It is still a very good spirit ring. The second point is that his mother actually broke through to the title Douluo recently. This is also the 4th title Douluo of the Po Yi clan. Now there is only 1 spirit ring missing. The original plan was to go to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt after a while. Now Yang Podi has reached level 60. And the plan has been changed to go together to obtain the spirit ring. The third point is that his younger sister Yang Xianyu is finally 12 years old and is about to enter school. The younger sister Yang Xianyu is indeed born with full soul power. At the age of 12, her soul power has reached level 33, and this is without eating fairy grass. In particular, each of her soul rings was personally taken by her grandfather Yang Wudi to hunt in the Sunset Forest. According to the cultivation method of the Po Yi clan, all of them are offensive soul rings, and the soul beasts of each soul ring are very good, and even the age of the soul beasts of each soul ring is very good, basically around the best age. Originally, it was planned to arrange Yang Xianyu to study at the home of the Po Yi clan, but the younger sister had a very strong personality and clamored to go to Xiandao Royal Academy. Then both her grandfather and father were very helpless and had to agree to her request. However, Yang Podi also communicated with the younger sister Yang Xianyu. After enrolling in Xiandao Royal Academy, he went directly to the second team of Xiandao Royal Academy for training, which was considered to let her accept his devilish training, and at the same time wanted her to see the world in the future. Of course, the 2 also made a lot of agreements, the first of which was not to date any boys. My little sister is only 12 years old now. If she is cheated by some dandy boy, it would be a loss of both my little sister and my army. According to Yang Podi's plan, my little sister Yang Xianyu will probably study in Xiandao Royal Academy for 1 year. After 1 year, she will graduate with all the members of the team. In this way, neither the royal family nor the academy will have anything to say. The internal strength of the Po Yi clan has also been greatly improved. The 6 elders have broken through to the Soul Douluo realm. Compared with before Yang Podi went to the Slaughter City, 4 soul saints broke through to the Soul Douluo realm. The Poi clan has also cultivated talents in recent years. Now the number of soul masters has reached about 800, which basically exceeds the number before the Haotian Sect war. This includes the children of the Poi clan marrying some civilian soul masters, and civilian soul masters joining the Poi clan. The Poi clan is now very low-key to the outside world. Basically, they do not participate in some disputes in the soul master world. In the eyes of outsiders, they are more like a merchant family. The medicine of the Poi clan is almost famous throughout the Douluo Continent, and the medicine is sold very widely. Whether it is the Xingluo Empire or the Spirit Hall, there are medicinal materials of the Poi clan. The Yuyi clan is a bit similar to the Poi clan. In recent years, it has also been very low-key, focusing only on building houses. Now it is the largest construction company in the entire Douluo Continent. Since Grandpa Yang Wudi broke through to the title Douluo, he has spent less time on cultivation and more time on refining poisons and elixirs. As a result, Douluo often comes to visit. Whenever the two stay in a pharmacy, they stay for many days each time. I don't know if they are researching new poisons. Especially since the soul bone of the unicorn Tyrannosaurus was handed over to Douluo, the relationship between the two families seems to have become closer. Especially under the casual reminder of Yang Podi, Yang Wudi and Douluo carefully thought about it and actually created a cultivation method to transfer the toxin to the soul bone, which can be regarded as a solution to the defects of the Douluo family's green phosphorus snake martial soul. The 40,000-year-old unicorn Tyrannosaurus soul bone was absorbed by Douluo's son Douluo. After Douluo absorbed this soul bone, not only did his injuries completely heal, but his martial soul hidden dangers also disappeared, and his cultivation speed even became faster. Unfortunately, too much time was wasted before, and the foundation of his body was damaged to a certain extent. He has only reached the soul saint level now. Moreover, Douluo has been recuperating recently, hoping to break through to a higher soul power level in the future. Yang Podi carefully thought about the current situation of the family. In terms of strength, it is barely acceptable. The family will soon have the fourth title Douluo, and the high-end combat power is much stronger than the so-called upper three sects. In addition, there are two foreign aides, Grandpa Niagao and Douluo. Even from the surface, whether it is the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect or the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, they dare not easily provoke the Poi clan. But this strength is still not enough in front of the Spirit Hall. When the Spirit Hall is hunting souls, it will involve the Poi clan. Even if the family can cope with it with the strength of multiple title Douluo, it will still cause considerable losses. Just as Yang Podi communicated with his grandfather Yang Wudi and his grandfather Niagao, the two replied to the Spirit Hall at the same time that they would go to the Spirit City to accept the canonization during the finals of this Soul Master competition, which was a signal of reconciliation for both parties. Especially after Yang Podi's analysis, the two no longer hate the Spirit Hall as much as they did at the beginning. At least they will no longer sing against the Spirit Hall on the surface. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, and the Xiandao Empire all seem to be dissatisfied with this behavior, but it is not easy to blame anything. After all, whether it is the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, or Yu Yuan's son of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the three of them have been canonized by the Spirit Hall. Even two of them are the symbols of the Pope's Order of the Spirit Hall. It is impossible to push such a powerful force to the Spirit Hall because of a small matter. Chapter 117 Return to Xiandao Royal Academy. Yang Podi returned home in simple and plain clothes. His mother Nia Jinfang was pleasantly surprised. Podi, how do you feel now? Can you control the murderous aura in your body? Yang Podi smiled slightly. Mom, I am completely well now. I plan to go back to Xiandao Royal Academy tomorrow. After all, I haven't seen those players for a long time. Yes, you have been away from the academy for almost 3 years. It's time to go back and take a look. Mom, I will take Xianyu with me tomorrow. It's just right to help her with the enrollment. At that time, let her live with Sister Yan and Sister Lingling. It will be relatively safer. Niu Jinfeng thought for a while. Okay, this is not bad. After resting at home for a day, Yang Podi took Yang Xianyu away from the Poi clan early the next morning. Yang Xianyu was very excited throughout the whole process, especially after entering Xiandao Royal Academy. Everything was quite amazing. Yang Podi didn't think about it. He took Yang Xianyu to the teaching office to register for enrollment. After registration, he took Yang Xianayu to visit the entire Xiandao Royal Academy. Whether it was the canteen, the simulated environment, or even the dormitory, they walked through it. In the afternoon, they went directly to the training ground. When Yang Podi arrived at the training ground, the other 6 people were training. When teacher Li Xiang and everyone saw Yang Podi, they were all surprised. Especially Yi Lingling, her eyes were red, and she almost cried. She almost wanted to throw herself on Yang Podi. Yang Podi smiled at everyone. "Hello everyone, I spent 3 years going out to experience this time. I miss you all very much. You haven't slacked off in your training for the past 3 years, teacher Li Xiang said with a smile. Podi, don't worry, everyone has trained very hard in the past few years, and everyone is about to reach your requirements. At the signal of teacher Li Xiang, everyone reported their soul power level. Among them, Yang Pingan was the highest, with a soul power of 47, Du Guyan's soul power reached 46, Yi Lingling's soul power was 45, Niu Meng's soul power was 41, Tailong and Bai Ziaofei's soul power was 39. Compared to when the Xiandao Royal Academy team was formed 4 years ago, everyone has improved by more than 10 levels on average, and Yang Pingan, who has improved the most, has improved by 12 levels. The one who has improved the least is Du Guyan, who has only improved by 10 levels, from level 36 to level 46. There is still nearly a year to the next Soul Master competition, so it should be no problem for all the members to become Soul Masters. Yang Pingan should still have the chance to reach the Soul King realm, but it is estimated that it will be difficult for Du Guyan to break through to the Soul King realm. Yang Podi turned to teacher Li Xiang beside him and said, "Teacher Li Xiang, this is my sister Yang Xianayu. She just enrolled today. Please confirm that she has also joined our Xiandao Royal Academy team too." Teacher Li Xiang seemed a little confused. The Soul Master competition is only 1 year away. Isn't it a little too early for your sister to join the team now? After all, she will only be 13 years old next year. But Yang Xianayu on the side spoke directly. Teacher Li Xiang, my name is Yang Xianayu, my martial soul is the soul breaking spear, and my soul power is level 33. Teacher Li Xiang was surprised when he heard this. Level 33 at the age of 12? I see. I will arrange for her to join the team. Yang Podi turned around and said to everyone around him, my sister Yang Xianayu is joining the team from today. She is only 12 years old now, and her soul power is already level 33. I hope all of you will work harder and not be surpassed by Xianayu in soul power level. Everyone at the scene was speechless. Yang Podi, you were already a monster, and now sister has come out, and she is still a monster. Teacher Li Xiang, in particular, couldn't help but complain in his heart, what kind of monster family is this? A big monster brother and a little monster sister. However, teacher Li Xiang finally spoke. Podi, the first team of Xiandao Royal Academy has been out for training recently, mainly to compete with strong teams all over the country. Should our second team also be arranged to go out for training? This will increase some of the most difficult experiences. Yang Podi thought about it and denied it. Teacher Li Xiang, this is completely unnecessary. We are the second team of Xiandao Royal Academy. We have to participate in the preliminaries and promotion matches. That is the best time for training. It doesn't make much sense to go out to participate in team battles now, especially since the distances in various parts of the country are long. It's a waste of time to go there by carriage. As for the issue of actual combat experience, I plan to apply for the team to go directly to the Soul Hunting Forest for training in a while. It depends on when Tailong and Bai Ziaofei break through to the Soul Sect. I think they will break through in a month at most. Teacher Li Xiang seemed a little hesitant. Isn't it too dangerous to go to the Soul Hunting Forest? After all, they are still students. Although they are still students, they are almost Soul Sect at least. They are not weak, but lack practical experience. If it doesn't work out, I will ask the education committee to help, which should ensure the safety of everyone. In the afternoon, Yang Podi followed everyone to do physical exercises, but the weight he carried was quite scary. The total weight of his whole body weighed several thousand pounds, and everyone at the scene was stunned. However, Yang Xianayu, although it was only the first time to participate in team training, was able to persist in completing it, which immediately made Niu Meng and the other two feel like dying. After years of experience, the three of them were almost no match for a 12-year-old child. It was really embarrassing to tell others. After the afternoon training was completed, Yang Podi handed Yang Xianyu to Du Yan to take care of. The main reason was that both of them were girls, and Du Yan was notorious for being fierce, and had a grandfather who was a titled Douluo, so no one in the entire Xiandao Royal Academy dared to provoke her. There are all kinds of people in Xiandao Royal Academy, whether they are noble sons who are pretentious, handsome and unrestrained, or even tall and mighty sons of generals, they almost fill the entire Xiandao Royal Academy. Yang Podi doesn't want his sister to come into contact with such people. Let her go with Du Yan, at least there will be no problem in terms of safety. Yang Podi also specifically explained that if anyone dares to provoke his sister or pursue his sister, no matter what the other party's identity is, Du Yan will poison the other party first. And then he will handle the future. As for someone bullying Yang Xianyu, Yang Podi is not worried at all. Although his sister is only 12 years old, her soul power is already level 33. She can also enter the Xiandao level class in the entire Xiandao Royal Academy. Especially this little girl has been practicing gun skills for many years, and her attack power is not bad. It is estimated that it is difficult to meet an opponent among the Soul Masters. If someone wants to use some insidious moves, who can compare with Du Yan in terms of insidiousness? Her family is a rare family of poison Soul Masters. After the training, Yang Podi took Yilingling away alone, and the two of them talked to each other. Yang Podi roughly recounted his experiences over the past 3 years, including some of what he saw and heard in the City of Slaughter, and his longing for her over the past few years. Yilingling mainly told some interesting stories about the Xiandao Royal Academy, including some interesting stories during the training process of several people, and some major events that happened in Xiandao City recently. Yang Podi just looked at Yilingling's beautiful face stupidly and couldn't help but kiss her. The two hadn't seen each other for 3 years, and now they met again, like an exploding gunpowder barrel, completely uncontrollable, and finally lingered to express their love sickness. In just one day, the news that Yang Xianyu was enrolled in the Xiandao Royal Academy caused a sensation in the entire academy, especially when Yang Xianyu followed Du Yan to the Xiandao level class. It shocked a lot of people. No one could have imagined that Xiandao Royal Academy would have another student who was admitted to the Xiandao class. The last student who entered the Xiandao class directly was her brother Yang Podi. Yang Xianyu has reached the 33rd level of soul power at a young age, and her future is limitless. Especially although Yang Xianyu is young, only 12 years old, her height is close to 1.7 meters. Except for her slightly immature face, she is a real beauty, especially her figure is more in good shape. For a while, Yang Xianyu became the goddess envied by everyone in the Xiandao Royal Academy. It is said that in just 2 days, she received several baskets of love letters, as if everyone wanted to treat Yang Xianyu as an ignorant little girl. Especially the heirs of some relatively large forces, it's like chicken blood. In the eyes of many sect masters, Yang Xianyu is almost a perfect heir partner in terms of appearance, personality, family, talent, and background. If his descendants could marry Yang Xianyu, they would be able to get along with the Po Hun clan, a titled Douluo family. Maybe in the future, his family could also give birth to titled Douluo. Especially Prince Avalanche, as if he had been stimulated by something, he actually led a bunch of friends to surround Yang Xianyu and confess his love in public. He even carefully prepared various gifts of great value. As a result, Du Yan, who was standing aside, snorted coldly, and exuded green gas, which directly poisoned Prince Avalanche and a bunch of friends around him. A group of people fell to the ground with foam at the mouth and twitching limbs. The confession scene suddenly turned into a car accident scene, leaving the teachers around speechless. Du Yan's poison was the venom of the green phosphorus snake, which was extremely toxic. Although he was only a soul sect cultivator now, ordinary healing soul masters could not cure it. Du Yan finally detoxified everyone because of their family backgrounds. However, these poisoned people might suffer for a while in the future, at least their limbs would twitch and their bodies would ache. Unless an expert who can detoxify is found, no one can escape. The people around were all silent when they saw this situation, fearing to provoke these little ancestors again, especially Du Yan, who directly said that if anyone dared to continue to pester them, he would ask his grandfather to go to the other family. For a moment, everyone saw Yang Xianyu and these beauties as if they saw a devil, and they were afraid to avoid them, fearing that they would bring disaster to their own family. After a few days of silence, Prince Zubang went directly to his uncle, Prince Zuzing. Before Prince Zuzing could speak, he said directly, "Uncle, I was hurt by the poison of Du Guyan these days. Can you help me get revenge? Prince Zhu Xing looked at Zhu Bang like a fool. Zhu Bang, do you think anyone in the Xiandao Empire can avenge you? Does anyone dare to help you get revenge? Zhu Bang thought carefully. It seems that no one dared to provoke Du Gubo. Even his father would probably not offend Du Gubo for this matter. Then wouldn't his sin this time be in vain? Zhu Bang thought for a while and continued, Uncle, what do you think if I go to ask for Yang Xianyu's hand in marriage? Prince Zhu Xing shook his head. Zhu Bang, do you think that with your current reputation, Yang Wudi will agree to marry his precious granddaughter to you? Will Niu Gao agree to marry his precious granddaughter to you? I think you should stay calm in the Xiandao Royal Academy recently and stop causing trouble. Although you are a prince, whether it is the Podi clan or Du Gubo, I'm afraid they are people you and I can't afford to offend. Prince Zhu Bang was a little confused. Uncle, doesn't Du Gubo owe you a favor? Prince Zhu Xing sighed. Du Gubo does owe me a favor, but he has helped me a lot over the years, especially now that he is a guest official of the Xiandao Empire. This is all because of my favor. The favor will always run out, and then the two of us will have no way out, and we will no longer have anyone to rely on. Zhu Bang seemed a little angry. Uncle, I am a prince after all, and you are a prince after all. How can you live like this now? Prince Zhu Xing seemed a little sad. So what? Aren't your two brothers also princes? Now they are both dead, and their deaths are unclear. Chapter 118 Shrek arrives at Xiandao Royal Academy. Yang Podi also heard about Zhu Bang and his group being poisoned by Du Guyan, but he just laughed it off and didn't take it seriously at all. In the original novel, Zhu Bang was known as the #1 Lion King. In the early days, he did evil in the Xiandao Royal Academy and oppressed ordinary people. After Jinrixu's palace coup failed, Zhu Bang became the only heir to the Xiandao Empire and became the new crown prince. In the past, those dandy behaviors were labeled as forbearance and a helpless move to avoid Jinrixu's persecution, but Zhu Bang had been heard of in recent years. He did a lot of evil and harmed good girls. He didn't look like a pig to eat a tiger, but rather a manifestation of his nature. He himself was a dandy who did all kinds of evil. In the end, he knelt lightly and all his faults were washed away. But have those who were harmed by him received any compensation? Does he have any regrets? Perhaps this is the sadness of the imperial system. The nobles are high above, and the common people are just the objects of bullying. Yang Podi doesn't care about avalanches. If he dares to provoke him, he will kill him sooner or later. Of course, a big thing happened recently, that is, the people from Shrek Academy came to Xiandao Royal Academy. Just like the original work, the Shrek people came to Xiandao Royal Academy through Qin Ming's relationship. However, they still had a conflict. Several people from Shrek Academy clashed with Zhu Bian at the gate of Xiandao Royal Academy, and Prince Zhu Bian was beaten like a pig's head. Facing the Shrek group, the 3 education committee members also gave enough face and received them personally. However, after some communication, problems arose. Meng Shenji, the education committee member, looked at the teachers and students of Shrek Academy with a face full of relief. After all, these students are just 13 years old, and they are basically in the realm of Soul Master. If it comes to the next Soul Master competition, there should be no problem for all the members to be Soul Masters. Teachers and students of Shrek Academy, I am Meng Shenji, the chief of the Xiandao Imperial Academy's Education Committee. Welcome to join the Xiandao Imperial Academy. The 2 people next to me are the second seat, by Baoshan Soldaluo, Wuhan Xiank Singlu, and the Defense Systems 85th Level 8 Ring Combat Soldaluo. The third seat of the Education Committee is Zilan Soldaluo, Wuhan Xiankingteng, and the Control Systems 83 Level 8 Ring Weapons Soldaluo. Seeing this, everyone in Shrek hurriedly saluted. No matter what, these are all masters of the Soldaluo level, and they have a very good reputation in the education world. They can be said to be the Taishan Bidao of the Xiandao Empire's education world. Bai Baoshan Soldaluo and Zilan Soldaluo also nodded slightly, welcoming everyone from Shrek to join. However, at this moment, an accident occurred. Prince Zhu Bang and Prince Zhu Xing arrived at the scene, especially Zhu Bang, who had a wound on his face and seemed to be seriously injured. Wait a minute, the 3 members of the Education Committee, you can't let these people enter our Xiandao Imperial Academy. Meng Shenji and the other 2 saluted quickly. Your Excellency, why are you here? Prince Zhu Xing seemed a little disdainful. Why? The 3 members of the Education Committee have guests here? Won't you introduce them to me? Meng Shenji said, Your Highness, Let me introduce you to the president of Shrek Academy, Flanders. This time, he is here to discuss cooperation with us. Dean Flanders, this is His Royal Highness Prince Zuxing of the Xiandao Empire. But before the Shrek Academy group could say anything, they were interrupted by Prince Zuxing. Meng Shenji Education Committee, Xiandao Royal Academy is a place to train talents for my Xiandao Empire. Those who do not respect my Xiandao royal family cannot join my Xiandao Royal Academy. The three members of Meng Shenji's Education Committee were confused, and they didn't understand what Prince Zuxing was talking about. Prince Zuxing continued, these people came from unknown sources, and they beat up the prince of my Xiandao Empire in public. How can they join the Xiandao Royal Academy with such character? Meng Shenji, the Education Committee member, looked at Qin Ming and Shrek's group with some confusion. Qin Ming quickly told them about the conflict between Zhu Beng and the students of Shrek Academy and how he was beaten. The three Education Committee members knew very well what Zhu Beng had done in the academy. If he had not been a prince, he would have been kicked out of Xiandao Royal Academy long ago. At this time, Meng Shenji, the Education Committee member, was very tough. Your Highness, I don't think there's anything wrong with the Shrek students. Everyone knows what Prince Zhu Beng has done in Xiandao Royal Academy, especially the recent incident of being poisoned. Hearing that Zhu Beng was poisoned, Prince Zuxing looked a little ugly. These people beat the prince in public, which is a contempt for my Xiandao royal family. Your Highness can rest assured, I will report this matter to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Majesty Zhu Yi, and they will make the decision at that time. In the end, the two sides parted unhappily, and Prince Zhu Beng and Prince Zuxing had to leave in a rage. Meng Shenji once again spoke to Shrek and his party, I'm sorry to make you laugh, but Prince Zhu Beng has always been a playboy. You just need to comply with the Academy's regulations in the Academy, and you don't need to pay any attention to this. The Shrek Academy group hurriedly expressed their gratitude to the three teaching committee members. After all, they had just supported them. At this time, Flanders seemed to have thought of something. Three teaching committee members, this time we joined Xiandao Royal Academy mainly to allow students to participate in the Soul Master competition. I hope the three teaching committee members will help us. Dean Flanders, that's no problem. With the talents of your students, you will definitely achieve excellent results in the next Soul Master competition. Yu Zhigang seemed a little anxious when he heard this. Why is it the next Soul Master competition? I heard that Xiandao Royal Academy has two places. We want the students of Shrek Academy to participate in this Soul Master competition. We only need the second team's place. The three teaching committee members looked at Yu Zhigang, who suddenly interrupted with some confusion, and then looked at Qin Ming. Finally, they asked, Teacher Qin Ming, who is this? Qin Ming on the side quickly said, three teaching committee members, this is Yu Zhigang, the leader of Shrek Academy, and Tang Sen, the Soul Master of the Control Department of Shrek Academy, is his disciple. Teaching committee member Meng Shenji nodded, Teacher Yu Zhigang, the quota for the second team of my Xiandao Royal Academy has long been given out, and now there is only one team. Then won't we be able to participate in this Soul Master competition? I see that your team members are relatively young, generally only 13 years old. They can practice in school and participate in the next Soul Master competition. Everyone at Shrek looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't expect that the quota for the second team of Xiandao Royal Academy had already been sold out. Would they have to wait for 6 years? Yu Zhigang was still a little unwilling. Three teaching committee members, can the quota for the second team be taken back? I believe these students can represent the second team of Xiandao Royal Academy and achieve good results. Meng Shenji Education Committee member shook his head. The quota for the second team was given out 6 years ago, and the team members also started training 6 years ago. This was decided by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince himself. Can we fight with the students of the second team to compete for the quota for the second team? Meng Shenji Education Committee member glanced at Qin Ming, then at Yu Zhigang. Teacher Yu Zhigang, maybe you don't know much, but now there are many Soul Masters in the second team, and it is estimated that the lineup will be very good next year. Meng Shenji, the teaching committee member, meant this in a very tactful way. In terms of strength, Team 2 is stronger than Team 1. I'm afraid that they are far from being comparable to the Shrek team, which is the highest Soul Master. The three teaching committee members know the actual strength of Team 2, and Teacher Li Xiang will report to them regularly. But it is still kept secret from the outside world, and even Qin Ming doesn't know the specific strength of everyone. The scene seemed to be in a bit of an awkward situation. The Shrek team came to Shyandao Royal Academy mainly for the quota for Team 2, but now there is no quota for Team 2, which is not going to be easy. Meng Shenji and the other two had heard that the 7 people from Shrek Academy could actually beat Team 1 of Shyandao Royal Academy, and they understood that everyone was extraordinary, and they probably wanted to participate in this Soul Master competition. In the end, the two sides decided that everyone from Shrek Academy would join Shyandao Royal Academy, and the 7 people from Shrek team would compete with Team 1 of Shyandao Royal Academy for the final quota to participate in the Soul Master competition, and Qin Ming would continue to be the team leader with full responsibility. This plan was acceptable to both parties. Everyone in Shrek Academy was full of confidence and felt that they would definitely win the competition. Meng Shenji and the other two also felt that this would greatly improve the strength of the team. The only one who was embarrassed was Yu Xiaogang. According to the regulations of Shyandao Royal Academy, teachers of Shyandao level classes must be Soul Emperor level, and the requirements for team leaders were even higher. Qin Ming was the leader of Shyandao Royal Academy's first team only after the 3 of them overcame all objections. Yu Xiaogang was just a great Soul Master. Theoretically, he could not even be a teacher in Shyandao Royal Academy. However, in the end, for the sake of Qin Ming and the Shrek teachers, Yu Xiaogang was allowed to assist Qin Ming in managing the team. All the teachers of Shrek Academy did not arrange other work for the time being and managed Shyandao Royal Academy's first team together. In this way, the team had 14 members in a short period of time, and there were also many teachers. However, the teaching staff was indeed strong, with at least 2 Soul Saints, Flanders and Zhao Wuji, and several Soul Emperors. Only Yu Xiaogang was a bit of a drag. If it weren't for the fact that he was Tang San's teacher and an old friend of Flanders, no one would have paid attention to him. Tang San himself had been introduced by Qin Ming as a Ro-controlled type spirit master. It was obvious that Meng Shenji and the other two attached great importance to Shrek and his party. Qin Ming personally arranged everything, including the training of students and teachers, accommodation, and even the training ground. This would allow these students to practice in the academy with peace of mind, so that they would definitely achieve good results in the next Spirit Master competition. After Shrek and his party arranged accommodation, everyone gathered at the training ground, mainly to arrange follow-up training. Ningrongrong planned to go to the second team to play. After all, Ningrongrong had a very good relationship with Du Yuyan and Yu Lingling of the second team, and they had gone shopping together many times before. The other 6 people of Shrek were also curious about the second team and wanted to go and take a look together, but Qin Ming's face was rather ugly at this time. He originally wanted to recruit students from the second team, but was rejected. Dear teachers and students, I'm sorry, the training of the second team has always been closed. I'm afraid it's not convenient for us to watch. For a moment, everyone looked at Ningrongrong in confusion, and Ningrongrong herself seemed polite and spoke directly. I used to go to the second team to play. They train every afternoon at the number 3 training ground next door. In this way, a group of people came to the number 3 training ground in a mighty manner, as if they wanted to see how the second team, which the Ming Shenji Education Committee attached great importance to, trained. Qin Ming had always been curious about the training methods of the second team, so he followed everyone. Chapter 119 Yu Xiaogang is here. When the group arrived at the number 3 training ground, it was closed from the inside, but from the sound inside, there should be people training. Ningrongrong didn't want to avoid suspicion, and she went straight up and knocked on the door. Teacher Li Xiong saw that it was Ningrongrong, so he opened the door, but he was still confused when he looked at the people around him, especially Qin Ming, whom he knew. Miss Rongrong, Teacher Qin Ming, what are you doing here? Teacher Li Xiong, this is a new student in our college, and I want to come here to see the training of the second team, but our training has always been confidential. Ningrongrong looked indifferent. What's there to keep secret? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Teacher Li Xiong thought about it, and finally let a few people in. As Ningrongrong said, she had been here before, as long as it didn't involve confidential issues. When Shrek and his group entered the number 3 training ground, the scene in front of them shocked everyone. The training ground, which was supposed to be flat, was transformed into various facilities, including pools, deep pits, wire mesh, high walls. There were 8 people on the scene who seemed to be training desperately, and judging from the figures of everyone on the scene, they all had a lot of weight on their bodies. The training method was a bit similar to Yu Xiaogang's, but much more complicated. Yu Xiaogang's training was just a simple running with stones on his back, but now in the number 3 training ground, everyone was like running in the wild, especially everyone put themselves into this environment to train, and suddenly felt the horror of this training volume. In particular, there was a familiar figure among all the people, who was the weirdo that Shrek 6 met in the town outside the starred out Great Forest. At that time, this person defeated the Soul King with one blow. Yu Xiaogang quickly asked Teacher Li Xiang, "Teacher Li Xiang, are they training like this? When will the training end?" Teacher Li Xiang looked at Yu Xiaogang with some doubts, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "Who are you? Is there anyone who asks others about their training methods so directly?" Qin Ming understood what Teacher Li Xiang was thinking, and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Teacher Li Xiang, this is our new teacher in Team 1. He's just a little curious about the training of the students in Team 2. Does your Team 2 train like this every day?" Teacher Li Xiang looked at Qin Ming. He knew that Qin Ming was a teacher in Team 1, and he also knew that the 3 teaching committee members attached great importance to Qin Ming. Finally, he spoke, "Our Team 2 trains like this every afternoon." "Afternoon? How long is the training every afternoon?" "Train until you are exhausted, which means that everyone has to train to the limit." Yu Xiaogang was surprised. He didn't expect that someone's training method was a bit similar to his, or even better than his. He couldn't help but speak again. "Teacher Li Xiang, did you invent this training method?" Teacher Li Xiang shook his head. "I'm just assisting. All the training of Team 2 is under the charge of their captain." Yu Xiaogang was puzzled. Under the charge of their captain? Doesn't Team 2 have a team leader? The team leader of our Team 2 is also the captain. I just assist him in management. The entire Team 2 was formed by him. Yu Xiaogang seemed to be a little excited when he thought of something. "Teacher Li Xiang, can you introduce the captain of your second team to me? I have something to discuss with him." Teacher Li Xiang wanted to refuse, but seeing Ning Rongrong next to him seemed eager to try. He finally went to discuss with Yang Podi. At this time, Yang Podi, who was exercising, saw that so many people had come to the number 3 training ground, especially that they all seemed familiar. Thinking carefully, aren't these the people from Shrek Academy in the original book? How did they come to Shyandao Royal Academy? When Teacher Li Xiang came to communicate, he didn't want to meet these people, but after thinking about it, he decided to meet them. He also wanted to see what Shrek Academy was up to. Yang Podi came in front of the Shrek team and spoke directly to Qin Ming. "Teacher Qin Ming, who are these people? Why did they come to our training ground number 3? Qin Ming seemed a little unnatural when he saw Yang Podi. "These are the new teachers and students in our team. They mainly want to communicate with you." Yu Xiaogang saw the confusion on Yang Podi's face. "Hello, I am Yu Xiaogang from the Shrek Academy team. The Soul Master World calls me a master. Now I am also a teacher of the first team of Shyandao Royal Academy. I heard that your second team does not have a team leader. Can I be the leader of your second team?" Yang Podi shook his head. "I'm really sorry, Teacher Yu Xiaogang. I will be the team leader of our second team. We don't need other team leaders for the time being." Yu Xiaogang seemed a little anxious. "You have to play in the soul fighting competition. It is still very inconvenient without a team leader. With my knowledge, I can definitely lead you to achieve good results." Yang Podi ignored Yu Xiaogang's words, but looked at Qin Ming on the side. "Teacher Qin Ming, our second team does not need a team leader for the time being. I hope your first team will not interfere with our training." At this time, Yang Podi couldn't help complaining in his heart. "Yu Xiaogang, what kind of strength do you have? With your knowledge, what use is it to me?" Qin Ming was also embarrassed when he heard Yang Podi's words. Who would have thought that Yu Xiaogang would actually make such a request? In the end, the two sides parted unhappily, and Yu Xiaogang had to leave with a disappointed look on his face. However, the little witch Ning Rongrong had already made an appointment with Du Yan and Yi Lingling to go shopping together. Yang Podi originally planned to go to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt spirit rings recently, but Yang Podi himself had a high requirement for the age of spirit rings, and his mother also wanted to hunt the 9th spirit ring, so he still needed to make certain preparations for manpower. This time he still had to go to the core area of the Xingdao Great Forest. Now it is planned that his father Yang Zhenshan, his second grandfather Yang Wuxiang, Du Gubo, and his mother Nia Jinfeng will go together, while his grandfather will stay at home. Originally, they had not planned to invite Du Gubo, but when the old guy heard that they were going to hunt for Yang Podi's soul ring, he volunteered to go with them. If 3 titled Douluo go together, they should be able to hunt for a better soul ring. After leaving, Yu Zhigang looked at Qin Ming. Qin Ming, how come the captain of the Shandao Royal Academy's second team is the leader and teacher? Qin Ming seemed a little embarrassed, but finally spoke. The captain just now is Yang Wudi, born in the Podi clan. 6 years ago, he joined the Shandao Royal Academy. Although he was only 12 years old at the time, his soul power had reached level 35. He started to form the Shandao Royal Academy's second team as soon as he entered school 6 years ago. All the team members were recruited by him personally and have been receiving his training. Yu Zhigang and his group became much more serious. 12 years old and 35 levels, how is this possible? Even if the innate soul power is full, it is impossible to be 35 levels at the age of 12. The others were also puzzled. This age and soul power level seemed unheard of. Qin Ming smiled bitterly. I have doubted this too, but when he was admitted to the school, he was tested by a teacher himself, and he was summoned by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the 3 teaching committee members in person, so it should not be fake. I couldn't feel his soul power level just now. He must have used some treasure to cover up the soul power fluctuations. I'm afraid no one knows Yang Wodi's current specific strength. At this time, Yu Zhigang couldn't help muttering, it's a pity that such a genius appeared in the Podi clan. Yu Zhigang originally wanted to become the leader of the second team, and then take Tang San with him. With his knowledge and Tang San's strength, plus the current lineup of the second team, he will definitely get a good result, and then he will become famous. Tang San on the side asked, what kind of force is the Po clan? Why haven't I heard of it? Flender introduced, the Po clan is one of the 4 single attribute families. The 4 single attribute families include the Po clan, the Power clan, the Agility clan, and the Control clan. These 4 families were originally affiliated families of the Haotian Sect, the world's #1 sect after the Haotian Sect and the Spirit Hall fought. The Haotian Sect retired, and the 4 single attribute families left the Haotian Sect to develop on their own. All the spirit rings of the 4 single attribute families are soul beasts of the same attribute. Among them, the Po clan's spirit, the soul-breaking spear, are all offensive spirit rings, and they are invincible in the same realm. The Power clan's spirit, the Great Ape, all have power spirit rings. The Control clan's spirit, the plate armor giant rhinoceros, is known as one of the strongest defenses in the world. The Agility clan's spirit, the spine-tailed swift, is known as the fastest spirit in the world. In recent years, the patriarch of the Po clan, Yang Wudi, has broken through to the title Douluo, and no one dares to provoke him in the Shandao area. Hearing this, Yu Zhigang was a little surprised. The leader of the Po clan has broken through to the title Douluo? How is this possible? Yu Zhigang has been not in college for a long time and doesn't know much about the world of soul masters. He was born in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and naturally knew the difficulty of breaking through to the title Douluo. He didn't expect that someone from the Po clan had actually broken through. Flanders seemed to understand Yu Zhiagang's thoughts and couldn't help but persuade him. Zhiagang, the 7 little monsters of our Shrek College are all talented and powerful. They will definitely win the championship in the lower world Soul Master competition, but Yu Zhiagang was still unwilling. There seemed to be a road leading to success in front of him, but this road had nothing to do with him. But Yang Wodi's background and strength were probably not so easy to grasp. Yu Zhiagang looked at Tang San and shook his head helplessly. At this time, Yang Wudi didn't care about Yu Zhiagang so much. Now he was waiting for the news from his second grandfather and Douluo. As long as the two confirmed the time, they could go to the Xingdao Great Forest immediately. It was a bit strange that Shrek Academy actually joined Shandao Royal Academy. It would be fun if Jian Douluo saw Xiao Wu and found out that she was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. As for Yu Zhiagang, Yang Wudi really didn't want to pay attention to him. He wanted to be the leader of his team after meeting for the first time. Who gave him the confidence? In the next few days, Yang Wudi continued to practice and waited for news from home. And what seemed to be a problem with the integration of the 7 Shrek people into Shandao Royal Academy. It could even be said that there was a big dispute. For Soul Masters, Shandao Royal Academy can be regarded as a paradise, but for some people, Shandao Royal Academy is a hell in an endless abyss. Chapter 120 Encounter in the Star Forest. All the people in Shrek Academy used to live in a poor village with extremely poor living conditions. There were basically no training facilities inside the academy, not to mention any simulated environment. But the Shandao Royal Academy was just the opposite. It had free food, various superior simulated environments, tall and luxurious dormitories and training grounds. It could be said to be a perfect training place. But there were also various temptations. All the students in the academy were children of nobles. It could be said that all of them were handsome men and beautiful women. Many of them came to the Shyandao Royal Academy not to practice or exercise, but more to socialize and make friends with the powerful. The 7 people from Shrek were like a big piece of fat meat. Daimyo Bei, Oscar, Po Hun Gun, and Tang San, these 4 boys were extremely talented. They were already soul masters at a young age and were also students in the Shyandao class. For the nobles, this was like seeing a treasure house. As long as one of them could be recruited into the family as a son-in-law, after being trained by the family, they could all become high-level soul masters. Not to mention title Douluo, at least soul Douluo would be no problem. Any family that had a soul Douluo could basically be considered the largest family power. The result is that there are countless handsome men and beautiful women surrounding Shrek, showing their courtesy and throwing themselves at him. Every day before Shrek and his friends start practicing, they receive a lot of love letters, and all kinds of beauties appear next to Daimyo Bei and his 3 companions. The first one downstairs is Po Hun Gun. Because of his evil fire problem, Po Hun Gun has been hanging around in brothels for a long time when he was young, and he has changed countless girlfriends. Now that he has met countless beauties throwing themselves at him, he naturally falls for them at the first opportunity. Tang San has always maintained his pure image, and with Xiao Wu watching him, others cannot take advantage of the opportunity. Daimyo Bei and Oscar are relatively calm. Daimyo Bei is pursuing Zhu Xiuqing, and Oscar is pursuing Ning Rongrong. For the time being, they are still better than Po Hun Gun. However, Daimyo Bei is a playboy, and Oscar has had many girlfriends in the past. I wonder if he will be bought by someone with a beauty trap. Dean Flanders saw this and quickly found Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, the training of all the students has been much worse recently. Everyone seems to have no enthusiasm for cultivation. The environment of Shyandao Royal Academy is very good, but I think it is still not suitable for the students of Shrek Academy. I think we should leave as soon as possible. Yu Xiaogang looked indifferent. Flanders, we are just teachers. Students need to take their own paths in the future. You can only control them for a while, but not for a lifetime. But if this situation continues, in a few years, the children will be useless. Now Hun Gun is in danger. Yu Xiaogang's only apprentice is Tang San. Tang San himself is relatively self-disciplined, and Xiao Wu is watching him, so Yu Xiaogang is not worried about any problems with Tang San. Now Shyandao Royal Academy has a fertile environment, high-level soul beast meat delicacies, and a good mimicry environment. These are all good for the cultivation of soul masters. How can Yu Xiaogang bear to take Tang San away? Yu Xiaogang even mentioned to the 3 teaching committee members that he wanted to take Tang San to the second team of Shyandao Royal Academy as the leader, but no one paid attention to him. The 3 teaching committee members have been teaching for many years, so they naturally know Yu Xiaogang's source of knowledge and soul power level, and they know Yu Xiaogang's reputation in the soul master world. How could they agree to him? What's more, the second team of Shyandao Royal Academy has a complex source of personnel and a strong background. They are basically a solid team. How could they do such a thankless task? To put it bluntly, the second team is obviously aiming for the championship. Even the 3 teaching committee members themselves want to be the leader. How could Yu Xiaogang get such a good thing? Flanders and Yu Xiaogang quarreled and finally parted unhappily. However, judging from Flanders' appearance, he should not give up and seem to want to take some action. And Yang Podi finally waited for the news from home and prepared to go to Xingdao Great Forest to hunt soul rings. However, before Yang Podi was ready to go home, Douluo actually came to Shyandao Royal Academy in person and took Yang Podi away directly, and said that he wanted to take him out for training, which confused everyone. When Yang Podi and Douluo came directly to the outskirts of Xingdao Great Forest, in addition to the original Yang Zhenshan, Nia Jinfen, and Yang Wushuang, his grandfather Nia Gao also came. But think about it, this time he is mainly to help my mother hunt the 9th soul ring. It would be strange if my grandfather didn't come. Moreover, the second grandfather has been dressed up and even wears a mask. Even if he meets an acquaintance, his original identity is completely unrecognizable. According to the plan, my mother mainly hunts defensive soul beasts this time. The soul beasts are about 80,000 years old. Soul beasts of this level are only found in the core area of Xingdao Great Forest. Douluo looked at Yang Podi and said with a half smile, "Little monster, your fifth soul ring is a 40,000-year-old soul beast. How old of a soul beast do you want for the sixth soul ring? You don't want an 80,000-year-old soul beast, do you?" Yang Podi nodded. "Grandpa Douluo, you are so amazing. You can actually guess that I want a 70,000 to 80,000-year-old soul beast." Douluo was speechless for a while. "Do you know what an 80,000-year-old soul beast is? Many people have difficulty absorbing their eighth soul ring. Don't worry about this. Last time I absorbed a 40,000-year-old Tyrannosaurus Rex, it felt quite easy. The age can be increased. This time, absorbing a soul beast of about 80,000 years is no problem at all. Then your seventh soul ring must be 100,000 years old. Where can I find a 100,000-year-old soul beast for you in Douluo Continent? Besides, you still have the eighth and ninth soul rings behind you? Then don't you have to find 3 100,000-year-old soul beasts? Let's talk about the future later. We can find it if we look more." After hearing this, Douluo was speechless. It was too tiring to chat with this kid. He had just become a titled Douluo, but he couldn't beat a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Except for his mother Nia Jinfeng, the rest of the group was familiar with the route. It took only 3 days to reach the core area of the Xingdao Great Forest. But were they unlucky? After 5 consecutive days in the core circle, they didn't find the soul beast they wanted. On this day, when a group of people were still looking for soul beasts, there was a sound of fighting in the distance. Several people looked at each other and couldn't help thinking, could it be that they were so lucky that they saw soul beasts fighting again? Could they still pick up leaks like last time? However, when a group of people came to the place where the battle took place, the battle had already ended. There was actually a dead fire-attributed soul beast on the scene. It looked like a top-grade soul beast, the Flame Lion King, and it was about 20,000 years old. There were 3 people standing next to the soul beast, including a woman with the golden hair and 2 middle-aged men. When Yang Podi saw the 3 people, he was shocked. "Oh no, how come I met these 3 people? This is trouble." A middle-aged man at the scene seemed to hear something and shouted angrily, "Who are you? You dare to peek?" After that, a spear stabbed directly at him, with extremely fast speed and great power. Grandpa Niagao directly summoned his martial spirit and quickly blocked the flying attack, but his hands seemed to be shaking a little. Grandpa couldn't help but say, "This force, it turns out to be a titled Douluo." Douluo saw that the other party attacked without saying a word, and he was furious. "Friend, I am Douluo, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" Before entering the Xingdao Great Forest this time, the group had already communicated well. If there was a need for external negotiations, all negotiations would be conducted by Douluo. When the middle-aged man heard what Douluo said, he snorted coldly. "I thought it was some rat, but it turned out to be the weakest titled Douluo." Douluo hated being called the weakest titled Douluo the most in his life, and shouted angrily, "Who are you? You are also a titled Douluo. How can I not kill nameless people?" The middle-aged man opposite seemed to be angered by Douluo's words and was about to take action. Seeing this, Yang Podi said quickly, "Senior, we are just passing by. We don't mean to disturb you. We will leave now." Before Yang Podi was ready to leave, the blunt said, "Wait a minute, what are you all doing in the starred out Great Forest, my beauty? I am Yang Podi from the Podi clan. This time I came to the starred out Great Forest to help me hunt for the 5th soul ring. I don't mean to disturb you." The blunt beauty seemed a little disdainful. "Why did you come to the core area of the starred out Great Forest for just the 5th soul ring? I didn't find a suitable soul beast in the mixed area, so I came to the core area with Senior Douluo and my grandfather to see if there is a suitable soul beast." "Did you also come to the core area?" The blunt beauty looked at the dead Flame King. "If he didn't absorb this top-grade soul ring, he would probably dissipate. You guys go, don't let me see you again." Yang Podi thanked him and immediately pulled everyone away. Although Douluo didn't understand why Yang Podi had this attitude, he still felt that it was a bit uneasy, so he didn't say anything and just left with everyone. When the group walked away, Douluo couldn't help but say, "Little monster, I have never been treated like this in my life. Why didn't you let me fight that guy just now?" Yang Podi was speechless. "Douluo, how did you live to this day with such a temper? How dare you offend such a person?" "Grandpa Douluo, among the 3 people just now, how strong are the 2 middle-aged men? If I'm not blind, they should both be titled Douluo." What was the soul power level of that woman just now? Douluo seemed a little puzzled. The Flame Lion King just now was a top-grade soul beast, reaching 20,000 years old. Judging from the strength of the blonde woman just now, she should be level 60. How old was the blonde woman just now, and what kind of soul power attribute aura did she have? Douluo thought about it, and was suddenly horrified in his heart. The blonde woman just now should be about 20 years old. She seemed to have a fire attribute aura on her body, and also seemed to have a sacred attribute aura that I hate very much. A soul emperor in his 20s, a sacred attribute aura. Grandpa Douluo, don't you think it's scary? Douluo was speechless for a while. Aren't you also a soul emperor under 20 years old? Yang Podi once again doubted Douluo's IQ. Sacred attribute aura, a 20-year-old soul emperor, and 2 titled Douluo subordinates. What force in the world can do it? Douluo's face turned black, and 3 words came out of his mouth. Spirit Hall. Yang Podi looked at Douluo jokingly. Grandpa Douluo, the blonde woman should be absorbing spirit rings now. If you go and sneak attack her, you will definitely gain something, but in this case, the Po clan, the Yu clan and the Douluo family will probably be uprooted. But his mother Nia Jinfeng was still a little puzzled. Is there such a big force behind this blonde woman? Yang Podi sneered. The descendant of the Jin family of the Angel clan, the 6-winged angel spirit, is probably the only seedling of the Spirit Hall. Douluo's face became darker again. I heard that the former Pope Jin's Unji left behind an only daughter, who was said to have died young. I didn't expect that she is still alive, and her talent is so terrifying. Yang Podi looked at Douluo and thought to himself, there are many more things you can think of. You have seen this only seedling of the Jin family many times, but you just can't recognize it. Chapter 121 Diamond Mammoth. After Yang Podi and the others left, the blonde and the other 2 seemed to fall into silence. Yang Podi guessed correctly that the 3 people were Jinring Su, Snake Spear Douluo, and Thorny Porpoise Douluo. Snake Spear Douluo saluted Jinring Su. Young master, it's strange that they came to the Star Dao Great Forest. How could they come to the core area with only the 5th spirit ring? Why don't you leave them here? Jinring Su shook her head. They have more people than us. Although Douluo and Nia Gao have just become titled Douluo, even if you 2 join forces, you may not be able to take them down. What's more, the other 2 of them are not weak. The key to our coming to the Star Dao Great Forest this time is to hunt for spirit rings. We can deal with them later, but young master, they saw your true face, and I'm afraid it will leave hidden dangers. Jinring Su thought for a while. It doesn't matter. Except for a very small number of people in the Spirit Hall, no one has seen my true face. Even if they have doubts, they don't know my current identity. Besides, Yang Podi has already broken through to the Soul King realm. I heard that some golden generation appeared under that woman. I want to see if the team she has spent a huge price and carefully trained can win the final victory in the Soul Master competition. Snake Spear, what is the current situation of the 2nd team of Shyandao Royal Academy? What is the specific soul power level? Snake Spear Douluo said quickly. Young master, after my observation some time ago, there are only 2 people in the 2nd team of Shyandao Royal Academy who have not reached the Soul Sect realm, but now they are level 39, and all of them should be Soul Sects before the Soul Master competition. Yang Pinkin and Du Yan, who have the highest soul power, are level 47 and 46 respectively, and Yulingling, the 9-hearted begonia, is already level 45. Jinring Su nodded. Based on this situation, next year there should be a lineup of up to 2 Soul Kings and 5 Soul Sects. At that time, we will definitely give that woman a surprise. Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo on the side remained silent. They dared not get involved in such things. Jinring Su looked at the Black Flame Lion King soul ring in front of her, and couldn't help but say, Genius? Golden Generation? I want to see what strength your so-called Golden Generation has. After saying this, Jinring Su didn't think so much anymore, but began to prepare to absorb the soul ring. At this time, Yang Podi and his group also fell into a strange silence. Douluo thought for a while before speaking. Little monster, don't you have a deep hatred between the Poi clan and the Spirit Hall? Have you ever thought about revenge? Yang Podi shook his head. The hatred of our Poi clan is related to the Haotian Sect back then. Now we have all left the Haotian Sect, and we don't have such a big hatred with the Spirit Hall. Besides, if the Spirit Hall really wanted to destroy my Poi clan back then, I'm afraid none of my grandfather and his people would be able to escape. And I still have some self-knowledge. We only have a few hundred people now. We don't have the strength to go against the Spirit Hall, And we won't take the initiative to cause trouble for the spirit hall. Dad Yang Zhenshin's face was a little cold. Podi, is this what you really think? Yang Podi shook his head. Dad, I don't want to let go of the hatred. Nor am I afraid of the spirit hall, but we also have to evaluate our own strength. If we continue to go against the spirit hall, I'm afraid the extinction of our family is not far away. Now many people outside are boasting about the strength of our 4 single attribute families, and even the strength to become the new top 3 sects. We should have some idea of who spread this news. They are eager for us to fight to the death with the spirit hall, so that they can reduce their own pressure, but if we really do what they want, I am afraid the end will be very miserable, even worse than the Haotian Sect. Our family does not have Tang Chen. In recent years, the 4 single attribute families have developed very rapidly. Even the weakest Min clan has 400 or 500 soul masters, and the strongest Po clan has 700 or 800. The 4 major families combined have more than 2,000 soul masters, and there are 2 titled Douluo on the surface. In terms of open strength, they have surpassed the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The current situation in the soul world is that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect have been holding on to fight against the Spirit Hall. The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect has developed extremely rapidly, with nearly 4,000 soul masters, which can be called the world's #1 sect. The Kibaoliuli sect relies on the support of the Xiandao Empire. On the surface, it is the only sect that dares to compete with the Wuhan Hall. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has only Yu Yuanzun, a titled Douluo, struggling to support it. Although its style of doing things is still very domineering, it has been much more low-key in recent years. Even the core disciple Yu Xianheng did not go to the Thunder Academy to study, but went to the Xiandao Royal Academy. It is obvious that he wanted to form an alliance with the Xiandao royal family so that his strength would not decline too quickly. After entering the Xiandao Royal Academy, Yu Xianheng has been pursuing Du Guyan. The two are even in the same Xiandao level class. It is obvious that he came for Du Gubo, but it is a pity. Even if Yu Xianheng keeps pursuing her, Du Guyan still looks down on her. Du Guyan herself is a very arrogant girl. After years of hard training, her strength is now much higher than Yu Xianheng. Du Guyan herself is already level 46, and Yu Xianheng has not yet reached the Soul Sect, so naturally she looks down on him. The major forces in the world also intentionally or unintentionally tried to win over Du Gubo. They all knew Du Gubo's great deterrence, but Du Gubo had always been a loner. Except for serving as a guest official of the Xiandao Empire because of a favor, he almost refused all the attempts of the sects to win him over. In fact, Yang Podi sometimes felt very strange. In the original work, Du Gubo had always been against the Spirit Hall. He did not eliminate this kind of group battle killer in advance. With the strength of the Spirit Hall, it would not be so difficult to deal with this weakest title Douluo. As a result, Du Gubo poisoned hundreds of thousands of people to death in the Battle of Jialing Pass, which could be called a killer. After hearing what Yang Podi said, everyone at the scene was silent. Several of them were titled Douluo. They still had some understanding of the strength of the Spirit Hall. Although they did not know how many titled Douluo there were in the Spirit Hall, 10 or 8 should be indispensable. Moreover, due to the retreat of the Haotian Sect in recent years, without the constraints of the Haotian Sect, both the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect have developed extremely rapidly. Yang Podi looked at the people around him and couldn't help but sigh. Senior Dugu, second Grandpa, don't spread what you saw today. Since the Spirit Hall has hidden the heir of the Jin family so tightly, there may be a huge conspiracy. If you spread it rashly, you may be killed. Du Gubo was puzzled again. In this case, why don't we take the opportunity to keep the 3 of them? Grandpa Dugu, they have 2 titled Douluo. In the core area of the starred out Great Forest, we can't keep them at all, and they can't keep us either, and my attitude just now has been very clear. I just don't want to cause trouble, so both sides are temporarily at peace. In fact, Yang Podi didn't say anything. With Jin Ringsu's attitude towards Bibi Dong, especially Bibi Dong's high hopes for Hulina and others, I'm afraid this little angel also wants to make something. She hopes that Bibi Dong will be slapped in the face. At least her family is still safe for the time being. After discussing it, the few people finally decided to look for the spirit ring first, and they would try to go as far as possible to avoid trouble when they meet again. This time, a group of people ran to a stream again, and wanted to wait and see if there were any soul beasts. It must be said that the soul beasts in the core area are indeed strong, and many of them are from the same tribe. For example, they just encountered a group of wind demon wolves, with about 10 to 20 of them. The one at the head should be the leader of the tribe, and it is estimated to be about 70,000 years old, but there are still two more than 50,000 years old below, and the rest are more than 10,000 years old. According to Yang Wodi's own estimation, the strength of this group of wind demon wolves is probably comparable to that of a sect of the lower four sects. Moreover, the tribe of wind demon wolves is very united, and even a soul beast of 100,000 years old dare not provoke it easily. The group stayed for a long time and finally found a good soul beast. This is a diamond mammoth of about 80,000 years old. It was seen that the length of this diamond mammoth reached more than 20 meters and the height was about 8 meters. The skin all over the body was like earth yellow, and it looked even harder than granite. Especially the huge tusks, which are more than 4 or 5 meters long. According to everyone's estimation, these tusks are probably comparable to artifacts. The diamond mammoth is known as one of the soul beasts with the strongest defense, and it is also the inherited martial spirit of the Xiangji sect for Nia Jinfen, the mother of the defense-type soul master. It is a top-quality product. Even his grandfather Nia Gao is jealous. However, this soul beast will be very difficult to hunt. Even if it has reached the title Douluo level, the soul-breaking spear can only cause damage to it, and it is difficult to cause fatal injuries to it. In particular, the diamond mammoth is extremely powerful. In terms of strength and defense alone, it is not inferior to the 100,000-year soul beast. Even Yang Wudi himself is a little jealous. If it is not too suitable for his mother, he would like to use it as his sixth soul ring. But the advantage is that Douluo came with him this time. Although the diamond mammoth is known for its strong defense, it is still much worse for poison. Especially Douluo is known as the world's #1 poison soul master, and the poison refined by the Podi clan is also quite powerful. After discussing it, several people decided to follow the diamond mammoth quietly, and then find a way to poison its food. After tracking it for several days, they found that the diamond mammoth was actually a vegetarian animal. Its main food was some shrubs and small trees, and it liked to eat some tender leaves from trees every day. However, it was also troublesome to poison it. It was not possible to use too strong a poison at one time, nor could it use a poison with too strong a smell. Finally, after thinking about it, several people decided to use the secret medicine of the Podi clan, colorful. The Emperor Zia in the original book was also unknowingly poisoned by this poison, which was colorless and tasteless, and there was no solution. Dad Yang Zhenshin personally poisoned some tender leaves in the forest where the diamond mammoth often went, and even added some other toxins. Sure enough, after 5 days of observation, the diamond mammoth seemed a little uncomfortable, his mental state was much worse, and there was even some blood at the corner of his mouth. Several people looked at each other and decided to attack the diamond mammoth that was deeply poisoned. 6 people quickly flew towards the diamond mammoth and attacked it from different angles. The diamond mammoth was suddenly attacked and roared, as if it wanted to fight back desperately, but there were 4 title Douluo on the scene, and it was no match at all. Especially the one confronting it head-on was his grandfather Nia Gao. Since Nia Gao broke through to the title Douluo, both his strength and defense have been greatly improved. Even the title Douluo below level 96 cannot compare with him in terms of defense and strength. In terms of the strength of this diamond mammoth, I am afraid it has just reached the title Douluo level. On the contrary, even if his father and second grandfather summoned their own martial spirit, the soul-breaking spear, it was difficult to break through the defense of the diamond mammoth. They could only leave wounds on the diamond mammoth. This defense was really amazing. Especially when the diamond mammoth fought desperately at the end, it was able to stand on its hind legs, with its front legs raised high and its legs pressed directly forward. The power was like a landslide. Grandpa Nia Gao was not afraid at all, and his 9th soul ring flashed directly, which was Grandpa's 9th soul skill, plate armor defense. A huge plate armor rhinoceros appeared in front of Grandpa, and seemed to be facing the opponent's diamond mammoth provocatively. The diamond mammoth and the plate armor rhinoceros collided with each other, and a big hole appeared on the ground, like an explosion, but Grandpa did not step back, but the diamond mammoth retreated a lot. Then everyone surrounded it, and the diamond mammoth let out a roar and fell to the ground. Chapter 122 Golden Lion King. As the diamond mammoth fell to the ground, Nia Jinfen, the mother, gave it the final blow, and a huge black soul ring suddenly appeared. Douluo quickly set up a poison array around to prevent other soul beasts from attacking. Nia Jinfeng, the mother, adjusted her mind and began to absorb the soul ring. It took a very long time to absorb this soul ring, and it took a whole day to completely absorb it. Unfortunately, no soul bone was found. After Niu Jinfeng absorbed the soul ring, her soul power reached level 91, which was considered the fourth title Douluo of the Po Yi clan. In the following time, Yang Podi was left with the last soul ring. However, the group spent a lot of time looking for it, and it seemed difficult to find a suitable soul beast. Either the age was too bad, or the soul beast species was too poor. There were also some good soul beasts, but the age was too high, reaching more than 90,000 years, and Yang Podi was not sure to absorb it. After searching for 7 days, that afternoon, when the group came to a hillside, they seemed to find something abnormal. The surrounding soul power fluctuations seemed to be relatively strong. Obviously, this area was not simple. After searching for a while, they found a pure golden soul beast near a cliff. This soul beast is a bit similar to a lion, but it is about the same length as the 100,000-year-old Titan giant Aberming, and may even be a little bigger. But its whole body is golden, whether it is skin or hair, it is like a golden hole, but it seems to be full of explosive power. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Golden Lion King. This is a Golden Lion King about 80,000 years old. You know, the Golden Lion King is a legendary soul beast, and its strength is very strong. The Golden Lion King of the same level is even stronger than the Titan giant ape, especially the Golden Lion King's claws, which are said to be indestructible. The Golden Lion King has the ultimate power attribute and gold attribute, and is like a hegemon among soul beasts. Yang Zhenshin's face was a little solemn. Podi, this Golden Lion King is very good, but it is very difficult for a golden soul beast to absorb. The energy of its soul ring is even much higher than that of a soul beast of the same age. It may be very dangerous for you to absorb it, especially looking at this Golden Lion King. Its strength may not be weaker than that of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Yang Podi stared at the huge Golden Lion King in front of him, and finally gritted his teeth. Dad, I want this Golden Lion King. I should have no problem absorbing it. After a discussion, several people finally decided to choose this Golden Lion King. However, golden soul beasts are extremely powerful and have stronger defenses. They are particularly difficult to kill. Even many poisons are useless against them. Moreover, the Lion King beast has a very high IQ and is difficult to sneak attack. Everyone in the group observed this Golden Lion King for several days and finally decided to poison it. However, the poison chosen this time was Douluo's green phosphorus snake venom, and it had to be a strong attack. At this time, there were already 5 title Douluo on the scene, so it should not be a problem to deal with the Golden Lion King. The group approached the Golden Lion King secretly. When they got close enough, the 5 of them looked at each other, flew over quickly, and attacked directly. However, this time they were besieged from 4 directions. Douluo and Grandpa Niagao were in front, and Dad Yang Zhenshin and second Grandpa Yang Wushuang were on the left and right. Mom Niu Jinfeng was watching from the back to prevent it from escaping. The 5 people summoned their martial spirits at the same time and dispersed to attack the Golden Lion King. Suddenly, the scene was very chaotic. Douluo summoned a huge green phosphorus snake king. Mom and Grandpa summoned powerful ancient dragon rhinoceros and plate armor giant rhinoceros. Dad and second Grandpa held a soul-breaking gun and attacked from both sides. The Golden Lion King reacted very quickly. After seeing the people around him, he seemed to turn around and try to escape immediately. But Mom directly used the 9th soul ring, infinite defense. The huge ancient dragon rhinoceros and the Golden Lion King collided with each other, immediately blocking the Golden Lion King's retreat. At this time, Douluo directly launched the 6th soul skill, Green Phosphorus Snake King Poison. A green poisonous gas entangled the entire Golden Lion King. Dad and second Grandpa quickly used their 7th soul skill, Weapon Soul True Body. The 2 transformed into giants holding soul-breaking spears and stabbed the Golden Lion King directly. The Golden Lion King seemed to feel pain, roared, and pounced on Douluo who had been poisoning. But Niagao flashed and blocked Douluo directly, and used his 9th soul skill. In this way, a huge plate-armored rhino and the Golden Lion King seemed to collide with each other, especially the Golden Lion King, who pounced with his right palm, even forcing Grandpa Niagao back far away, but unfortunately it still did not escape the encirclement. Seeing this, Douluo directly activated his ninth soul skill, Green Phosphorus Divine Light. A green light hit the Golden Lion King's head directly, and the Golden Lion King's entire head seemed to be melting. Dad and second grandpa looked at each other, their soul rings flashed, and they both used their ninth soul skills, and immediately stabbed the Golden Lion King like two huge soul-breaking spears. The two of them struck with a shocking blow, directly piercing the body of the Golden Lion King. Two huge wounds were left on the Golden Lion King's body. Mom and Grandpa took the opportunity to continue to attack, and the Golden Lion King was overwhelmed for a while. After just a few minutes, the Golden Lion King had fallen in a pool of blood, with countless huge wounds on his body, and even half of his head was missing. Yang Podi hurriedly stepped forward and attacked the Golden Lion King's eyes with his soul-breaking spear. But the Golden Lion King was obviously unwilling to die, and just closed his eyes. The soul-breaking spear pierced his eyelids, and it actually made a sound of metal clashing. Seeing this, Yang Podi directly used his fifth soul skill, Tyrannosaurus Destruction Strike. The soul-breaking spear was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex phantom, directly piercing the Golden Lion King's head. The Golden Lion King died, and a huge black soul ring appeared at the same time. Yang Podi adjusted his state and began to absorb the soul ring. This Golden Lion King was indeed very powerful, and the energy contained in its soul ring was very high. Yang Podi's entire body seemed to be in a magma purgatory, and his blood and soul power seemed to be boiling. Especially in his mind, a huge Golden Lion King roared, as if he wanted to tear himself apart. But the silver giant in his mind held a soul-breaking spear in his hand, as if he wanted to fight to the death. The white bat patterns on the silver giant and the soul-breaking spear flashed, and his mind seemed to be in a blood-red world. The Golden Lion King looked at this blood-red world and seemed to have a trace of fear. Then, a blood-red soul-breaking spear directly pierced the entire body of the Golden Lion King, turning the Golden Lion King into ashes. As time passed, the silver giant seemed to become much stronger, and there seemed to be a trace of golden patterns on his body. At this time, the 5 people outside were nervously watching Yang Podi absorb the soul ring. Especially during the soul ring absorption process, Yang Podi suddenly spilled a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, a white bat pattern appeared on the soul-breaking spear. The soul-breaking spear emitted a burst of white light, covering the whole world. Everyone seemed to feel a little frightened. Niagao and Douluo looked at each other, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. They couldn't help but say, "Killing God Domain." Both of them were titled Douluo, and they knew how to obtain the Killing God Domain. Niagao couldn't help but look at Niu Jinfeng. Jinfeng, when did Podi obtain the Killing God Domain? When did he go to the Slaughter City? Niu Jinfeng's face was full of worry. Dad, Podi went to the Slaughter City 3 years ago and came back a year ago. Douluo glanced at Niagao. Old Rhino, your grandson may be terrible in the future. As time passed, the soul power in Yang Podi gradually calmed down, and his body gradually returned to normal. When Yang Podi completely absorbed the soul ring and opened his eyes, 2 days had passed. This was also the longest time Yang Podi had absorbed the soul ring. The 5 people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Yang Podi absorb the soul ring. His mother Nia Jinfeng was still a little worried. "Podi, how do you feel now? Is there anything wrong with your body?" Yang Podi looked at his mother and smiled and said, "Mom, I feel very good now. My body has never been so comfortable and strong." Niu Jinfeng was completely relieved when she saw this. Yang Podi didn't care about other things, but started to dissect the Golden Lion King. Unexpectedly, a golden head soul bone appeared in this Golden Lion King. Seeing this, the group swallowed their saliva. You know, the head soul bone is more valuable than the soul bones and other parts, and it is second only to the torso bone among all the soul bones. Yang Podi didn't think too much, but put the head soul bone away, and talked about other things later. The group packed up and quickly left the Xingdao Great Forest. After all, this is the core area and is full of dangers. 5 days later, everyone returned to the Podi clan. Grandpa Niagao and Douluo left first. Yang Podi followed his second grandfather and his parents to his grandfather's secret room for refining medicine. The second grandfather disguised himself and secretly returned to the Podi clan without being discovered by anyone. After all, the news from the outside world was that he was dead. In the secret room, the 2 grandfathers Yang Wudi and Yang Washuang, his father and mother, gathered together. In the center of the table was the 80,000-year-old Golden Lion King head soul bone. Yang Wudi looked at this priceless soul bone, thought for a while before speaking. Podi, this soul bone comes from your 6th soul ring. You should absorb it. This will also improve your strength. Yang Podi shook his head. Grandpa, please keep the soul bone for me first, and we will talk about the details later. I still have 3 soul rings that have not been absorbed, and I may encounter better soul bones in the future, so I will put it here first, and I will arrange the details in the future. Grandpa Yang Wudi spoke again. In the past few years, our family has developed very well, and we have also obtained several high-year soul bones in the past few years. These should all be yours in the future. By then, you can put together a set of soul bones that are more than 50,000 years old, which is also the hope for the rise of my Po Yu clan. Yang Podi's face seemed a little solemn. Grandpa, the matter of soul bones is easy to talk about. I will definitely get better soul bones in the future. What our Po Yu clan lacks now is not the problem of the future, but the need to improve its strength in the short term, and it requires a peerless master to sit in. If possible, I hope to absorb soul bones for Grandpa or Dad, and raise the soul power level to a higher level as soon as possible. Only when you become stronger can our family be safer. Otherwise, no matter how many soul bones you have, we can't defend it. Yang Wudi seemed a little confused. Podi, are you too impatient? Our family now has 4 titled Douluo. We have some strength and foundation. There shouldn't be any danger in the short term. Yang Podi couldn't help but sigh. Grandpa, the Soul Master world now may be more dangerous than before. This time when we went to the Xingdao Great Forest, we saw a blonde woman who was guarded by 2 titled Douluo. It was obvious that they were born in the Spirit Hall. Until now, none of us knows how many titled Douluo there are in the Spirit Hall, and we don't even know the strength of the Spirit Hall. But I bet that in at least 5 years and at most 10 years, the Spirit Hall will definitely take action against a major forces in the world, led by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. I'm afraid that the Spirit Hall will take action against us at that time. Grandpa Yang Wudi's face also began to become solemn. Podi, that's not the case. Although the Spirit Hall is powerful, it is impossible for it to take action against us for no reason. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Sixth Soul Skill. After hearing what Yang Podi said, not only Grandpa Yang Wudi expressed doubts, but others also expressed doubts. They felt that although the Spirit Hall was overbearing, it would not destroy all the major sects. Yang Podi glanced at everyone before speaking. Grandpa, you used to be the Grand Elder of the outer sect of the Haotian Sect. Do you think that if it weren't for Tang Hao's incident, would there be a war between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian Sect? Grandpa Yang Wudi pondered for a while before slowly speaking. The Haotian Sect and the Spirit Hall had a deep conflict at the beginning. They were almost right in all aspects. Even if it weren't for Tang Hao's incident, I'm afraid they would have been at loggerheads long ago. Then Grandpa, which one do you think is stronger, the current 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect or the Haotian Sect back then? Yang Wudi shook his head. Although the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect has developed rapidly in recent years and its overall strength has improved a lot, it is still much worse than the Haotian Sect back then. No matter how much the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect has developed, there are only 2 titled Douluo so far. Yang Podi continued. Since the Spirit Hall was able to take action against the Haotian Sect back then, it can naturally take action against the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Moreover, the current Pope Ibidong is much stronger than the previous Pope, and her ambitions are probably even greater. Yang Wudi looked at his grandson in disbelief. Podi, is this also the reason why you have kept our Po family hidden? Is this also the reason why you have always wanted our family to avoid conflicts with the Spirit Hall as much as possible? Yang Podi shook his head. This is just one of the reasons. The Kibaoliuli sect and the Xiandao royal family obviously want to establish a leader. Our 4 single-attribute families are barely strong enough, and they want us to take the lead in opposing the Spirit Hall like the Haotian sect did in the past. In fact, they all have bad intentions. Yang Wudi thought for a long time before speaking. Podi, in the finals of the Soul Master competition next year, I plan to go to the Spirit Hall with your grandfather Niagao to accept the canonization of the Spirit Hall. At least I will be more low-key in the future and will not go against the Spirit Hall again. Yang Podi was relieved after hearing this. He was really afraid that his grandfather would be stubborn and go against the spirit hall, which would bring disaster to the family. Even if he wanted to cause trouble for the spirit hall, he should at least wait until he grows up for 10 years. Yang Podi returned to his room and began to sort out his gains. As for the 80,000-year-old Golden Lion King head soul bone, he left it with his grandfather for safekeeping. To be honest, an 80,000-year-old head soul bone is already considered a top-quality product in the outside world. The inherited soul bones of the three major sects in the past were probably of this level, but it was still too low for him. After all, he had a second martial soul, and he felt a little sorry for himself if he didn't get a 100,000-year-old soul bone. This time, after absorbing this 80,000-year-old Golden Lion King soul ring, his soul power increased by 3 levels. Now it is level 63, which is barely acceptable. And Yang Podi's goal for the next soul ring is 100,000 years. And he has even thought about the goal. After absorbing the 6th soul ring, the soul-breaking spear seemed to have undergone a significant change. Although the gun body is still black, the gun head has changed from the original silver-white to a hint of gold, and the gun head seems to be sharper, perhaps because the Golden Lion King is a gold-attributed characteristic. Yang Podi even felt that if he absorbed 2 more gold-attributed soul beasts, his martial soul could evolve into the ultimate gold. Unfortunately, this type of soul beast is very rare, and it seems that only Shangjun has the ultimate gold attribute. The weight of the soul-breaking spear itself has also increased a lot. It originally reached 2,000 pounds when absorbing the 5th soul ring, but now it is estimated that it may have reached about 4,000 pounds. I don't know whether it is because of the increase in gold attribute or the increase in strength attribute. However, although the soul-breaking spear is much heavier, it is still relatively easy to use now. The strength of absorbing this top-grade soul ring has also increased a lot. Yang Podi even felt that in terms of strength alone, it is not weaker than Soul Douluo. And this time he also obtained a very good soul skill. The name of the soul skill is Golden Lion Roaring Sky Break. During the use of the soul skill, a golden light is emitted from the soul-breaking spear, directly piercing the opponent, like a desperate attack by the Golden Lion King, ignoring defense, and at the same time, it will have a Golden Lion Roar, which can break the additional attributes of the enemy. The specific power is determined by the use of soul power. Yang Podi always felt that this move seemed not simple, and it had a tendency to develop towards the direction of ultimate gold. If his soul-breaking spear really evolved into ultimate gold, this move might be able to break everything, which would be very powerful. Moreover, after absorbing the soul ring, there were other surprises. His 2 external soul bones seemed to have evolved greatly. Among them, the tiger eagle wings should have exceeded the age of 50,000 years, and the flight speed will become faster. According to Yang Podi's estimation, the extreme speed effect should be much faster than Soul Douluo, but I don't know if it can beat the title Douluo. The tail soul bone crocodile king spear has also reached the level of 30,000 years, and it seems to be sharper, but the length is still about 3 meters, but the hardness is much higher. Even if it is used as a whip, it is probably not so easy to break. The biggest surprise is the change of the martial soul. After absorbing the soul ring, looking inward in the mind, the silver giant in the mind seems to have become much taller, and there are actually a few golden lines on the silver giant. According to this situation, if he absorbs 2 more soul rings of 100,000-year-old gold-type soul beasts, he may have a chance to awaken his martial soul to the golden level. However, there are few soul beasts with 100,000-year-old gold attributes in the entire Douluo Continent. After Yang Podi rested at home for a night, he returned to Shyandao Royal Academy. Yang Podi now carries the breath-retaining grass with him. Few people can tell his specific soul power level, at least not below the title Douluo level. Among ordinary title Douluo, I am afraid that only the spirit system can tell. After Yang Podi returned to the academy, there seemed to be a hint of weirdness in the whole team, and everyone seemed a little absent-minded. After some understanding, Yang Podi realized that a lot of things had happened during this period. The first thing was that for some reason, Tailong had a conflict with Tang San just like in the original book. As a result, Tailong's soul power had reached the 39th level of Soul Master and was about to enter the Soul Sect realm, but he was defeated by Tang San, whose soul power was lower than his. Originally, there was no problem with a small win or loss, but for some reason, the news of Tailong being beaten actually reached his father Tanuo. As a result, Tainoo came to Xiandao Royal Academy to find trouble with Tang San, but was taught a lesson by Tang San instead. In the end, the phenomenon of beating the younger one and the older one coming to the fore appeared. Taitan actually came to Xiandao Royal Academy and wanted to teach Tang San a lesson. As a result, under the gravity suppression, Tang San's second martial spirit, the Clear Sky Hammer, was forced out by him. When Taitan saw Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer martial spirit, he burst into tears for a moment, and then took Tang San to talk a lot in private. The final result was that Taitan asked Tailong to recognize Tang San as the young master. Such a bloody plot seems to be the same as the original. As a result, everyone in the team is panicked at this stage, especially Tailong himself, who doesn't know whether he should listen to his grandfather. If Tailong really recognizes Tang San as the young master, how will other brothers and friends see him? Will other people also be asked by their parents to recognize Tang San as the young master? In short, the team is in a mess now. The people from the four families with single attributes have mixed thoughts. Yang Pingan and Yang Xianyu don't care. Their eldest brother is the backbone. They just need to do everything according to their eldest brother's requirements. As for Tang San, who cares about him? The second thing is that Ning Fengzi and Jian Daoluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect also visited Tang San, mainly for the purchase of hidden weapons. After some communication, the two sides finally decided that the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect would be responsible for making various accessories, and Tang San would be responsible for assembling them. Moreover, they were very valuable, with a set of 10,000 gold coins. Ning Fengzi was very generous and gave 5 million gold soul coins at one time, directly ordering 500 sets. I don't know if Ning Fengzi also knew that Tang San's second martial soul was the Clear Sky Hammer, and he trusted Tang San very much and made it clear that he would fully support Tang San. The third thing is that Yu Zhiagang once again proposed to be the leader of the second team of Xiandao Royal Academy, and would lead Tang San and others to join the second team together. However, there is no news about the specific matter now, and Prince Zhu King has not responded yet, but this matter has been supported by Ning Fengzi. I don't know what this old fox is thinking. It is precisely because of the influence of these three major events that the entire team is now relatively chaotic. Everyone is worried that an unknown Yu Zhiagang will be the leader of the second team. After hearing this news, Yang Podi couldn't help but snort in his heart. Ning Fengzi, this old fox, is quite calculating. He wants to squeeze Tang San and Yu Zhiagang in. At that time, the four families with single attributes will be unclear with the Haotian Sect. It can even be said that the four families with single attributes and the upper three sects will be unclear. At that time, the situation of the second team will be very complicated. The team members are direct descendants of the four families with single attributes, plus personnel from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Haotian Sect, and the team leader is the son of the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. If you say that there is no relationship with the upper three sects, no one will believe it. However, Ning Fengzi missed two things in his calculations. The first thing is that he is now the leader and captain of the second team. If he doesn't give the order, Yu Zhiagang can't come. Even if he comes, it's useless. If it doesn't work, at worst, they will break up. Anyway, there is no shortage of soul bones now. The second thing is that the only ones who can really make the final decision on this matter are Emperor Zhu Yi and Crown Prince Zhu King, and the true identity of Crown Prince Zhu King will be the biggest surprise. I wonder if Zhu King will push the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect to hell in advance after knowing this. As for the Power Clan, someone will naturally come to deal with them at that time. What does all this have to do with me? As long as the Po Clan is divided early, we can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If it really doesn't work, the Po Clan can just move away. I don't believe that if we move to Hanhei City, your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect can still interfere with us. The most surprising thing is that Jian Daoluo actually missed Xiao Wu perfectly. I don't know if it was a coincidence or someone arranged it. Yang Podi couldn't help thinking, wouldn't Tang Hao also come to Xiandao Royal Academy? Jian Daoluo will visit the Soul Master competition. It would be really fun if he found out that Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast. Chapter 124, External Movements. Yang Podi looked at the people who seemed a little confused, thinking about how to deal with the problem in front of him. Even Teacher Li Xiong and Teacher Anya were a little confused. The two had been with everyone in the team for 6 years and had a very good relationship. Especially Teacher Li Xiong, who had been working hard and had a very good relationship with everyone over the years. After all, every time everyone was exhausted and fainted, it was teacher Li Xiang who took care of them hand in hand. After 6 years of leading the team, teacher Li Xiang also felt the growth of all the students and had a certain amount of pressure. After 6 years of hard training, he also reached the Soul Emperor level and is now a Soul Emperor of level 63. Teacher Enya, on the other hand, is still a high-level Soul King, and her soul power is only level 58. However, as a healing Soul Master, it can only be said that it has barely improved, which is enough. Yang Podi looked at everyone and spoke directly. I know that there has been a lot of news outside recently, and everyone's minds are a bit confused. I don't know what you are thinking about. The purpose of my establishing this team was, on the one hand, to cope with next year's Soul Master competition, but more importantly, it is for the improvement of our 4 single attribute families, and the improvement of all of us. After so many years of hard work, basically everyone can reach the Soul Master realm, or even higher. This improvement is your own. Think about it. If you didn't have these years of training, your soul power level, your actual combat experience, and each of you could have reached the current level of experience, if it's just for the championship, I can find some people with better talents, more obedient, and harder work to come for training. There are still many such geniuses in Shyandao Royal Academy, but why didn't I choose them, but people like you? Because you are a member of the 4 single attribute families, because everyone is from the same school, everyone is one. I don't care what news there is from the outside world or what the academy decides. I formed this team and I have the final say on everything. If you insist on inserting a new leader, or changing the training method, or letting someone else lead us, I can just disband the team or quit Shyandao Royal Academy. There is nothing in this world that cannot be solved. You may have heard about the rewards of the Soul Master competition. I don't care at all. Isn't it just a few soul bones? Compared to this, I value the unity within the team, the friendship of everyone and my own improvement more. After saying this, Yang Podi looked at the people around him again and secretly thought about countermeasures. With Yang Podi's current strength, it is a piece of cake to win the championship. Even the soul bone of the head that is the championship reward is not so important now. But this time, he went to participate in the Soul Master competition, mainly to show the attitude of the Poi clan and the Uie clan. At that time, his grandfather Yang Wudi and his grandfather Niagao will go to the Wuhan Hall to accept the canonization. Before his strength is not strong enough, he doesn't want to go against the Wuhan Hall. On the other hand, he wanted to make things difficult for the Shrek people. His family had a certain hatred with the Haotian Sect. And he really didn't want Tang San and his gang to get the reward so easily. The most important point was to fool Zhu King. Yang Podi didn't want to fall out with Zhu King for the time being, nor did he want to disgust her too much. This guy had a strong desire for revenge. As for the team, he was not so worried. Among the many people in the team, half were from his family. The ones who were a little worried were Tai Long, Niu Meng and Bai Xiaofei. Especially Tai Long and Bai Xiaofei, Yang Podi also wanted to take the opportunity to see the attitudes of these two people and the attitudes of these two families. If they were sure that they were different, he would not take them with him in the future. After all, many secrets would be involved in the future. After hearing what Yang Podi said, everyone at the scene breathed a sigh of relief, except Tai Long, who still looked a little strange, as if he was very entangled. And Yang Podi didn't pay attention to the changes in Tai Long's face. What the Power Clan should choose or what Tai Long should choose was their own business. The person who didn't care the most was Du Guyan. The relationship between the Duga family and the Podi clan was already very good. If something unhappy happened, no one would dare to provoke her. Of course, Yang Podi also planned to change everyone's exercise method. After all, after long-term exercise, everyone's physical fitness has almost reached the limit, and there is no need to continue exercising. Yang Podi looked at everyone and continued to speak. After such a long period of weighted obstacle running exercise, everyone's physical fitness has reached the limit, and there will be no improvement in the short term, so in the future, the exercise method will be changed. Everyone will meditate in the simulated environment with all their strength to improve to higher soul power realm as soon as possible, especially Tai Long and Bai Xiaofei. You two must break through the soul sect as soon as possible. I will arrange the next stage of training next. Yang Podi then spoke to teacher Li Xiang next to him. Teacher Li Xiang, only Yang Shi and I will continue to train with weighted obstacle running in the future, and the rest of the people will meditate with all their strength. Please help me check everyone's improvement progress. Teacher Li Xiong and Teacher Enya looked at each other and nodded. If only Yang Xianai was alone in the future, the two would be more relaxed. As for going to the Great Soul Fighting Arena for the soul fighting competition, Yang Podi felt that it was completely unnecessary. In the past few years, since everyone broke through to the Soul Master, everyone has arranged a long soul fighting competition, mainly single-player soul fighting competition and double-player soul fighting competition. Now all the personnel have silver soul fighting medals. Everyone is considered to be experienced in combat. The only thing missing is the experience of life and death. Yang Podi plans to take everyone to the Sunset Forest for training in a while, so that they can really improve. Yang Podi himself is also more engaged in some meditation. Basic training is no longer necessary. With Yang Podi's current physical fitness, although he is only a level 63 Soul Emperor, even if he faces a Soul Saint, Yang Podi himself is not afraid at all, and even against some ordinary Soul Douluo, he has a certain chance of winning. Recently, there have been a lot of news from the outside world, many of which are about the Soul Master competition. The first news is that a group of elite disciples are said to have appeared in the Spirit Hall, and they are called the Golden Generation by Po Hun. The specific strength is not yet clear to the outside world, but looking at the posture inside the Spirit Hall, there should be a lot of geniuses, and the Spirit Hall will fully cultivate them. The second is about the Soul Master competition next year. Since the finals were held by the Spirit Hall, the venue is not a relatively neutral place as in the past, but was held directly in the Spirit City. The two empires originally expressed opposition, but the Spirit Hall seemed determined, especially in terms of the championship prize, and actually said that it would take out 3 soul bones that were more than 10,000 years old, and for the safety of the soul bones, the venue for the finals was set in the Pope's Hall in the Spirit City. Faced with such a reward, the two empires had to agree. No matter which force, 10,000-year soul bones are hard to come by, especially these 3 soul bones are all more than 30,000 years old. Many people were stunned by the news. Even within the Spirit Hall, it caused a big wave, and the two empires were entangled with excellent students. Obviously they didn't want to be too embarrassed. In fact, everyone with a discerning eye knew that these 3 soul bones should be prepared for the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall, but the temptation was too great and the reward was too generous, and almost everyone fell into madness. The third thing is that the Po Yu clan and the Yu clan actually sent out a message that the patriarchs of the Po Yu clan, Yang Wudi, and the patriarch of the Yu clan, Niu Gao, would go to Wuhan City during the Soul Master competition to accept the canonization of the Douluo Hall. It stands to reason that all titled Douluo need to go to the Soul Master Hall to accept the canonization, otherwise the Soul Master Hall has the right to punish the relevant personnel. After all, the Soul Master Hall is a recognized holy place for Soul Masters. In the eyes of many Soul Masters, the status of the Soul Master Hall is even higher than the two empires. But the attitudes of Yang Wudi and Niu Gao are rather strange. It stands to reason that in the Battle of Haotian Sect, both families had a blood feud with the Soul Master Hall, and the two have been looking for reasons not to accept the canonization of title Douluo. In the eyes of the outside world, the Po Yu clan and the Yu clan should be the vanguards against the Soul Master Hall, but the two patriarchs actually expressed their views at the same time, which shocked everyone. The Soul Master Hall vigorously promoted this matter, with the intention of both sides to make peace. The Soul Master Hall even sent a special person, Zhu Douluo, to visit in person to confirm the relevant matters of the canonization. Even the titles of the two have been determined. Yang Wudi is named Soul Breaking Douluo, and Niu Gao is named Plate Armor Douluo. Both names come from their martial spirits, Soul Breaking Spear and Plate Armor Giant Rhino. As for the hatred between the two sides in the past, both Niu Gao and Yang Wudi said that accepting the title is a common practice in the Soul Master world. The previous hatred will be sought back from the relevant personnel of the year. The two even challenged the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo of the year. For a while, no one knew the attitude of the two clans. There were also people who asked the Min clan and the Power clan, which are also one of the 4 single attribute clans, about this matter. The two clans just expressed their attitude and would never forget the hatred of the year. As for Niu Gao and Yang Wudi accepting the title, they kept silent and did not express any opinions. Now many people feel that next year's Soul Master competition may cause a lot of trouble. Some people even found that the 4 single attribute families are fully training the second team of Xiandao Royal Academy. The second team is basically composed of people from the 4 clans. Next year's Soul Master competition will be a great highlight. In any case, the Spirit Master world, which had been peaceful for more than 10 years, seemed to have suddenly become more full of grievances and hatreds, and it seemed like a wave of turmoil was brewing again. However, the people in the Spirit Hall were completely dismissive of the so-called Shyandao Royal Academy Team 2, especially the senior people, who knew that the lineup of the Spirit Hall Spirit Master competition would be unprecedentedly strong. In short, the Spirit Master competition has not yet begun, and the arguments from all parties seem to have begun. Compared with the high profile of the Spirit Hall team, the Shyandao Royal Academy Team 2 is frighteningly low-key, because the people of the Team 2 have not appeared in the outside world for a long time, and their strength is even more unknown. Chapter 125 Trouble is Coming. That morning, when Yang Podi was meditating in the dormitory, the Academy suddenly sent someone to inform him that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had summoned him. Yang Podi thought about it and felt that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince might be here for the recent events in the outside world, so he decided to meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince first to see what his attitude was. However, when Yang Podi got to the Education Committee building, there were quite a few people in the building. Looking back, it was the Crown Prince Zhu King who was sitting, and next to Zhu King were Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 treasure-glazed sect, as well as Bon Douluo and Ning Rongrong. Sitting on the left below were the 3 Education Committee members of the Shyandao Royal Academy, and on the right below were Yu Zaigang and Tang San. Yang Podi was confused. Why did these people get together? It seemed that they had bad intentions. Yang Podi saluted to several people. Meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, meet Ning Zhuangzi, Senior Bon Douluo, and meet the 3 Education Committee members. As for Yu Zaigang and Tang San on the side, they were just an ordinary teacher and student, and he didn't take them seriously at all. Prince Zhu King nodded with a smile. Student Yang Podi, please sit down first. Yang Podi found a place and sat down. Your Highness the Crown Prince, what is the matter with summoning me? I have been busy with cultivation recently. Zhu King still smiled. Student Yang Podi, I wonder if you have heard about the Spirit Hall team. I have heard about it. It is said that the Spirit Hall has a golden generation with very strong strength. But this should have no impact on us. Zhu King thought for a moment before speaking. Recently, the Spirit Hall has been in the limelight, especially the golden generation that they have been promoting vigorously. It is said that they are very talented. Through our investigation, during next year's Soul Master competition, the Spirit Hall team should have many Soul Kings with very strong strength. I wonder if you are prepared. Yang Podi thought for a moment before speaking. Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's just a Soul King. Our second team should also have 2 Soul Kings next year. We are definitely not afraid of a battle. Hearing Yang Podi's words, everyone at the scene was shocked. It's not that Soul Master competition has never had Soul Kings in history, but normally there is only one at most. Unexpectedly, Team 2 will have 2 Soul Kings next year, which is much stronger than everyone imagined. Crown Prince Zhu King shook his head. The strength of 2 Soul Kings may not be enough. The news now from the Spirit Hall team is that there will be at least 2 Soul Kings, and there may even be 3. Your Highness, there is nothing we can do about it. The Soul Master competition requires that all participants must be under 25 years old. It is extremely difficult for Soul Kings under 25 to appear. I'm afraid there won't be many Soul Kings in the Shyandao Empire. Just as Yang Podi said, there shouldn't be any more Soul Kings in the entire Shyandao Empire, and there isn't even one in the Xingluo Empire. The final of this Soul Master competition is held in Wuhan City. The Soul Hall has brought out 3 top-grade Soul Bones, and it is obvious that they are determined to win. I wonder if you have any ideas, classmate Yang Podi. Yang Podi smiled and shook his head. The Soul Hall has brought out 3 top-grade Soul Bones, and it is obvious that they are determined to win the championship of the Soul Master competition. Although Soul Bones are precious, you also need to have the strength to get them. Zhu King seemed a little serious. Classmate Yang Podi, this is Yu Zaigang, one of the team leaders of Shyandao team. Yang Podi looked at Yu Zaigang with some confusion. Teacher Yu Zaigang, hello. Yu Zaigang also nodded slightly. Zhu King continued. Teacher Yu Zaigang has a suggestion. He suggests combining Team 1 and Team 2 of the Shyandao Royal Academy and selecting all the outstanding disciples to participate. By then, the team will be stronger and have a higher chance of winning the Soul Master competition. Yang Podi shook his head. Your Highness, Teacher Yu Xiaogang's idea may be good, but our Team 2 has its own arrangements. There is no need to combine with Team 1. All of us in Team 2 are training hard in order to achieve good results in the Soul Master competition, Yu Xiaogang suddenly said. Student Yang Podi, my suggestion is also for the good of the team. There are still 2 people in your Team 2 who are only Soul Masters. Yu Xianhang from Team 1 is already a Soul Sect, and his soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, a top-grade martial soul, and his strength is even stronger. Besides, Ninghen from Team 1, whose martial soul is the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, will be able to reach the Soul Sect realm before the Soul Master competition. If Team 1 and Team 2 combine, we will have the powerful attack of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Soul Sect and the ultimate support of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Soul Sect under my leadership. I am confident that I can defeat the Spirit Wall team. Yang Podi was silent for a moment before speaking. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Soul and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Soul are indeed powerful, but our team already has our own support, so there will be no problem with both attack and defense. At this time, Ning Fengzi suddenly spoke. Classmate Yang Podi, our 7 Treasures Glazed Tower is the best support soul in the world. If the team has the support of 7 Glazed Tower Soul Sect, its strength will be greatly enhanced. What do you think? Although Ning Fengzi spoke suddenly, he still had a smile on his face, but there seemed to be a hint of irresistibility in his smile. Yang Podi had no choice but to speak. The 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda is recognized as the best auxiliary martial spirit on the continent. I have never doubted the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda's power to enhance the team. Moreover, Rongrong often comes to our second team to play, so we can be considered to have some friendship, but I personally think that for a team, the cooperation between the team members is the most important. All the members of our second team have been together day and night for 6 years, and they cooperate very well, so that their strength can be better exerted. Before Ning Fengzi could say anything, Yu Xiaogang spoke again. There is still a year before the Soul Master competition. As long as I come to train for a year, I can definitely cultivate the tacit understanding between the team members. Yang Podi just kept silent alone, and did not want to answer Yu Xiaogang's words at all. The scene suddenly fell into a strange silence. Yu Xiaogang looked at everyone who was silent, and did not know what to say. It seemed that everyone at the scene did not pay much attention to him. Finally, it was Prince Zhu King who spoke. Student Yang Podi, what do you think of Yu Xiaogang's teacher's suggestion? Is there anything wrong with it? Yang Podi pondered for a while before speaking. I don't know how other people lead the team, but I lead the team a little differently from others. In my team, I have the final say on everything. No matter who it is, no one will have any objection. Even the current teacher Li Xiong can only give some suggestions at most. Whether it is implemented depends on whether I think it is necessary to implement it. The first point I require of all team members is to obey orders. Whatever I ask the team members to do, the students will execute it without hesitation. Even if I ask him to die, he can't frown. My team members may not have the best talents, and many of them even have average talents, but I require everyone to exercise to the extreme every afternoon, and no one will dare to be lazy, even my relatives. For example, if I win the Soul Master competition, I will take all 3 soul bones, and no one of my team members will dare to frown. Finally, if my team cannot execute according to my requirements, then I would rather not participate in the Soul Master competition. Yang Podi finished his words in a sonorous and powerful voice, which seemed full of determination and rebelliousness. The scene fell silent again, and everyone understood Yang Podi's attitude. Just like the people of the Poi clan, they would rather break than bend. Zhu King couldn't help but admire. I admire you. I didn't expect that Yang Podi has such knowledge at such a young age. It really opened my eyes. Yang Podi shook his head. This is just my little idea of building a team. Your Highness the Crown Prince praised me. At this time, Ning Fengzi spoke again. Your idea of building a team is very good, but sometimes we still have to focus on the overall situation. Yang Podi looked at Ning Fengzi in confusion. Master Ning, I don't know what the overall situation you are talking about is. I personally think that the current lineup is the best. If Master Ning is really interested, you can let Rongrong join our second team, but then he may only be a substitute. Ning Fengzi shook his head. The overall situation I'm talking about is not this. It's about our 3 upper sects fighting against the spirit wall together. Yang Podi sneered in his heart. What do those things of your 3 upper sects have to do with my Poi clan? Aren't you trying to drag us into the water? Yang Podi shook his head. Master Ning, Please forgive me for making fun of you. The main members of our second team are from 4 families with single attributes. The upper 3 sects are huge, and we should not be able to have any relationship with them. Gang seemed to be stimulated by something, and spoke again. How can your Poi clan have no relationship with the upper 3 sects? Don't forget that you used to be a subsidiary family of Haotian Sect. Yang Podi looked at Gang coldly. Teacher Gang, have you made a mistake? Or have you forgotten some news? Our Poi clan was abandoned by Haotian Sect and has long since left Haotian Sect. Now we have nothing to do with Haotian Sect. Gang was still unwilling. You members of the Poi clan should not forget that if we were not a subsidiary family of Haotian Sect, how could we have developed? Yang Podi looked at Gang speechlessly. In the battle of Haotian Sect that year, my Poi clan was abandoned by Haotian Sect, and more than half of them died. At that time, we announced that we would leave Haotian Sect and no longer have any relationship with Haotian Sect. Over the past decade, my Poi clan has developed independently and has slowly recovered its vitality. Could it be that now, because of a word from the Haotian Sect, my Poi clan is required to continue to work for him? I, Yang Podi, am in the Poi clan and stand tall. From now on, neither I nor my Poi clan will work for anyone else. At this moment, Gang seemed to have lost his composure. It was clearly the Spirit Hall's fault what happened back then. Have you, the Poi clan, forgotten the hatred you had with the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall killed many people from the Poi clan. Yang Podi snorted coldly. I don't care whose fault it was back then, whether it was the Haotian Sect or the Spirit Hall, it has nothing to do with us now. Regarding the hatred for the Spirit Hall, my grandfather and my grandfather have already challenged Douluo and Ghost Douluo of the Spirit Hall. We'll talk about it after this battle. Tang Sen, who was standing aside, hurriedly grabbed Gang, who had lost his composure, and said coldly, Yang Podi, I hope you respect my teacher. Yang Podi sneered, from the beginning to the end, I have never said anything disrespectful to your teacher. No matter whether it is the affairs of the Spirit Hall or the Clear Sky Sect, I don't want outsiders to interfere. Tang San spoke again, regarding my teacher's formation of the Shyandao Royal Academy team. I hope you respect my teacher's decision. Yang Podi was speechless for a while, and ignored Tang San, but spoke directly to Zhu King, Your Highness the Crown Prince, regarding the matter of the Shyandao Royal Academy team too. I hope to carry out it according to our original agreement. I will lead the team to strive to achieve good results. If the team really needs to change, I have reached graduation age, so I will have to apply for early graduation. As for Tang San and Gang, they didn't want to pay attention to this master and apprentice at all. If they had the ability, they could develop on their own. It was none of their business. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.